Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Net we thank everyread.net for their generous support of our singers of the voice. For any of our contestants, as long as they get acknowledged by at least 3 coaches, they'll win a 10,000 yuan Music Dream Scholarship sponsored by Brain Gold. We also give our thanks to Beijing Da Hotel for sponsoring the accommodations for the coaches of the Voice of China. Exclaiming once again filled the studio. The cheering did not stop. Good one. Awesome. I'm kneeling. Fully and totally kneeling. The audience was already prepared for it, but when they heard Zhang Yi's shocking advertising message once more, they couldn't help but applaud and call it good. They were all very excited, just like how people would feel when they were watching a circus act. They were the same lines of the advertising message. It was still done in a single breath. The words were still clearly enunciated. It was still delivered at the same gale force speed, or maybe it was a misconception, but they all somehow felt that Zhang Yi had finished reciting the lines even faster than before. Initially, Hakiki did not recommend recording again, afraid that the second time would not be as good as the first. After all, that kind of reciting speed had already surpassed the limits and was unheard of, but who could have expected that Zhang Yi's professionalism had already exceeded the realms of a normal person's understanding. Reciting it for the second time, not only did Zhang Yi repeat his feat from before and not leave out a single word, he even went faster than the first. Backstage, some of the program team staff were looking at clocks. In the audience, there were also a few curious members who started their timers when Zhang Yi opened his mouth. In the end, the clock time shocked everyone. The first time it was recited, there wasn't proper timing, so no one knew how long it took. It felt like it was 18 seconds or maybe 20 seconds, but this time, the time was precisely measured. It only took 14.7 seconds. The advertising slogan consisted of around 200 words, so it meant that Zhang Yi had spoken over a dozen words in just 1 second. Crazy. This was really crazy. If your mouth could fire bullets and you were left there speaking for an hour, then all of Beijing's citizens would have perished. Zhang Yuan, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli. All of them were again expressing their innermost thoughts with speechlessness. Zhang Yi went over to the camera to watch the replay again. This time, it was better, so he nodded and said, "Okay, that passed." But as it happened, the audience started calling out again. Another time. "Yeah, do it once more. Demonstrate again, Teacher Zhang." The audience's cheering amused Zhang Yi. "Did you all get a kick out of listening to that? Just reciting that twice has made my tongue feel very sore. There won't be any more encores." Hakiki laughed. Little Wang also covered her mouth and giggled. The staff of the other program teams of Central TV all looked at each other and couldn't help but think of how comparison always ended up torturing people. Like on their own programs, when had the audience ever been so passionate like today? Even if they were recording a slightly more interesting segment like the bantering between the guest celebrities, the audience did not want to watch it a second time. Sometimes, when they had to do another recording of those segments, the audience would end up looking listless and couldn't be bothered with watching anymore. When that happened, the program team would have no choice but to edit the previously recorded audiences cheering into the re-recorded scenes in post-production. But for Zhang Yi's program, just reciting an advertising message was enough to provoke the audience into asking for an encore. And doing it once was not enough, so they had to ask for a second encore. Wumo and the Brain Gold Company's people were the happiest people in the studio. They couldn't have possibly predicted that a dry advertisement message segment that no one looked forward to could have become marvelous because of Zhang Yi's reciting. It had created a totally new style of advertising message and brought it to new heights. Although with the increased speed of the advertising message, their advertisement airtime had also decreased a lot, probably down by around 20% of the originally planned advertisement time. But because of the 100 million title sponsorship fee, Zhang Yi also took care to mention Brain Gold's name multiple times. It was mentioned not only in the place of the title sponsor lines, but was also brought up in the lower-tiered advertising rights portion. This was the special care that Zhang Yi had given to them. It didn't matter much since they had only managed to sign 2 advertisers for the lower advertising rights tier anyway, so he simply gave Brain Gold an additional mention. Moreover, with the continued mention of their product and with Zhang Yi's charming new style of reciting the advertising message, if paired with the chance that it would be imitated by people and would generate heated discussions about it, then the effects of the advertising that the Brain Gold Company would get will definitely outperform traditional advertising methods by manifold. Wumo finally understood why Zhang Yi would ask for a title sponsorship fee of 100 million back when they had the meeting. Even if the voice did not end up with high viewership ratings, just this style of reciting the advertising message was worth the 100 million title sponsorship. Besides, who said that the voice's viewership ratings definitely wouldn't be high? Just this opening alone was enough to give everyone surprise after surprise. Some of the audience's expressions were already different. They'd realize that the voice they were watching now was a totally different affair from the online analysis of the voice that all the experts and industry insiders had done. Just regarding the segment of the host alone. It was reported online that a host was only a supporting role in a talent show. The experts also claimed that anyone could replace Zhang Yi as the host for such talent shows. What supporting role? It was clear as fuck that this was a lead role. Anyone could do it. Why don't you all appoint one and show us? Just with the godly talking speed of Teacher Zhang, even if you found 3 hosts and let them do part of the advertising message each, they couldn't fucking recite it that fast. Who could replace him? At least on the stage of The Voice, the position of the host was irreplaceable. Even if you scoured all over the country, only Zhang Yi would have the ability to do this. Chapter 670, A 4-Chair Turn. The atmosphere in the studio was fervent. An advertising message had brought the excitement of the audience to a high. That mouth of his, it's ridiculous. Zhang Yi has always walked off the beaten path. I'm increasingly looking forward to the competition segment coming up. Me too, this opening was really awesome. The stage, the lights, the coaches, the opening theme and even the advertising message. It looks like it has taken a lead several years ahead of other similar shows. If the opening was already this stunning, then how bad could the competition round be? Even if there aren't any highlights in the competition round, even if it's the same as those other similar programs, The Voice's viewership ratings won't be too bad. We were really lucky to get tickets to come watch this live. It's still difficult to make any judgment on anything yet. Yeah, let's keep watching and see. The Voice's Achilles heel lies in its quality of contestants. They neither care about looks nor occupation, so the contestants might all turn out to be your everyday people, which can also be referred to as karaoke experts. Their level of professionalism will surely be lower since they wouldn't have learned about music before. Even if they can sing well, they wouldn't be comparable to those music students or musicians. In the other similar types of talent shows, the contestants are basically all made up of good-looking people or artists. There's a great deal of professionalism in them. The Voice's contestants are definitely disadvantaged in this area, and that is definitely going to be the Achilles heel of the program. I worry about that too. Yeah, how can amateurs even compare to professionals? Not to mention that they won't have the advantage in looks either. It's starting, it's starting. The audience was whispering when they saw Zhang Yi picking up the microphone again, and so they focused on him. Zhang Yi did not beat around the bush and just said loudly, "Next up, we'll be handing the stage over to them, so let's welcome our first contestant on stage. And would the 4 coaches please turn your chairs around?" The 4 chairs moved at the same time, turning around slowly. Fan Wenli felt that this was a very refreshing new experience, so she turned to Zhang Yuanqi beside her and spoke about it softly. When the audience saw that, many of them were shocked. What's the meaning of that? What are they doing? Why did they turn the chairs around? They won't be able to see anyone then. Yeah, what kind of an approach is that? Didn't you all see the promo video of The Voice? It's already introduced the rules. The coaches will only listen to the voice without seeing the contestant. That's the main point of the program, which has been heavily emphasized. Didn't the coaches already meet the contestants earlier? I heard they did not. When Grandma Zhang Zai was interviewed the other day to promote of The Voice, she was grumbling about this matter. She said that Executive Director Zhang Yi didn't even reveal anything about any contestants to them beforehand. It was all kept secret, so all 4 coaches haven't seen even a shadow of the contestants yet. Then it must be true. Grandma Zhang Zai would never lie. Whoa, they're playing it with such high risks. That seems rather interesting. Revolving chairs? It sounds really refreshing. They've got my attention again. This setup seems to be really interesting, but I wonder how practical it will be. Zhang Yi left the stage. Little Wang immediately broke open the cap of a mineral water bottle and handed it over to Zhang Yi. She said, "Director Zhang, you've worked hard." Another female editor who was beside them also said, "You've worked hard, Director Zhang." Zhang Yi chugged half a bottle of water immediately. Those 2 advertising messages might have seemed easy to him initially, but when he recited them, they really strained his vocal cords. He said, "You guys keep watch over here, I have to get to the second recording studio." He put down the mineral water and quickly headed backstage to the second recording studio. Actually, this was just the contestants' resting and waiting area backstage. There were a few individual rooms on one side where the live signal of the recording would be telecast over. The performing contestants' family would be stationed in the second recording studio, while Zhang Yi, as the host, would also have some recording tasks to handle over here. He would be watching together with the contestants' family members. 3 minutes passed. After the stage was rearranged simply, the lights shut off. This signaled that the competition round was about to begin. When watching this on the televised broadcast, after Zhang Yi called for everyone to welcome the first contestant, the contestant would have already taken the microphone and slowly walked up on stage. But as this was the live recording, the change wouldn't be that immediate since they needed to make preparations. Pata. Pata. The lights were being turned off, extinguishing one by one. Assistant Director Zhang Zuo's voice boomed in the studio, "Get ready. Counting down. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, cameras on. First contestant, please proceed onto the stage." At the backstage entrance, Luo Yu's legs were trembling as she clutched her chest, breathing nervously. She felt like her body was extremely rigid at this moment. Hakiki urged, "Teacher Luo, go on." Luo Yu said with her legs turning to jelly, "Why don't we get someone else to go up first? I still need to warm up a little more." Hakiki nearly fainted. She said, "Director Zhang has clearly fingered you as the first to start. He said that the opening contestant of The Voice was you to begin with and was fully trusting of you. But there's too many people out there and also the 4 coaches." Luo Yu was usually a very brave person, even daring to sing while standing in a big field. When she went for the Central TV preliminary auditions, she also performed quite well and was very calm. However, that was only because there weren't many people around. But now, past the stage there were more than 100 audience members sitting there, and also those big-time celebrities like Zhang Yuanqi and Fan Wenli whom she had only ever read about on the newspapers. There were even cameras that would record everything and broadcast it all over the country. Central TV Department 1 had a coverage of 1 billion people all over the country, thus, just before going on stage, Luo Yu felt very terrified for once. Hakiki persuaded, "You have to go up on stage whether you're the first or the last. Just clench your teeth and go up, it's no big deal." Luo Yu was already sweating profusely. Sensing that something was wrong, Wu Yi also came over. "Little Luo, hurry up, it's all on you." Luo Yu asked, "Do you guys think I can make it? What if I screw up? Then?" Hakiki said, "Director Zhang's foresight is very good. I'm sure you know that as well, don't you? If he says you can make it, then you'll definitely be fine. Otherwise, why would Director Zhang arrange for you to be the first to go on stage? Just sing like you normally do, don't hold back and don't think of anything else." Luo Yu took another deep breath and clenched her teeth. "Okay. I'm going to give it my all." "That's right." Hakiki pushed her from behind. "Go on. We're all going to be listening to what you've got." Luo Yu picked up the microphone and clenched her fist. She walked towards the stage with large strides with the wind blowing behind her. Then she stepped up to the center of the stage where the spotlight was focused and stood still. The 4 coaches' chairs were all facing away from her. She could not see anyone. All she saw were the names on the backs of the chairs. As the light on stage was too glaring, the house where the audience was seated also appeared to be very dark. Now that Luo Yu couldn't see anything at all, she became much calmer and thumped her chest. She was going to give it her all. After Luo Yu had gone onto the stage, Wu Yi asked, "Will little Luo really be alright?" Hakiki replied, "How would I know?" Wu Yi said, "I'm just worried that the audience won't be able to accept that voice of hers." Hakiki said, "Worried? It's not even a confirmed thing that the 4 coaches can accept her style of singing. If it were up to me, I would have gotten the coaches' input when we were doing the filtering out of the contestants. What if Director Zhang feels that they are okay, but the audience and the coaches do not think so? If the coaches do not turn around continuously for a few contestants in a row, our program will be finished." Only a moment ago, these 2 people were encouraging Luo Yu and cheering her on, telling her that she could definitely do it and that they were extremely confident in her. But realistically, these 2 did not even know what to expect. The moment Luo Yu went up on stage, the audience perfunctorily applauded but stopped very quickly. Seeing this contestant, the audience were all feeling speechless. Indeed, they did not care about the looks. God damn it, she's so fat? At the beginning, I still thought that the idea of only judging the voice was a gimmick. Who knew that they really did not care about looks at all? That person looks too normal. Such a fat woman, will she be able to sing well? The image is so beautiful that I'm scared to watch. The audience was still in anticipation just a while ago, but when they saw the first contestant, their hearts turned cold and their passionate emotions, too, settled down by a lot. It wasn't that they were judging someone based on their looks, but that all along in any singing talent show they had always been used to seeing good-looking contestants. But now, unexpectedly, such a bad-looking and fat contestant had appeared before them. They couldn't get used to it. This was not something they'd experienced before. The 4 coaches were facing the audience, so they naturally also took in the expressions on their faces. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, "Doesn't look too good, does it?" "I don't know." Chen Guang blinked several times. Fan Wenli also deduced from the reaction of the audience that the first contestant was likely not too good. But right at this moment that was difficult to understand, Luo Yu turned around and nodded her head, signaling that she was ready. Then at the same time a fervent piece of music played on stage. Drums. Guitar. Bass. Just from the melody alone, everyone knew it was going to be a rock song. When the audience heard that, they were a little stunned. What was the meaning of this? This fat woman was going to perform a rock song? Everyone knew that rock songs were mainly performed by male singers as they required a kind of attitude and strength a woman sometimes lacked. Most of the time, they would only be able to perform in style but not in spirit. Yet here she was, going to perform a rock song? How bold. Zhang Yuan looked at the stage with suspicion. Hakiki and Wu Yi looked like they were even more nervous than Luo Yu, staring at her without batting an eyelid. The other program team staff members also knew about Luo Yu's name. On the first day of the preliminary auditions, they had already given nicknames to the contestants. Luo Yu was one of the members of the 4 Wonders, and as the preliminary auditions progressed, the number of Wonders who joined them also increased. From the start, it was the 4 Wonders which later increased into the 8 Wonders. The program staff team did not know what to expect. They weren't sure if everyone could accept this sort of odd voice. Little Wang even kept her eyes closed as she was too afraid to watch. What if she turned out to be a dud? What if none of the coaches turned around? Everyone in the program team had such lingering thoughts which wouldn't go away. However, the music entered into a rhythm. Now that it had reached this stage, there was no point in thinking anymore. All they could do was pray that Director Zhang was right. When the guitar part of the intro was ending, Luo Yu suddenly opened her eyes. After she drew in a deep breath, Luo Yu's raspy, high-pitched voice burst out. Without preparation or progressive increase, her opening was sung in an alto voice. Who told you I don't understand lyrics, composing, or singing? Who told you I don't understand comfort, laughter, or living? Who told you I don't understand passion, women, or romance? Who told you I don't understand restraint, flexibility, or smarts? When her singing started, the entire studio was filled with Luo Yu's sharp and raspy voice. There was no smoothness, no elegance, and no low rumble to her voice. There was only power. The power that was in a voice. It was also the power of expressing her emotions. The entire audience was shocked. This. Holy shit. What kind of a voice is that? That voice, that power. Oh my god, I'm breaking out in goosebumps. The 4 coaches' eyes also glittered with astonishment. From the beginning until now, they had not had any contact with any contestants. With their backs to the stage, they were also looking forward to seeing the person behind the voice and had a preconceived idea of what a good voice should be like. But none of them expected the first contestant's voice to be like that. It was too special. They had hardly ever heard a woman who could sing Who Told You I Don't Understand in such a manner. This song was originally performed by a male singer, but after all this while, the raspy female voice was even more powerful sounding when performing it. Luoyu was already in the groove as her voice became more and more stable, sounding richer and richer. I've always been told I don't understand pain, hurt, or blues. I've always been told I don't understand anger, glares, or cruelty. I've always been told I don't understand friendship, brotherhood, or family. I've always been told I don't understand dreams, ambition, or glory. Singing until here, a surprising turn of events took place. Chen Guang could no longer just sit still. He raised up his hand excitedly and slammed it down on the red button without hesitation. Shoo! The coach chair swung around. The audience cheered in surprise. He turned around. Ah! He turned. This song is nice to listen to. It sounds beautiful. When Chen Guang saw Luoyu on stage, he nodded firmly and raised his hand above his head, giving a thumbs up. He had an expression that did not look calm at all. Zhang Yuanqi narrowed her eyes but did not move. Fan Wenli looked over at Chen Guang, clenching her hand and loosening it again like she had some hesitations. Zhang Zia closed her eyes and listened to the singing seriously, but did not move either. Suddenly, Luoyu reached the chorus. With the microphone in her hands, she stopped for a moment and then belted out the chorus, "Who told you I can't sing?" After this line was sung, Fan Wenli no longer held back. She hit the red button. A second coach had turned. Immediately after that, as if at the same time as Fan Wenli, Zhang Zia suddenly opened her eyes she had kept tightly shut, and pressed the red button with determination, though not as quickly and hard as the others. A third coach had turned around. "Who told you I don't understand living? Who told you I don't understand romance? Who told you I'm not smart? Who told you I don't know the blues? Who told you I can't be cruel? Who told you I don't understand family? Who told you I don't know glory?" At this moment, Zhang Yuanqi, who was the only coach not to have turned around, smiled and said, "It's you. Pa." The chair swung around and faced the stage. The audience was clapping non-stop. Beside the stage, several of the program team staff were screaming like they had gone crazy. "Quick, look! Little Wang! Quickly take a look!" Little Wang was still covering her eyes, too afraid to look. "Tell me first, did any of the coaches turn around?" Next to her, Sister Liu answered, "They did turn." Little Wang asked, "Ah? Really? How many of them turned?" Sister Liu said excitedly, "All of them." The four coaches all turned around. Hearing that, Little Wang immediately opened her eyes in shock. They turned. They'd really all turned. Chapter 671, The Tears of Luoyu's Parents. 2 minutes earlier. In the second recording studio. Luoyu's parents were here as well. Before their daughter went up on stage, the two of them repeatedly asked Zhang Yi some questions. They didn't seem to be in high spirits regarding her appearance on television. Instead they felt surprised and puzzled simultaneously without much excitement. Her father said, "Teacher Zhang, my daughter has never known how to sing well." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Is that so?" Her mother answered, "She has liked singing ever since she was young, singing by day, singing while eating, and sometimes even hiding under her blanket and singing at night. She sang quite well when she was younger, but after going through puberty, her voice was damaged and her voice turned raspy. Her teachers and classmates even commented that it was better if she did not talk. Once she did, she sounded just like a boy. With this voice, don't mention singing, just hearing it is enough for anyone to find it a nuisance." Zhang Yi asked, "Your family does not support her music endeavors?" Her father sighed, "We also wish to support our child and let her fulfill her dreams. But the problem is that she can't sing, she's not suited for this at all." Her mother said, "This child has a loud voice. Every time she starts singing at home, my husband and I will always go out for a stroll, otherwise we'll get annoyed. The neighbors also have a very negative opinion of her and sometimes even come over to our house to ask Luoyu to lower her volume. We've already told her many times that she is causing a disturbance to the others and try talking to her, but she doesn't listen. No matter how others talk about her or criticize her, she will still sing every day without caring what others say to her. Now that she has been invited to this competition called The Voice of China, when I heard it from her, I still thought it to be a scam. With her lousy voice, how could it be called a good voice?" Zhang Yi said, "Your daughter is up on stage now. Let's see what the coaches think of her." Her mother remarked, "They definitely won't turn around, right?" Her father shook his head and did not say anything. The two of them didn't intend to come here today as they knew that their daughter couldn't sing, yet she was invited to participate in a singing talent show. Subconsciously, they felt that this did not make any sense and felt that their daughter would definitely be looked down upon by the coaches after performing and be mocked by the audience. When that happened, it would look bad for them too. However, they still agreed to come here because of Zhang Yi. They could not refuse Zhang Yi after he had personally made several calls to invite them over. On the television screen, they could see everything that was happening in the main recording studio. As her parents, when Luoyu went up on stage looking very nervous, they knew straight away that she would not make it past the coaches. The next moment, they saw their daughter with her eyes closed and holding the microphone tightly. I've always been told I don't understand lyrics, composing, or singing. I've always been told I don't understand comfort, laughter, or living. I've always been told I don't understand passion, women, or romance. I've always been told I don't understand restraint, flexibility, or smarts. This song. These lyrics. Suddenly, Luoyu's parents were shocked as they involuntarily thought of the past. Their neighbor Grandma Liu would grumble in front of them every day, "Don't let your little Luo sing anymore." There are so many people who can't get famous even if they study music, so what could she do? Every time their second aunt came to visit them, she would say to Luoyu, "Little you must learn to be flexible and face reality. Not everyone can realize their dreams of becoming a celebrity. To live means to be down to earth. You rascal, why don't you listen no matter what we tell you? Why are you still continuing to sing? Can't you hear that we mean well for you, little Luo? Why are you being so thick-skinned and shameless? Little Luo, don't sing anymore. Little Luo, you won't make it. Little Luo, just do your job well as a teacher. Little Luo, be filial to your parents and do well at your job. That's honorable. What will singing do for you? Little Luo. Little Luo." Suddenly, a loud and high-pitched screaming leapt out from the television screen. "Who told you I can't sing?" At that moment, Luoyu's parents each felt a punch in their guts. "Who told you I don't understand living? Who told you I don't know the blues? Who told you I don't know glory?" A continuous, soprano voice came wave after wave. It felt like a roar that carried a tinge of unwillingness buried deep inside the soul. Suddenly, Zhang Yi pointed at the television screen. "Someone has turned around. Teacher Chen Guang has turned around." "Ah!" Her father stared with his eyes wide open. Her mother was also stunned. Within 3 seconds, Zhang Yi said again, "Teacher Fan Wenli has also turned around. Quick, look, Teacher Zhang's eye also tapped the button. There's only one left. Only one left. Oh. Teacher Zhang Yuanqi has also turned around. All 4 coaches have turned around. All of them have chosen your daughter. Teacher Chen Guang is standing up now and giving a thumbs up. Look at the audience. The audience is bubbling with excitement. It's fantastic. Luoyu is really fantastic." Her father asked in shock. "They turned around? All of them turned around?" Zhang Yi said, "That's right." Her father said excitedly, "The coaches like my daughter's singing?" "That's for sure." Zhang Yi said, "The coaches want Luoyu to join their own teams, that's why they chose to turn their chairs around. Next they will have to fight for her to get her to join them." Her father said in a shaky voice, "Are you saying the coaches and audience felt that my daughter sang well?" Zhang Yi said, "Yes. Look at everyone's expressions and their cheers. All of this is for your daughter. Everyone likes her." Upon hearing this, Luoyu's mother looked at her daughter on the stage and the cheers coming from the audience. She did not know why, but her tears started to flow down uncontrollably. She couldn't stop crying. My daughter really knows how to sing. So there actually were many people who liked listening to my daughter's singing. So it's us who had been wrong. Seeing his wife cry, Luoyu's father also cried, but it was out of happiness. His tears also carried some guilt in them because they had never supported their daughter's dreams before. In the main recording studio. On stage. The music ended and all the lights in the studio came on. How exhilarating. Right, it was awesome. I listened until my back was sweating. Where did this woman come from? Is she a professional singer? How did she sing so well? If she isn't a professional singer, then she's definitely professionally trained in music. This voice has a lot of impact to it. It's even stronger than a man's voice. Isn't it surprising that such a fat woman could sing until she touched the hearts of people? I have listened to many people singing this song before, but none of them could sing it like she did and make my blood boil with excitement. Splendid. She sang this song in such a divine manner. The audience was heatedly discussing her. Hakiki and the staff of the program team were totally surprised. The scene's effect was fantastic. Only Zhang Yi could have had such foresight. Luoyu's voice was too awesome. This odd voice had somehow ignited the entire studio. After the lights came on, Luoyu, standing on stage, clearly saw the vista around her for the first time. When she saw the 4 coaches and realized that they were actually facing her instead of with their back toward her, and the numerous audience members who were screaming and applauding her, Luoyu was also stunned. She stood there without moving a muscle, dazed on the spot. What's the matter? What was going on? Luoyu could not believe the image in front of her eyes. Chen Guang could no longer wait and praised. "You're amazing," Fan Wenli exclaimed, "your voice is so special. It's really nice to listen to. Oh, you still felt confused. I did not get eliminated? Zhang Ziya smiled and said, of course not. All four of us have already turned around. Upon hearing this, Yu's mind was blown, then it turned blank. Afterwards, she did something that made everyone laugh. She threw out both her arms with the microphone in one of her hands and let out a long scream. She was so excited she did not know what to do. They really turned around. They've really acknowledged me. Chapter 672, A Tug of War Between the Coaches. Yu was screaming. The coaches were laughing good-naturedly. Yu's voice was loud and she had a strong lung capacity that allowed her to scream for 5 or 6 seconds. In the second recording studio. Although Zhang Yi was stationed over here, he could still fully control the entire situation at the stage and venue with a walkie-talkie. He pressed the microphone attached to his shirt collar and said, "Coaches, please control the time a little and don't let it drag on for too long." Over at the stage, Zhang Yuanqi took control of the situation and asked, "What's your name?" Yu stopped screaming and then while panting said, "I'm Yu." Yu. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, "You have an extremely unique voice. The roughness of your vocals can be heard in every syllable when singing and it has a very magnetic charm. What made you want to perform this song here today?" Who Told You I Don't Understand is a very popular and well-known rock song that many people have sung before. But this is the first time I've heard a woman sing it in such a way, that power and screaming. I believe everyone who is here in the studio today could totally feel that. Zhang Ziya looked at her. The line "Who told you I can't sing" made me shudder. Do your family members not support your singing? Yu confirmed, my parents don't support it while all my relatives, friends, and the people around me don't think that I can sing well. They believe I have a lousy voice. The first person to support me was the Voice's executive director Zhang Yi. I still remember very clearly that day when teacher Zhang personally came to the school to look for me and told me that I must definitely audition for the Voice. At that time, I did not agree as I felt that my lousy voice was not fit for television, but in the end, I somehow ended up here. I chose this song because this was always what I wanted to sing to others. I think the lyrics of this song are the words that I've always wanted to say. Zhang Ziya laughed. We should all thank Zhang Yi then. If not for him, we still wouldn't have known that there was such an powerful female rock singer in the country. Yu quickly said, thank you, coaches, I was simply too excited just now. I had not expected that people would actually like to listen to my singing. This is too unbelievable. Chen Guang commented, be more confident, you are great. Those who did not appreciate your singing are people who don't understand music. You were saying that teacher Zhang went to your school to look for you? What do you do? Yu repeatedly answered, I'm a teacher, a teacher. The coaches were suddenly enlightened. The audience also finally realized that it was no wonder she could sing so well. It was because she's a musician. Fan Wenli did not feel as surprised anymore. She asked, you're a music teacher at which school? What? Why did they think I'm a music teacher again? This was not the first time that Yu was facing this question, so she tersely said, that's not it. I teach PE. What? What did you say? Fan Wenli was stunned. You're a PE teacher? A majority of the audience nearly fainted at once. Did it need to be so dramatic? A physical education teacher? As a PE teacher, you could even sing the song in this way? You are defying all logic. However, Zhang Yi was actually brave enough to allow a fat lady who taught PE to appear on stage and even trusted her to be the opening act. From this alone, the audience realized the audacity of Zhang Yi once again. All of a sudden, Zhang Ziya became more interested. Her curiosity was piqued. Who did you learn to sing from? Yu blinked. I didn't learn from anyone, I just blindly learned by myself. At this moment, Chen Guang lightly slapped the armrest. Whether you teach PE or shot put, I want you. Don't hesitate anymore and just join my team. Among the teachers here, only I sing rock songs, so I can give you more guidance than any of them. Zhang Ziya exclaimed, you're already starting to grab people? Chen Guang laughed heartily. Little Wo, don't forget that I was the first to press the button. Zhang Yuanqi spoke, hey, I seem to have heard someone saying something just now? Saying something about how only one of the coaches sing rock songs? She gently rubbed her ears as if she had not heard clearly. The audience was tickled. Chen Guang had no response. Fuck, he had forgotten about Sister Zhang. Zhang Yuanqi looked askance. Old Chen, why do I remember that, when I was singing rock, it seemed you hadn't debuted yet. This truly was the case. Although Zhang Yuanqi was similar in age to Chen Guang, she had debuted much earlier than him. Chen Guang said helplessly, but Sister Zhang, you have already turned to performing love songs and folk songs. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and replied, But my foundation as a rock singer is still there. She looked at Luoyu and added, besides, both of us are women, so you should come and join my team, little Luo. Chen Guang immediately said, little Luo, came to my team, I can give you my guidance in all aspects. Luoyu was hesitating. Fan Wenli pointed at her husband and abruptly said, I know all the people he knows and I can also give you whatever guidance that he can give to you. Chen Guang stared at her. I can give her my advice on how to sing rock, but it's not like you can sing rock yourself. Fan Wenli said confidently, little Luo, come to my team. I will get old Chen to teach you if it's something that I can't teach you. Chen Guang nearly fainted from anger. I'm actually speechless. Fan Wenli firmly said, I want this person. Impossible. Don't even think about it. Chen Guang grunted. Fan Wenli stared at him and actually got up from her chair and walked over to him. Say that again. Zhang Yuanqi turned sideways and said, good God, they've started to fight. I'd better hurry and get far away from the two of you. The audience burst out into laughter. Zhang Zia smiled at Zhang Yuanqi and said, weren't the two of them proclaimed as ideal couple of the entertainment industry? They were before they came here. Then Zhang Yuanqi laughed and added, but after recording this episode, that might not be the case anymore. Ha ha ha. The audience roared with laughter again. Exciting. What a funny scene this was. This segment with the coaches fighting for the contestants to join them was as awesome to watch as the contestants' performance. They started fighting over the contestant. They've really started to fight over her. For the other talent shows, the coaches always maintained a cordial relationship with one another. In some talent shows, if a coach signaled their intent and interest in a contestant, then the other coaches would not attempt to take them. At most, they would banter for a bit. Meanwhile, there were even some talent shows that skipped this segment altogether and segregated by gender or age groups for the coaches to manage. There was no such thing as a selection segment. The Voice of China had clearly subverted the traditional approach singing talent shows had. They actually dared to add in a selection segment for the coaches to battle it out, something no one else would even risk thinking about. This made the audience become very excited quickly. Zhang Zai, a veteran songstress. Zhang Yuanqi, a very popular heavenly queen. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli, an ideal couple. The songstress raising eyebrows at the heavenly queen? A great battle between the ideal couple? Did it need to be so stimulating? Did it need to be so exciting? But that's exactly what we like to see. Shocked, Hakiki said, why are the coaches? Wu Yi wiped away his perspiration and remarked, so that's how the taking of contestants work. Zhang Zuo, Little Wang and the others were also stunned while looking at the coaches. Zhang Yi did write out the segment of the coaches competing for contestants on the program proposal, but he did not mention it in detail or how it would be done. No one could have expected that this segment's effect would turn out to be like this. They were really arguing. They were really fighting. Zhang Yuan watched with extreme surprise. Some of the leaders from Central TV and many of the staff from the other program teams were also stunned in amazement. They were completely convinced by Zhang Yi's program planning ability. Even without asking, they knew that such a scene was definitely not due to the coach's sudden inspiration. That was because no other talent shows had such a segment of picking contestants like this. It was absolutely Executive Director Zhang Yi's pre-planned idea. He probably had more than one private meeting with each of the coaches separately on how to fight or compete for the contestants to join them. That was the reason for such an unexpected effect on the set. It could even be done like this? They really did it like this. Everyone was convinced. Chen Guang said, Little Luo. I can't wait anymore. Fan Wenli smiled and said, Little Luo, you better think carefully. I believe that you can see who the decision maker is between the two of us. Chen Guang. The audience began to cheer them on. Oh. Haha. Zhang Yuanqi tried to stir things up even more. Old Chen, if I were you, I wouldn't take that lying down. Chen Guang slapped the chair. I will not take that lying down for sure. My wife is normally very reserved at home. Why did she totally change after coming here? Fan Wenli said, that's because Little Luo has the voice that I've been waiting for. I can give way for anyone but Little Luo. When they were almost done fighting, Zhang Zia looked at Zhang Yuanqi. Fine, I think we should not get involved in this anymore. Zhang Yuanqi saw that the couple was tearing into each other, so she did not get involved with them anymore. Noticing the time was almost up, she controlled the tempo and said, Little Luo, please make your decision now. Luoyu was in a dilemma. 5. 4. 3. Luoyu grit her teeth. I will choose. Teacher Chen Guang. Dong 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 dong, the sound effects immediately sounded. The moment Chen Guang heard that, he immediately laughed hysterically. Fan Wenli gave a bitter smile, then glowered at Chen Guang. Fine, I'll show you when we get home. Zhang Yuanqi was delighted and said, Old Chen is in danger. Then she looked at Luoyu and advised, You must learn diligently from teacher Chen Guang since he has risked his life to exchange for you." Zhang Zai also laughed. Her. Luo Yu immediately ran toward the coaches with excitement and hugged them. Thank you. The audience was not surprised Luo Yu chose to join Chen Guang's team. This was an understandable decision. But regarding the great battle on the set, it was very unexpected and too funny. At this moment, the first contestant to qualify on The Voice was born. Luo Yu left through the backstage entrance. The coaches' chairs also turned back around to their original positions. It was as though the audience was pumped full of adrenaline and already extremely looking forward to the next contestant to appear on stage. From the third camera's view, the four coaches were having a discussion. Zhang Zai sincerely commented, "That little Luo was really awesome." Fan Wenli agreed, "That's right." Chen Guang cupped his hands. "I'm sorry, I got the first move, haha." As they chatted idly, the four coaches were already forming their judgment of The Voice. Before today, they had not had any contact with the contestants at all, and it was also their first time experiencing the segments such as competing for people and the turning around of their chairs, so they were unfamiliar with it. After going through the entire process once, they had a deeper understanding of this program. This was a good show that was different from other singing talent shows with its huge stage, high-end equipment, great audio quality, professional host, and high standard in the contestants. From the start until now, it was almost perfect and it was something that the coaches had not expected. Honestly, if she were standing on any other stage, Luo Yu's voice would likely get drowned out, just like how none of her friends and relatives had thought that her singing was good. During the preliminary audition, Hakiki and the rest of the program team, too, did not think highly of Luo Yu. However, upon further analysis, this was actually not Luo Yu's fault or that the audience didn't know music. This was entirely because of the stage they were on. In daily life, everyone would think that Luo Yu had a lousy voice. If she was on the stage of other programs, Luo Yu would probably be judged more on her looks and bloated figure than her voice. Even if the four coaches here listened to Luo Yu singing on the streets, she would probably be overlooked as well. After all, everyone's definition of what a singer should be would always more conservative in this world. The common values they looked for would be, singing well, having a mellow voice, and looking good. However, the Voice of China's stage was different. The most unique feature on this program was that the back of the four coaches' chairs would always face the stage, thus not letting the coaches see the contestants. Hence, the coaches could only judge from the voice alone, and if the contestants all had mellow voices, and they were all trained in music with slick singing, then how would they be able to differentiate who was good or bad? How would they be able to differentiate each contestant's uniqueness? There was no way to do that. As a result, it would naturally all come down to the uniqueness of the contestant's voice. If they couldn't see the face, then the voice would become the face of the contestant. In that way, the audience watching the program would also unconsciously be brought into this mindset. Even though they could see the contestants, they know the coaches were unable to see them. That would subconsciously increase their anticipation of the outcome of the coaches' decisions. Sometimes, when the voice and the looks of a contestant differed greatly, the audience would become even more excited and feel that it was a novelty. It was this stage of the voice that had made everyone's focus be on the contestant's voice. This was a great, pioneering move. Together with a stage that cost over 10 million, audio equipment worth over 20 million, in a quiet environment everyone could listen with concentration, Luo Yu's unique voice and charm was suddenly amplified for everyone to hear, thus leading to this amazing effect and impact of the stage. Not a single one of those factors could be omitted. And Zhang Yi had miraculously achieved all of it. He had even visualized and planned out this scene from the moment when he started making the program proposal. Was it due to the success of the stage? Was it due to the effects of the equipment? Was it due to the coach's knowledge and experience? Was it due to the strength of the contestants? No. Everything was down to Zhang Yi's planning and direction. He had calculated everything to make this work. The appearance of the first contestant on stage had left everyone in shock and awe of the power of a voice. Who would have thought that such an overdone genre of singing talent show could even be made into something like this? Chapter 673, the second contestant comes on stage. Backstage. In the second recording studio. The door opened and Luo Yu came rushing in. Dad. Mom. I did it. The coaches have chosen me. Her father said with excitement, we saw it. We saw it all. Her mother said with tears in her eyes, my child, I'm sorry. We haven't given you any support all these years. Mom, what are you saying? It's okay. Luo Yu went over to hug her mother, while also crying. It's all right. Her mother was choking back tears. Woo woo woo, in the future. In the future, sing all that you wish to sing. Woo woo. Your dad and I. We will not stop you anymore. Luo Yu said while crying, Mom. Her father's eyes were also becoming wet as he said, child, in the future, Just do what you enjoy. Your mom and I will support you. Dad. Thank you. Yu felt that at this moment she was probably the most fortunate person in the world. Zhang Yi and the cameraman were both beside them, looking on but not interrupting the moment. This was a scene that left Zhang Yi very satisfied, making him feel that his hard work in recent days did not go to waste. He had fulfilled the goals and expectations he had set for himself, setting up this stage and making it a place where dreams could come true. This was important to Zhang Yi. Yu had done beautifully. After this, it was up to the others. Truthfully speaking, Zhang Yi still felt a little nervous, not because he doubted the quality of the contestants he chose, but their ability to perform on a stage. Most talent shows usually did not re-record the round in which the contestants performed unless it was due to equipment malfunctioning or external factors. Recording again because a contestant did not perform up to their potential? The coaches would not agree and neither would the audience. Whether they could make it or not depended on the 3 minutes they were given. Everything would be determined then and there. Naturally, this was a very big test for the contestants. Who was the next contestant? Yes, it was time for the train driver to step up. In the main recording studio. On and off stage, everyone quieted down. The lights were also turned off as everyone focused their attention to the stage without blinking. At this moment, a burly man appeared in sight of the audience. He was very tall, around 1.85 meters, and with just a few steps, he had already walked to the center of the stage. He looked visibly nervous, holding the microphone tightly in his hands, then loosening his grip, then tightening and loosening again. Finally, he was able to calm himself. The music started. A melody began playing. At the coaches' chairs, the 4 of them were talking to one another. What song is this? Chen Guang apparently thought that this melody sounded rather familiar. Fan Wenli, who had started out as a music teacher and was more professional in this area, had identified the song with just the starting melody. This is Please Fall in Love with Me, but I think it's an arranged version. Zhang Zia closed her eyes out of habit to listen. Zhang Yuanqi also appeared to be was anticipating something. The melody danced and sounded very touching. The next moment, the voice of the contestant rang out. Hey! This voice that came out immediately made the coaches look at each other. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, It's a guy. Fan Wenli said, For a love song like this one, I don't think many guys would attempt it, isn't that right? Chen Guang made a sound of confirmation. And to sing it well is even more difficult as this song is more exquisite. Zhang Zia said with her eyes closed, His voice sounds quite fine, so we'll have to see how he performs it. The first contestant, Little Wo, was simply too stunning, so with her opening performance, the contestants that come later would definitely be more pressured. This song was the same one Sun Daxun had performed for Zhang Yi in the preliminary auditions of The Voice. Later on, the music arrangement teacher and Zhang Yi both thought that he sang this song well and it fit his singing style too, so instead of making him change songs like Yu did, they stuck to using the same one. Sun Daxun had come to the main part of the song and had dived into its emotions. Hey! Hello. It's me. Hey! Please. Love me. Hey! Have you ever heard the wind blow? That's me, softly speaking. That haunting feeling, that exquisite enunciation of the lyrics. Although it was a man's voice, the entire audience was still touched by it as they couldn't help but clap a little. Hey! Hello. It's me. Hey! Please. Love me. Singing skill, intonation, level of exquisiteness, there was nothing to nitpick at all. The first contestant was already very good, but no one could have expected the second contestant to be this good either. For a burly man, he could actually sing a love song to this degree? Amazed, Fan Wenli breathed in and raised her hand up with some hesitation, hovering it above the red button. But suddenly, before she could move, Zhang Zia beside her hit the button with her hand. Her chair turned around as Fan Wenli was left stunned, then subconsciously hit the button quickly as well. If she didn't hit the button for this contestant, who would she hit it for? If it were any other talent show, such a voice would have the potential for a top 3 finish. From a certain angle, it could even be said that this voice was comparable to theirs as professional singers. Just a split second separated the two coaches, as they both turned around at almost the same time. When they saw the burly man on stage, Zhang Zia's eyes narrowed while Fan Wenli was surprised. The exquisiteness and emotions portrayed in that voice were not really something they would connect to someone who looked like that. Based on Fan Wenli's experience and feelings, she had thought that the person on stage would turn out to be a fair, thin, and scrawny guy, but little did she expect that he would turn out to appear so rough and tumble. Seeing Fan Wenli's expression, Chen Guang immediately asked, "What's the matter?" Fan Wenli looked at him and immediately beamed while shaking her head. "Nothing." Chen Guang said, "Huh." Fan Wenli warned, "You better not turn or else you'll regret it." PFFT. When the cameraman positioned for shots of their angle heard this, he couldn't help scoffing. The scene of the couple bickering was such a tease, starting from the time they were fighting over the contestant earlier. Chen Guang wouldn't have any of it. I'd be stupid if I believed you. Pa. He also hit the button. Chen Guang was also a crooner of love songs, but he didn't usually sing it in such a smooth way. Logically speaking, this contestant would not suit his style, but since it was a competition, the composition of the teams they chose would definitely have to be better balanced. Chen Guang couldn't possibly go and choose all the contestants who had the same style as him to be on his team, could he? If he did so, then the entire competition wouldn't have much meaning anymore. This person clearly could sing, so if he could be pulled onto the team, then Chen Guang would surely welcome it. The more the merrier. Besides, as a professional, as long as it wasn't jazz or some other forms of foreign music he wasn't familiar with, he could still coach the contestants. 3 out of 4 coaches had turned. When Chen Guang saw the person on stage, he also let out a wow in surprise. Every time a coach turned around, the audience would give a round of excited applause. Another one has turned. The singing is really good. It's nice to listen to this. Although he does not have the explosive force of the first contestant, his smoothness in singing is too awesome. It sounds even more touching than if it was sung by a woman. This person is definitely going to be a key contestant. I like him, I like him. He isn't as good as Luo Yu. He can't be worse than her. They're both very good. Everyone has their own judgment. In any case, I think that this person sings amazingly. There's so much emotion in his singing. Earlier, Luo Yu had taken the stage with a rock song to pump up the entire atmosphere of the studio, but when Sun Daxuan took over, it changed the charged-up atmosphere to a beautiful and graceful one. The beautiful picture that existed in his singing voice had infected everyone and they all moved to a different mood and feel. The song was over. Compared to Luo Yu, Sun Daxuan was much calmer. Only the look in his eyes revealed just how excited he was at this moment as 3 of the coaches had turned around for him. In his mind, Sun Daxuan was already shouting out loud. Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, "Hello, please introduce yourself first." Sun Daxuan promptly said, "My name is Sun Daxuan and I'm 26 years old. I work as a train driver." The audience burst into an uproar. Eh? Holy shit. He drives a train? Earlier, it was a physical education teacher, and now a train driver? The occupations of the Voices contestants are too fucking complicated. Zhang Zia was very curious about this. You have a very interesting job. Sun Daxuan quirked a lip and said, "It's a pretty busy job since I have to be on the train every day, but when I have nothing to do, I sing. There's nothing to be afraid of since no customers will be listening." Zhang Zai asked, "Why?" Sun Daxuan replied, "Because I drive a cargo train." Amused, Zhang Yuanqi inquired, "What made you want to come and join this competition?" Sun Daxuan answered very honestly, "It is because I really like teacher Zhang Yi. I am a hardcore fan of his, so for his programs, his poems, the songs that he has written, I've watched, read, and listened to them more than once. Since teacher Zhang Yi had created a new program and sent out an invitation to apply for the show, I just came without thinking. Actually, before coming up on stage, I hadn't really thought that any of you coaches would turn around for me. I thought I would leave after singing this song." The coaches were all laughing. One of them said, "Too bad Zhang Yi isn't one of the coaches then." Sun Daxuan lightly mocked, "It's not that. I also really like you all as well." Fan Wenli said, "I would like to hear from Sister Zhang on why she did not turn around." Zhang Yuanqi looked over at Fan Wenli. "That's because I don't really sing such exquisite-sounding love songs. I do not have the voice to do so. That's why I feel that Little Sun's style would be more suitable for you, Wenli, and I decided that I wouldn't want to take him from you." Fan Wenli said happily, "Thank you, Sister Zhang." Zhang Zia didn't like the sound of that. "Yuanqi, why aren't you pulling for me instead?" Zhang Yuanqi laughed gleefully. "Maybe in the next round." Zhang Zia then said to Sun Daxuan, "Little Sun, come and join me." Sun Daxuan said, "Grandma Zhang, my parents especially like you." Zhang Yuanqi laughed, "Oh, seems like Grandma Zhang has no chance with him at all." Zhang Zia. The audience all laughed. Sun Daxuan felt even more embarrassed. Then, Fan Wenli immediately said, "Little Sun, our style of singing is exactly the same. If you join me, I will teach you well. On top of that, I will invite you to be my guest for my concert that's happening in the middle of the year." The audience gasped in astonishment. Chen Guang immediately said, "I will also invite you to be my guest for my concert this year." Fan Wenli stared at him. "What's the meaning of that, old Chen?" Chen Guang smiled and replied, "It's just normal competition." Fan Wenli said, "You already have a good contestant with you, So if you steal a contestant from me again, I better check if our feelings for each other are still as deep as before. Jang Yuanqi laughed and remarked, "Whoa, their relationship is already breaking down." Hearing this, the audience all burst out in laughter. Chen Guang also withered but just rolled his eyes. In the end, Sun Daxuan's choice was of no surprise to everyone. He said, "Thank you, teachers, I will choose teacher Fan Wenli." Hearing her name, a glittering grin appeared on Fan Wenli's face. She told him, "You've made a smart choice." The audience was once again discussing what was happening. Haha, old Chen was terrified. But the contestant's choice of Fan Wenli was absolutely correct. Yes, Fan Wenli's style is the same as his. This person's singing is really nice to listen to. When the program gets broadcast, I will definitely download the live version's MP3. I'm wondering why we have never seen such good contestants before in the past. Why did they only appear on the stage of The Voice? How did Zhang Yi find them? Who knows? I find it strange too. On the other talent shows, only the top 2 or 3 will have such a level of singing, no? Those contestants are even mostly professional musicians or artists, so how come the contestants on The Voice have jobs such as being a train driver or a PE teacher and yet still sing on a similar level to them? They might even turn out to be better than the champions on those other programs? Could it be down to whoever had the highest-end audio equipment? It kind of has to do with the equipment, but it's still mainly because of the program's production concept. The Voice focuses only on finding the best voice, regardless of looks or occupation, so anyone can apply and take part. There's a saying that goes, "The talented are among us." Those words are definitely not false, but it's just that those singing talent shows in the past always judged based on voice and looks, so naturally, those who looked too average would have been eliminated. In the other shows, it's likely that such people did not even make it past the preliminary auditions. This program is indeed interesting. Yeah, the more I watch it, the more I find it to be really good. There comes the next contestant. Chapter 674, starring Keon Pingfin in the finale. The third contestant got on stage. Her name was Shi Fangru and she was going to perform a song that another contestant had sung during the preliminary auditions. The title was Blooming. Flowers bloom on the windowsill. But you aren't here. Remembering that spring, when you were still beside me. These petals and your smiling face. The flowers have bloomed. But I'm crying. Why did you go? This person sang in a very standard way and was not as amazing as those two before, although she still did quite well. This song moved both Zhang Zai and Fan Wenli and the two coaches turned around for her. As for Zhang Yuanqi and Chen Guang, who knows what considerations they had, but they did not press on the button. When Zhang Yi was not on stage, Zhang Yuanqi took over the hosting job. She asked, "What is your name?" Shi Fangru replied, "My name is Shi Fangru." Zhang Yuanqi said, "What do you do?" Shi Fangru smiled and said, "I don't have a job. I'm a housewife. I stay at home to care for my kid." Fan Wenli sounded surprised as she remarked, "Oh, I couldn't see that at all. You have children already? Then how old are you?" Shi Fangru said, "I have a baby face and everyone says I look younger than I am. Actually, I'm 34 years old and my child is in primary school." Fan Wenli said, "Then you should come to my." Before she could finish, Zhang Zai found a chance to interrupt. "The other coaches all do not have children yet, but I have 5 and they were all brought up by my hands. I also have a lot of grandchildren. If you join my team, not only will I be able to mentor you in music, I can also teach you how to bring up your children." Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "Grandma Zhang has dealt her finishing blow," Zhang Zai said, "Of course. All the contestants have been snagged by the couple, so if I don't make my move, I will end up with nobody on my team." In the end, Shi Fangru chose Grandma Zhang to be her coach. No one knew if she did so because of the talk about the children or because she was touched by Grandma Zhang's sincerity. Fan Wenli seemingly looked regretful, sighed, and ranted about it for quite a while. It was clear that she liked that contestant very much, but just couldn't snatch her away from teacher Zhang Zai. Following that, the contestants appeared one after another. For the fourth contestant, Zhang Zai and Chen Guang turned around at the last second. This was a contestant who performed a folk song that needed powerful vocals and an extraordinary range. Teacher Zhang Zai, without much effort, lured the contestant to join her team. In terms of these folk music and bel canto style of singing, even if the other 3 coaches tried their very best, they wouldn't be a match for Zhang Zai. The 5th contestant. The 6th contestant. The 7th contestant. For all of the contestants who had appeared on stage today, they all received acknowledgement in the form of having the coaches turn their seats around for them. On the higher side, all 4 coaches turned, while on the lower end, there was just one coach who turned their chair. For instance, only Chen Guang turned around for the 7th contestant, So that didn't lead to the contestant getting a chance to choose their coach and was automatically assigned to Chen Guang's team. Up until now, Zhang Ziya had 2 contestants in her team. Chen Guang had 3. Fan Wenli had 2. Only Zhang Yuanqi, who might have higher expectations, did not turn around for anyone except for Luo Yu's performance. Her team was currently still empty, but she did not seem to feel anxious about it, nor did she lower her requirements. She insisted on waiting for that voice which could move her to turn around. It was now 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The coaches and audience were all feeling quite tired. At this moment, Zhang Yi came out from the backstage and yelled out some instructions. He said, "All teams, let's take a break for 10 minutes. After the break, we will commence with the recording for the last contestant." Zhang Yuanqi did not move. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziya, Fan Wenli, and Chen Guang stood up to go to the restroom. Hearing that, many of the audience members were also led out of the recording studio for a water break, to relax in the corridor, or go for a bathroom break. I'm feeling exhilarated from today's recording. Yeah, what an exciting show. However, it's a little bit anticlimactic. Yes, I feel the same. Perhaps, because the start was too amazing, even though the contestants who appeared later were very good as well, they didn't have the abilities like the contestants in front of them, who gave us goosebumps after listening. Could it be that those were all the strong and capable contestants they found in the auditions? So they ended up getting arranged to appear at the beginning by the program team? And there are no more great contestants? If that's the case, then the anticipation level for the later episodes will definitely drop by a lot. There's nothing to look forward to at all. I don't know. Stop thinking too much. Having so many who can sing well is already very good. Of these 7 people, even the most average one could dominate all those contestants in the other talent shows. Even if we say that, the opening stage contestants were too awesome, and that increased my anticipation for the show, thinking that there would be even better contestants later on. Oh come on, getting such contestants is like finding a needle in a haystack. You can only get one in every million people, it's not like you can just easily pick them up off the street. So having those opening stage contestants already wasn't easy. I bet Zhang Yi went scouring around the country just to find them. In my opinion, it's better that we don't have too much expectation. The contestants from now on should only be like most of what we just heard. There won't be someone else like Luo Yu who had such shocking vocals. All the trump cards for the voice have already been played. I think so too. That's true, where could they find so many amazing contestants anyway? Even so, this show is already incredible. At least I know that I've never, ever watched such an exciting talent show before. Zhang Yi truly lives up to his name. During the break, Zhang Yi was still busily handling some issues. He found a staff member and asked, "Have we brought Keon Pingfan's parents over to the studio yet? Why don't I see them?" That staff member answered, "They're on the way right now. They were held up at the airport for a very long time because they have never traveled by plane before. They got lost after they got off. When I found out later, I quickly found someone to drive there to pick them up." Zhang Yi said, "Where are they at now?" The staff said, "They are already at North 3rd Ring Road, so they will be arriving very soon." Zhang Yi said, "Hurry the driver up some more. Otherwise we won't be able to finish the recording in time." Hakiki came over. "Director Zhang, why not arrange for another contestant to appear first?" Zhang Yi shook his head firmly. "No way, today's recording must end with Keon Pingfan as the final act. No one else can take his place." The contestants' appearance order was all arranged by Zhang Yi, who worked overnight for many days. Who came first, who came last, who was slated to appear in which episode, all of these details were very important. This order of appearance was worked on over and over for a long time before it was finally confirmed. "Then let me call the driver to hurry him up." After the 10-minute break, Zhang Yi extended it for another 10 minutes. Just before 3:30 p.m., Zhang Yi finally found Keon Pingfan's parents, who had just arrived. The 2 of them were in the 40s, but, possibly due to the fact that they were farmers and had to work out in the fields, getting battered by the weather, their skin didn't look too good. It made them look older as well, as though they were already in their 50s. "Hello, how are you? Where is our son?" The couple did not speak Mandarin too well, talking with very heavy accents. Zhang Yi brought the 2 of them into the second recording studio. "It's good to see both of you here. Keon Pingfan is currently backstage getting ready to go on the main stage. He will be appearing very soon. Here, you can see him on this TV." Pingfan's father asked, "Who are you?" The cameraman said, "This is teacher Zhang Yi." The couple had looks of confusion. "Oh, hello." Seeing that the couple did not know who Zhang Yi was, the cameraman wasn't surprised either. He understood that Keon Pingfan's parents were not familiar with events in the entertainment industry, so he spoke again, changing his wording, "This is our executive director." Only then did Pingfen's father react with some surprise. Director? Maybe he felt that way because he wasn't expecting someone this young to be a director. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Just call me Little Zhang." Pingfen's mother could not help asking, "Director, our son is really going to be on TV?" Zhang Yi said, "Yes, but it's just the program recording now and this TV is connected to the main recording studio. Only at 9 p.m. tonight will the show be broadcast." Pingfen's mother wanted to speak but stopped short of saying anything. Pingfen's father remarked, "Did you all get something wrong?" Zhang Yi asked, "What did we get wrong?" Pingfen's father said, "Our son is just a bicycle repairman. There are no people in our family who know how to sing." "You've never heard Keon Pingfen's singing before?" Zhang Yi asked. Pingfen's mother said, "No. He only knows how to farm and repair bicycles. Our son does not have any talent, so of course we have never heard him sing before." Zhang Yi did not know how he should explain things. Unlike Luo Yu's parents who always heard Luo Yu singing but felt that she did not sing well, Keon Pingfen's parents had not even heard their son singing before. Even if Zhang Yi tried to explain it, he felt that it would be useless. But that was also the reason why he tried so hard to invite Keon Pingfen's parents to the set. He called them countless times tirelessly trying to persuade them with his speech, and even booked the hotel accommodation and air tickets before he got them to agree reluctantly to come to Beijing. Zhang Yi had no other motives but to let Keon Pingfen's parents listen to their son singing and learn that he knew more than just farming and repairing bicycles. Chapter 675, A Laborer Contestant? In the main recording studio. Everyone on set had already rested for a long time now. Zhang Yuan turned his head and asked, "What's going on?" Fu Sai Hong said, "I don't know, let me check it out." Some distance away, Zhang Zuo was walking over from a far right when Fu Sai Hong and Zhang Yuan called him over. The executive producer of The Voice, Fu Sai Hong, asked, "We've had a break for more than 20 minutes already, haven't we? Why are we still not continuing to record then? The show is set to be broadcast tonight, but we still have to finish recording and post-production." Fu Sai Hong was sitting below the stage, feeling more like an outsider. During the show's production to recording, he barely took part in any of the work. Right now, everything regarding The Voice was dictated by Zhang Yi alone, so Fu Sai Hong had no reason to try to barge in and take over at this point. He himself understood that well, so he did not try to blindly pass along any instructions either. After all, in terms of the pulling in of sponsors, the program planning, and the production, he could not hold a candle to Zhang Yi. Even if he tried to order the team around, they would probably not follow his instructions and instead seek Zhang Yi's opinion. That would cause him more embarrassment, so of course he would rather just continue being the figurehead executive producer that he was and occasionally check in on the progress of the show. Zhang Zuo immediately answered, "Director Zhang was waiting for the contestants' family members. They have only just arrived, so there was a slight delay." Fu Sai Hong said, "Then couldn't we have just switched a contestant to record?" Zhang Zuo said, "I don't know about that. The order of appearance was told to us by Director Zhang." Zhang Yuan suddenly suggested, "Did he plan the appearance order properly?" The two contestants at the beginning were great and amazing, lifting everyone's mood to a high. But now, the ones who appeared later could no longer keep that atmosphere going. "You all should have just arranged for Luo Yu to appear at the end so that the televised effect would be better." Zhang Zuo said, "Director Zhang should have already considered that, but I don't know too much about it." Zhang Yuan lamented, "The trump cards should never be used at the beginning, they should always be left for last. We have to be flexible about such things, or else it will affect the overall quality of the show." Fu Sai Hong also chimed in, "If Luo Yu was the final act, she would definitely be able to excite the whole audience. It's just too bad that she was the first contestant because it's too difficult to find someone as amazing as Luo Yu." Even though they said that, the first episode of The Voice's recording had given them a huge surprise. They were really just nitpicking details now. In reality, they were amazed by it all. They had not expected that this proposal of The Voice by Zhang Yi, which they did not feel optimistic about at the beginning, could actually be done in such a way. With the mindset of achieving perfection, they naturally wanted someone who was as good as Luo Yu to be the final act of the episode. However, they also knew that it was not practical to think that way since a contestant like Luo Yu was hardly ever guaranteed and not likely to appear again. At this moment, the earpiece of the program team staff crackled, with Zhang Yi issuing some instructions. "Everyone get into position. We will begin recording in 1 minute." "Yes." "Received." "Okay, Director Zhang." "Understood." "Already in position." The staff members responded in succession. At the backstage entrance to the main stage, Keon Pingfen was already waiting here. Hakiki handed the microphone to him. "There's still 1 minute before you step on, little Keon." Keon Pingfen was a nervous wreck at this moment and beads of sweat were rolling off his head onto the floor. He was a simple laborer who came from the countryside and had never witnessed such a grand situation before. He asked, "My parents really came?" Hakiki said, "Yes, they're backstage." Keon Pinkfin pulled a long face as he said, "My parents have never heard me singing before. I never sang, not even once, when I was at home, so they don't know anything." Wu Yi smiled and told him, "It's time to show them what you can do then." Keon Pinkfin was clearly very respectful of his parents. "But I'm afraid that I won't sing well. Those contestants before me all performed extraordinarily well. I definitely can't do better than them." Wu Yi said, "Says who?" Keon Pinkfin said, "I'm not better than them, really." Hakiki encouraged, "Do you know what Director Zhang said about you? He said that the final act for the first episode of The Voice would be you. It has to be you no matter what." Keon Pinkfin felt even more pressured now. "But just look at my clothes. The program team provided makeup services but not the clothes and costumes the contestants wore. Those would have to be arranged by the contestants themselves." Keon Pinkfin was just a bicycle repairman and did not even earn 2,000 RMB a month, so he obviously couldn't afford a good wardrobe. He was just wearing his usual getup today, an old outfit whose color had already faded from washing. It did not look too appealing. Wu Yi said, "That's fine. Director Zhang has said that there's no need to dress well to hide your identity. Just wear your own outfit and present yourself as you. There's nothing to hide, so just let everything go and sing. Let your parents hear your voice, and let everyone else hear it too." In the audience, when many of the staff members saw Keon Pinkfin getting ready to go on stage, they started whispering, "It's Keon Pinkfin's turn. I know about him, he's up as the final act today, right? Yeah, Director Zhang specifically arranged it. Can he do it? That voice of his is a little. I think he's very good. I heard him sing during the preliminary auditions and I sincerely like it. Even if you like it, that doesn't mean that the audience and coaches will be able to accept it. That's true, Keon Pinkfin is unlike the other contestants and is a little bit special. If we're talking about all the contestants of The Voice, then he is definitely the most controversial one. He is going to be a risk. Let's see how everyone reacts." The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The recording started. Now let's welcome the next contestant. This voice-over was Zhang Yi's recorded introduction. Suddenly, the stage lighting dimmed in accordance to pump up the atmosphere in the studio. Keon Pinkfin hesitantly took a few steps, then gripped the microphone tightly and walked up on stage while trembling. Compared to Luo Yu and a few other contestants, he was much more nervous and had already subconsciously hunched his back. Hakiki was extremely worried about him. She shouted to him from below, "Little Keon, straighten your back." Only then did Keon Pinkfin slightly straighten his back, although his movements were still very stiff. Wu Yi said, "All the best. It's all up to you now." At the same time, Keon Pinkfin's figure on stage became visible to the audience. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Fu Saihong also blinked his eyes doubtfully. The audience were also having similar reactions, feeling especially surprised. To put it in perspective, the earlier contestants who had appeared were made up of people like a housewife, a physical education teacher, a train driver, or white-collar workers, etc. Some of them also did not have good looks and were even fat or skinny, but at least they all looked like city dwellers, having a decent fashion sense. Even if they wore t-shirts or a tracksuit with athletic shoes, they looked clean and groomed. After all, they knew they were going to be appearing on television, so they found a decent-looking dress or shirt to wear. But this person standing in front of everyone now stunned them a little. This contestant's fashion sense was too low class. And even though his clothes had been cleaned very well, they looked very old and worn. His white athletic shoes also looked like they had been washed so many times that they had turned yellow. As for his hairstyle, it was similar to his fashion sense. He sported a buzz cut and looked a little backwards without any makings of a singer. Furthermore, everyone who saw him knew he did not seem like the kind of person who purposely made his clothes look old to sensationalize himself. It was obvious to all of them that he was a laborer. Man. This person is a contestant too? This competition really has all kinds of people. Yeah, why is there a laborer? This contestant doesn't look at all like the type of person who knows how to sing. Could this person have joined to try to gain notoriety by shocking everyone? I think he might be. Who knows, he just might belt out a viral internet tune and shock the entire studio. Haha, that's totally possible. What the hell, even a laborer has come knocking on the doors of a talent show. The contestants from earlier had performed their songs very well. Although the ones who appeared in the middle were not as good as those who started the show, at least they were all above average. But this last performance of the day? They're actually letting a laborer be the final act? What is the program team thinking? It's definitely not the program team's problem. They must have no other, better contestants to send out anymore. Didn't we analyze the situation already? That there were only so many good contestants and Zhang Yi had arranged for them to all appear first to create a spectacular effect for the show, so the contestants after that could be a mix between good and bad. This is not something that can be controlled, so I can understand what the program team is doing. They actually have no more good contestants left, so what else could they do? Why not just send out a laborer contestant to shock everyone by singing a ridiculous song as a publicity stunt in order to force discussion onto the topic? Oh, that's probably true. Yeah, there's that possibility too. Still, they shouldn't have rounded out the number of contestants by inviting just anyone. Isn't his a show that keeps harping on its principle of only listening to the voice and nothing else? Yet they found a laborer to come here to make a fool out of us. How disappointing. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. After a fiery start to the program, everyone's mood was drummed up to a high and was kept there throughout until a few contestants who were clearly not as good as the ones before them performed, bringing the mood of the audience down by quite a bit and leaving them feeling let down. When that happened, they were still hoping that there might be someone worth watching in the final act, but it somehow ended with this contestant appearing in front of them. As a result, the disappointment they felt now was unavoidable. The reaction of the audience was clear. Zhang Yuan thought that they were in trouble now. Several leaders of Central TV were also frowning in silence. Even if you did not have any good contestants, you shouldn't have used a laborer to serve as a stopgap. It wouldn't matter if you had found someone average instead. At least that wouldn't stir up such a large controversy and disapproval. The voice had gotten off to a good start and amazed everyone at the beginning, yet it ended with you guys screwing it up at the critical moment? This program could very possibly end up with nothing to show for despite all the effort and money spent, all because of a laborer? Wasn't this a mess? How could Zhang Yi have possibly made such a mistake? Where's little Zhang? Zhang Yuan asked. Fu Sai Hong said, probably backstage. Zhang Yuan had wanted to stop the recording and summon Zhang Yi and force him to arrange for another contestant to take this laborer's place. This sort of stopgap measure would really destroy their reputation and destroy the victories they had secured at the beginning of the recording. The coaches had already turned their chairs around and were facing the audience. They could not see what was behind them and could only analyze the situation of the contestant from the reactions of the audience members. Zhang Zia said, "Hey, this contestant seems to be stirring up some kind of controversy?" Chen Guang said, "I don't know, but everyone's faces look a little disappointed." Fan Wenli said, "I guess it must have not fulfilled everyone's expectations." Zhang Zia said, "That can't be helped. How would there be so many voices that could amaze everyone? It's good enough that the show found one or two such people." The coaches did not harbor much hope as a result of the audience's reaction. They also adjusted their mentality for the performance. In any case, they would just turn around if it was good, and not do anything if it was not. They understood very well that a talent show would also include less capable contestants since it was not possible for every one of them to be the very best. Chapter 676, Astounding the Entire Venue. On stage, Qian Pingfen also took in the reactions of the audience. They were all doubting. They were all disappointed. Almost no one held any hope for him. In such an atmosphere, Qian Pingfen had somehow quieted down instead. He took a deep breath and calmed his mind. The anxiety he had was no longer as heavy as before. He was just a bicycle repairman who never liked to appear in the limelight or attract attention because that would be too stressful on him. He was afraid that he would disappoint all those who had hopes and trusted in him. But now, the disregard of the audience relieved him of a great part of this stress. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just sing bravely. You can do it. You definitely can do it. He turned his head back and lightly nodded. The next moment, a peaceful introduction began playing. Violins played the melody and was a tune very familiar to everyone. Ah. Isn't his the song Zhang Yi adapted from his poem? It's Wishing We Last Forever. Zhang Yuanqi's song. What? Wasn't this laborer going to sing a viral internet song? Why did it turn out to be this soothing song? I guess I can only go her at this. Let's listen to his performance. It's definitely going to be shocking. I just hope it won't be too terrible. This laborer actually intends to sing such a difficult song? When the audience heard the melody of the song, none of them thought that this contestant would be able to sing it well. Wishing We Last Forever might look like a simple choice since it did not have any parts that required the singer to sing in a high octave. However, it was actually the most difficult song that could have been chosen. The more soothing a song was, the more it required the performer to be skilled and put their emotions into their singing. Because there was no high octave singing and no explosive instrumentals to cover any flaws, it would all depend on the quality of the contestant to sing it well. At the coaching panel, Zhang Zia smiled. It's Yuanqi's song. Fan Wenli said, the melody has been arranged. Zhang Yuanqi smiled. Let's see how it goes. Backstage. Zhang Yi grinned. It's starting. Pingfan's father was trembling in fear while Pingfan's mother was confused, not understanding what was going on. They had never once heard their son singing a song and were afraid that if he did not sing well, he would get chased off the stage. As his parents, they naturally knew what their son's voice was like. After puberty, their son's voice had turned out to be quite strange and different from other people's voices. He had often been subject to cruel jokes from his classmates and was even laughed at by his teacher. Although their son sounded like any normal person when he spoke, that was because he had trained himself to do so bit by bit. He purposely lowered and roughened his speaking voice just to sound like other boys so that he would not be looked down upon by his friends. But if he sang, they were worried that he couldn't hide that voice of his anymore, afraid that he would be exposed and once again get teased and mocked by others like in the past. In this beautiful atmosphere of a soothing melody paved by the sound of the violins and piano, the four coaches had their backs facing the stage while the contestant's voice floated out and drifted out in the studio. It didn't turn out like Keon Pingfan's parents were expecting, as Keon Pingfan did not hide his natural voice. Those memories of being made fun of by his classmates and the despising looks from others had all been flung to a faraway place. Today, he wanted to become the real him. Today, he no longer wanted to act like he was the same as other people. He wanted to sing. He wanted to sing loudly for everyone to hear. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. As his voice came out, the entire studio audience suddenly fell silent without warning. Some of those who were mocking the contestant and chatting had their expressions frozen in place. Some of those who were playing games on their cell phones with their heads lowered all of a sudden stopped with what they were doing. Or rather, it could be said that, when the contestant had sung the first word of the lyrics, the entire studio was suddenly enveloped in an eerie atmosphere. Silence. It was totally silent. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Wu Mo was stunned. Fu Saihong was stunned. The audience, only just earlier listlessly grumbling and disappointed, suddenly looked like they had seen a ghost at that moment. All of them raised their heads to look at the stage and stared at the contestant no one had cared about a moment ago. No one dared to make a sound, afraid that it would break the silence. They were all dumbfounded. Every one of them, dumbfounded. Keon Pingfan stood proudly on stage, his back no longer hunched. In addition, he did not have that expression of weakness anymore as he now appeared gloriously radiant. In the heavens on this night, I wonder what season it would be? The voice was like a lover's whisper. It was too gentle, too beautiful, and too soothing. Backstage, his father's mouth was wide open. This is sung by my son? His mother stared unblinkingly at her son on screen. She was worried that the audience would look at her son differently because of his voice. That kind of gaze was something she had seen too often. That kind of mocking laughter from others she had heard too often as well. She did not expect for her son to strive for excellence, nor did she hope that her son would be recognized by others. She only wanted them to not look down on her son. Over at the coach's side, Zhang Ziya, whose back faced the stage, was also shocked. This female voice, it's almost as good as Wenli. Fan Wenli was also very surprised. This was Sister Zhang's song, but compared to Sister Zhang's version, which had a hint of her magnetic voice, this contestant's voice sounded more like her own. It even sounded more ethereal than her own voice and more gentle and beautiful. Fan Wenli had no choice but to admit that, even if she did a cover of Wishing We Last Forever, not a live version but a studio-recorded version, and did it to the best of her ability, it would only turn out to be okay. But she knew that this contestant was singing live and not in a recording studio. This ability was way too amazing. Chen Guang was also taken by surprise. There's even this sort of contestant on The Voice? Zhang Yuanqi smiled and said, Zhang Yi has left the best for last. Zhang Zai aped on the praise. I thought that the good contestants had already appeared at the beginning, but I never expected that there would still be a surprise at the end. Who would have thought that this surprise would come this early too? Besides, this is no longer a surprise, this is just me marveling at it all. This girl's voice is really too beautiful. There's uniqueness in it. In the entire music industry, only Wenli and a few other established female singers have this kind of standard. This should be a professional singer, right? Chen Guang said, this female contestant is even more professional than a professional. Could it be that Zhang Yi has arranged for an established female singer to guest star in this episode? Judging from her voice, it sounds like Sister Meng. Surely Sister Meng would not be here, right? Fan Wenli thought about it for a while before shaking her head. It's not Sister Meng. This voice is much younger. Besides, a singer of Sister Meng's caliber wouldn't come and join a talent show, would she? Besides, the audience did not even cheer much just now, so it must be a contestant that they don't know. When she was referring to the audience, Fan Wenli looked at them and was suddenly shocked. What's going on? Quick, take a look at the expressions of the audience members. What's happening? Zhang Zai also realized. What kinds of expressions are those? Chen Guang said, Is it really so nice that they would have such expressions? The view of the audience from their seats was too amazing. A plump audience member had his mouth open so wide that even his molars could be seen. A female audience member had jumped out of her seat and stared with her eyes so wide that it looked like her eyeballs were going to fall out. Then there was a mother who brought her 2 children along. Her face was one of shock, while her 2 children looked startled. Their eyes showed a sense of extreme astonishment. That's right. It was startling. It was astonishing. The 4 coaches were utterly confused by the reactions of the audience. Honestly speaking, they themselves were already amazed by this voice and singing ability, even more amazed by it than Luo Yu's performance. But they couldn't understand why the audience had such exaggerated expressions. Was the singing so good that they had to react in this manner? Was the singing so good that it would shock all of you in this way? I'd like to ride the wind to fly home. Yet I fear the crystal and jade mansions are much too high and cold for me. Dancing with my moonlit shadow, it does not seem like the human world. The contestant was probably getting into a rhythm as her voice became even more beautiful and touching. It was as if a love-struck woman was gently speaking about something, as that last word was sustained into a higher octave. It flowed from the stage, and like a sharp knife, stabbed into the hearts of everyone. In that moment, the silence was broken as the audience suddenly boiled over. Ah! Oh my God! Oh, God! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! That was too awesome! God! It's great! The audience suddenly stood up. Applause and screams suddenly reverberated through the entire studio. Some of the audience members even went crazy and swung their fists around, shouting, as though they suddenly burned with passion. They couldn't contain their excitement. They were so thrilled they could only use their shouts to express their emotion and that shocking disbelief they had. The place was exploding. The noise was deafening. The 4 coaches looked at each other, feeling even more doubtful now. What was happening? Why did everyone become like this? Logically, this song's melody was rather flat, without any high-pitched singing or screaming required. The song's tempo wasn't upbeat, wasn't a song tailored for a singing competition, and definitely couldn't bring out the atmosphere this way in the audience. Yes, this female contestant was indeed very good, but this should not be the effect she had on the audience. So why was the audience getting so crazy over her performance? What is going on? Are you all on stimulants? The melody flowed soothingly through the air. The moon rounds the red mansion, stoops to silk bad doors, shines upon the sleepless, bearing no grudge. Why does the moon tend to be full when people are apart? Chen Guang couldn't be bothered with the irrational behavior of the audience anymore. He was already enchanted by the performance. This was the best voice he had heard today. Suddenly, he remembered that this was the blind audition segment. He had forgotten all about it while listening to the singing, so he immediately hit the button, and as the chair turned, he chuckled while announcing, "This girl is definitely going to be mine. Don't even think of taking her from me." When the chair turned, Chen Guang looked forward with anticipation to the female contestant he had already set his heart on, ready to give her his trademark actions the thumbs up as well as his encouragement and acknowledgement. However, the moment the chair fully faced the stage, Chen Guang became so shocked he retracted the thumbs up he was getting ready to show. Chen Guang could only gasp in astonishment. Ah! How could this be? How did it become like this? He was dumbfounded. His body had become lifeless as he stared straight at the contestant on stage. Fan Wenli also pushed her button and said with a smile, "What do you mean she's yours? For a contestant like that, she must definitely be on my." While she was saying this, the chair turned around. The words Fan Wenli were about to say stopped right in her throat and she was forced to swallow them back down. Her expression had also suddenly turned into shock. Looking at the contestant on stage, she reflexively stood up from her chair and covered her mouth with her left hand, her face full of disbelief. Chen Guang cried out, "Oh my God!" Fan Wenli was also astounded. How is that possible? The next to press the button was Zhang Zai, closely followed by Zhang Yuanqi, who hit the button heavily. There was no hesitation at all. If such an excellent female singer could not get them to turn around, then who would they turn around for? Zhang Zai did not wait for the chair to fully turn and immediately turned her head with all her strength to look at the contestant. She wanted to know who could have made Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, and the audience have such a reaction. But with that turn of her head, Zhang Zai was also dumbfounded. She had the same exact expression as all of them now. Ah. This is... Zhang Yuanqi followed. When she saw Qian Pingfen, she was also clearly taken aback. Then she suddenly laughed out loud. Oh. Can it get more dramatic than that? A getup of old and worn clothes. A buzz cut. It was a man. It actually turned out to be a man. At this moment, The four coaches had a vision of 10,000 lines of what the fuck flashing in front of their eyes. They even suspected that they might have seen wrong and thought that it might have been a lip-syncing performance. As such, they kept staring hard at the contestant, hoping to see some mistakes in the lip-sync to confirm that this was not sung by him. Keon Pinkfin performed with his high-pitched singing, becoming more and more emotional. People experience sorrow, joy, separation and reunion. The moon may be dim or bright, round or crescent-shaped. This imperfection has been going on since the beginning of time. May we all be blessed with longevity, though thousands of miles apart, we are still able to share the beauty of the moon together. It was sung by him. It was really sung by him. The coaches were already standing. Chen Guang kept waving his thumbs up. Fan Wenli was so emotional she had raised both her arms and continuously clap over her head. Zhang Ziya could only stare at Keon Pinkfin on the stage as her face revealed great shock, not knowing what to say to express her current state. The entire venue was like a boiling pot of water. Screams, shouts, and applause all came one after another. Who said that this laborer was just to round out the contestant numbers? Who said that the recording of the first episode would end anticlimactically? Round out the numbers, my ass. Anticlimactic, my ass. It turned out that the bombshell was dropped at the very end. This voice was truly unbelievable. Chapter 677, The Selection Battle. The second recording studio backstage was actually located very far away from the stage in the main recording studio. They were joined by a maze of walls and doors. Logically, the sounds should not escape from the main recording studio, even more so into the second recording studio. But at this moment, the program team staff working at the backstage area were stunned to discover that they could hear the sound of cheering coming from the main recording studio. It was even a thunderous amount of cheering. What happened? Did something happen out there? Why is it so loud? What's happening in the main recording studio? Most of these staff members here were only handling logistics for the program, so they basically had no idea of what was happening at the stage but felt something must have happened since the commotion was huge. In the second recording studio, Zhang Yi also heard the rapturous applause and cheers from the door behind him. He too was very excited. They've turned. All four coaches have turned around. He's done it. Little Keon has done it. Pinkfin's father did not understand what was going on. What is this about? Zhang Yi said, that means all four coaches want your son to join their teams. His mother's was getting teary-eyed. They feel that our son sang well? Zhang Yi said, that's right. Just listen to the cheers from the studio. All of it is for little Keon. His mother's lips were trembling. But our son's voice. In the past, many people constantly made fun of him. They have always despised him. I don't know about his past, but I know that right now, there are a few hundred audience members and coaches who do not despise him. Zhang Yi pointed at the TV for the old couple. Listen to that, does that sound like ridiculing? Look at that, do those look like reactions from hearing a joke? Little Keon's voice is indeed different from most people's, but I guarantee that this difference does not mean that he is worse off than other people. On the contrary, this difference is what makes him outstanding. Little Keon sang incredibly. Your son is definitely not worse off than anyone. His mother wiped her tears away. His father clenched his fist, touched. On stage, the music gradually came to a stop. The applause came wave after wave, becoming louder and louder. Keon Pinkfin caught his breath and lowered the microphone, then looked at the passionate audience and the four coaches who looked like they were very inspired. His confident self when performing the song earlier suddenly crumbled. All of a sudden, he had become that nervous wreck again from before he went up on stage. He couldn't help it, these four coaches were all big shots. He could not see them when he was singing since their backs were facing him, but now that all of them had turned around, and with the sharp screams from the audience, Keon Pinkfin didn't know what to do. He raised his hands, then put them down, then raised them again, not knowing where he should place them. But he knew one thing. The four coaches had all turned around for him. The audience also did not give him strange looks because of his voice. Keon Pinkfin tightly gripped the microphone and said, He did not say anything besides I repeatedly. From the audience, another round of shouting began. It's too good. So good I'm crying. Awesome. I really like this voice a lot. It was sung even better than a woman. The audience was too passionate. Zhang Ziya did not wait for Keon Pinkfin to introduce himself and impatiently asked, Son, you're really great. You've surprised all of us. I've been in this business for over 40 years, but I've never heard a man sing a woman's song in a more womanly way than a woman could. I do not mean this in the bad way, it's just that your voice is incredibly special. You singing is also too outstanding. Every word of the lyrics, especially at the end of each line, carried feeling and emotion. It was very moving. Fan Wenli exhaled and said, I need to calm my nerves first. You've given me a great shock, given us all a shock. Your voice is totally indescribable with words. Chen Guang kept repeating the same word, unbelievable. Zhang Yuanqi laughed. How about we do this? Let's let the coaches and audience calm down first while you introduce yourself. Qian Pingfen immediately answered, my name is Qian Pingfen. Fan Wenli said, I'm very curious why you're dressed that way today. He was wearing old and worn clothes that were torn, and to Fan Wenli, this did not match up with his contestant's voice and singing ability. It felt like he was trying to create a buzz on purpose by making himself look very pitiful. Could it be that this attire and fashion had some sort of a special meaning to the contestant? Qian Pingfen replied, this is what I usually wear. Oh? What's your profession? Zhang Yuanqi asked. Qian Pingfen scratched his head. I repair bicycles. What? Repair bicycles? That's impossible. Chen Guang said, little Qian, you better not be joking. Qian Pingfen said, I'm not joking. Zhang Zai also doubted this and inquired, how many years have you been repairing bicycles? When did you get into this line of work? Where do you work? We can investigate all of your claims. Qian Pingfen answered, I've been doing it for several years. I started learning from my master. Later on, I could repair them myself. I work at Lishuikiao Station. Zhang Zai sucked in a breath. You're really a bicycle repairman? Qian Pingfen said, I really am. The audience also nearly fainted at this reply. What the fuck? Fan Wenli was a little unsure of what to say. Just based that singing of yours, there aren't many people who graduated from a university majoring in music that can do better than you. If you told us that you were a music teacher, we would have believed you too. Qian Pingfen was very flattered but quickly waved it off. No, I've never been to a university before. Chen Guang threw his hands up. I have nothing to say to that. This is truly unbelievable. Zhang Yuanqi looked at him and laughed. How many times have you already said unbelievable? Chen Guang sighed. But really, it's unbelievable. He said it again. The audience laughed. Fan Wenli blinked, then said to Qian Pingfen, but from the way you speak, you sound normal, so why did you sing with such a voice? Did you purposely impersonate a woman's voice? Was that imitation? Zhang Yuanqi finally said something. That wasn't imitation. Oh? Fan Wenli looked at her. Zhang Zai said, that's what he originally sounded like. Chen Guang also looked toward Zhang Yuanqi, not knowing why she could be so sure that he wasn't imitation. Zhang Yuanqi said, if I'm not wrong, little Qian's singing voice should be his natural voice, the one that he doesn't control. Instead, it's his speaking voice that he is changing, purposefully lowering his tone by a lot. Fan Wenli appeared deep in thought. Is that so? Chen Guang said, that means that in his everyday life, whenever he speaks, he purposely controls his voice? Surely not, right? Wouldn't that would be too tiring? Zhang Yuanqi explained to them, but mainly more for the audience. At the beginning, it might be tiring, but after some time, it would become a habit instead. Let me illustrate with an example. If a person with the same genes grows up in either Beijing or Shanghai, they will definitely speak differently. Everyone knows that when Shanghainese people speak, their pronunciation and tone is slightly higher pitched, especially women. That is what everyone knows as the flirty tone, which is really just a slightly higher inflection in speech. Meanwhile, Beijingers speak in a more abrasive manner. If you listen to Zhang Yi speaking, you'd know what I mean. The spoken language in Beijing goes downwards in inflection more often. All of this goes to show that the differences in a spoken language is affected by the location and dialect practices, and not down to the genes or the natural voice. Saying that, Zhang Yuanqi used two styles of speaking to illustrate. Like for this sound. A very sharp way of speaking. And like this. Which sounded very low and deep. Zhang Yuanqi said, personally, I can produce many types of intonation when I speak, so if I speak with one of these styles for many years, my natural way of talking will become that way. This is why a voice can be easily molded with practice. After she said that, she paused for a moment then continued, however, no matter how much practice you have, your voice will not change too much at any particular time unless the vocal cords are damaged. My analysis is that little Qian's voice did not break at puberty or that it came and went very quickly, thus causing him to still keep his prepubescent voice. When all the other boys' voices broke, his did not change much, and that is why we have the fortune of listening to such an ethereal feminine voice. This should be the most natural state of little Qian's voice that can't be covered up even if he forced his voice lower, like he does when he speaks. Qian Pingfen gave a hollow laugh. Zhang Yuanqi said, can you talk to us in your most natural voice? Qian Pingfen was feeling a little embarrassed, but after considering for a bit, he used his most neutral voice to say, will this do? His voice was immediately distinct from before. If anyone looked at him while he spoke, they might find his voice to be weird, But if their eyes were closed and they did not know the speaker's gender, 9 out of 10 people would think that it was a woman talking to them. This voice that Keon Pinkfin spoke with was clearly closer to the voice that he had used to sing. Fan Wenli was astounded. "That's your real voice?" Keon Pinkfin scratched his ear and said, "It has always been. When everyone else at school had their voices change, mine didn't, so I was always made fun of by others. Later, I began to purposely lower my tone and learn to speak like them, but when it came to singing, I wasn't able to control it that way. I didn't know how to lower my pitch while singing, so that's why I have never sung in front of anyone before. I've always sung to myself with my MP3 player." Jang Yuanqi smiled and said, "Look, I'm still the one who understands you best, right?" Keon Pinkfin was also convinced that his little secret was immediately seen through by Jang Yuanqi and how he couldn't hide it from her. Everyone else always thought that he had imitated a girl's voice instead. "That is why," Jang Yuanqi laughed, "if you don't join my team, would you feel right?" Hearing this, Zhang Zaya realized something was wrong, so she quickly interrupted. We're not at the taking of the contestant segment yet, are we?" Chen Guang also said, "Yeah, Sister Zhang, we're still trying to understand the contestant's situation, so why did you start pulling for him to join your team? Even if we're allowed to start doing so, I should be the first one to do that. I was the first one who turned around after all." Fan Wenli promptly said, "Little Keon, came to my team, I will use all of my resources to help nurture you, then together, I will lead you and my team to become the champion." Jang Yuanqi reacted to that. A commotion broke out in the audience. Become the champion? Isn't that too high of an evaluation? Keon Pinkfin also felt embarrassed by this. Champion? He did not even have the expectation that the coaches would turn around for him, much less winning the competition. Zhang Zia laughed. "Wenli, we're still in the blind auditions." Chen Guang rubbed it in by uttering, just let Wenli continue dreaming, let's not wake her up. Fan Wenli. The audience was all laughing at this when the couple started their bickering again. These two better not get divorced after just one episode of recording the voice. Zhang Zia said, "Little Keon, you ought to think properly. My team is not well-rounded yet, but Chen Guang and Wenli's teams already have all the big guns, so if you join my team, you'd definitely be my trump card. Didn't Wenli say that she would get you the championship? If you come and join me, then I have the confidence to say that I can also win us the championship." Jang Yuanqi again reacted to this. She grinned and remarked, "Are we already in the finals of the competition? Are we already deciding who the champion should be?" Keon Pinkfin quickly said, "I didn't sing that well, really, I didn't." Some people would be modest, but those words from Keon Pinkfin were definitely not humble. He had only joined the Voice's preliminary auditions by chance. After he had an argument with his master one day, he threw a tantrum and skipped work. He coincidentally saw the poster calling for the Voice's auditions on the same day, so he submitted his demo and application, but he never expected that he would be called for an audition the very next day. When no one gave him a chance, Zhang Yu went against everyone else to let him pass the audition and even supervised Keon Pinkfin's rehearsals all this while. Having been through all that, he could finally stand here on this stage. Keon Pinkfin knew that his future all depended on this moment, or perhaps it had already changed. The audience also felt that life was like a drama. No one had any expectations for this laborer, but he had now become the apple of everyone's eye. All the coaches were trying all sorts of tricks to grab this contestant for their teams, and the audience was getting a kick out of watching it all. Chen Guang and his wife once again had another great battle. Both Zhang Yuanqi and Zhang Zai, who were good friends despite their age, also fought over it. In the end, the situation nearly got out of control as Fan Wenli ran up directly onto the stage. "Little Keon, I don't need you to come over, I will go over instead. I will wait for you here." Chen Guang also came to the stage. "I will wait for you too." Seeing that, Zhang Zai also stepped up and went to Keon Pinkfin. "Although my legs aren't what they once were due to age, for the sake of winning the championship, I too must come forward." Keon Pinkfin was feeling extremely embarrassed at this point and did not know what to do. Only Zhang Yuanqi still remained in her coach chair. "Little Keon, make a decision. Don't get pressured by those around you. Just follow your heart and feelings and make your decision." The coaches all stopped talking. The rest of the place was totally quiet as the audience all waited for Keon Pinkfin to make his choice. This person was slated to be a key contestant, and whoever got him into their team might really end up as the champion. Keon Pinkfin was conflicted as hell. I thought about. After struggling for a long time, Keon Pinkfin finally clenched his teeth, knowing that he had to make a decision and couldn't drag his feet any longer. After I passed the preliminary auditions, when the staff was getting me to fill out a questionnaire, there was a question that asked, should the 4 coaches choose me, who would be the first person I would choose? the second person, the third, and the fourth. Everyone concentrated. Keon Pinkfin took a deep breath and declared loudly, the names I filled in were Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Yuanqi. The audience cheered loudly. Zhang Yuanqi snapped her fingers and laughed loudly. Come on then. I've been waiting for you. Zhang Zia sighed, giving an expression of regret and a bitter smile. Chen Guang also felt that it was unfortunate that he was unable to get a good contestant like this to join him. There was no way he could do it. He was up against the Heavenly Queen after all. Keon Pinkfin had written all four coaches' names as Zhang Yuanqi. The song that he chose to perform for the competition was also Zhang Yuanqi's Wishing We Last Forever. Perhaps this segment of the contestant choosing the coaches had already been decided from the beginning. Even if they had tried to take him from Zhang Yuanqi, no matter how much they said, it was probably all for nothing. Keon Pinkfin immediately ran over and disclosed, I really like you a lot, teacher Zhang Yuanqi. I am your hardcore fan. Last year, I saved up 2 months of my wages wanting to watch your concert, but the tickets were sold out, so I have always had some regrets. Zhang Yuanqi laughed. From now on, you won't need a ticket to watch my concert. Just come, just watch, just listen anytime you want. Listen until you're disgusted. Keon Pinkfin was surprised. Is that really okay? Zhang Yuanqi said, do you think my words mean nothing? Thank you, teacher Zhang. In this instance, Keon Pinkfin was fully satisfied. He felt that life was really too wonderful. At this moment, a small incident happened. The cameras also managed to catch Fan Wenli and gave her a feature. Fan Wenli was bitterly laughing and looking depressed. She was wiping the tears away from the corners of her eyes, dejectedly saying, why am I always the one who gets hurt? Zhang Yuanqi said to Keon Pinkfin, look at that, teacher Fan Wenli is even crying for you. Zhang Zia laughed while patting Fan Wenli's back. Keon Pinkfin was feeling extremely anxious by now, so he rushed over to her. Teacher Fan, I. Fan Wenli said annoyed, I like you so much. Why didn't you choose me instead? Keon Pinkfin did not know how to reply and was about to cry from anxiety. Fan Wenli said, you still have a chance to change your decision, you should choose again. Keon Pinkfin. Zhang Yuanqi playfully said, Wenli, don't be shameless and try to take my team member away. Fan Wenli laughed bitterly. But I really like him so much. Chen Guang said, yes, he really sang very well. The matter was decided and Fan Wenli did not say any more. She gave Keon Pinkfin a hug and said, do well and learn a lot from Sister Zhang. In the future, when I hold my concerts, I will definitely look for you to be my guest. Keon Pinkfin immediately said, thank you, teacher Fan, thank you. Eventually, with the audience clapping and cheering, Keon Pinkfin went through the qualified contestants' corridor to the backstage. At this moment, he was finally showing his unsubdued excitement. He threw out his arms with all his strength and raised them into the air to express the joy that he felt. Backstage. Keon Pinkfin pushed open the door and went inside. His father called out, son. Keon Pinkfin said, father, mother, Sister Zhang has chosen me. I did it. His mother wiped her tears away and said, we saw it too. Good. You've done great. Keon Pinkfin and his parents were not people who were good with expressing themselves. The three of them stood there talking but there was no hugging at all. Seeing that, Zhang Yi smiled and went over to give Keon Pinkfin a hug. Congratulations, little Keon. Well done. Keon Pinkfin quickly said, thank you, teacher Zhang. Thank you so much. Zhang Yi said, it has nothing to do with me, you did it by singing well. However, Keon Pinkfin knew that it was due to Zhang Yi that he had made it this far. It was because Zhang Yi had discovered and acknowledged him. During the preliminary auditions, when none of the staff of the Voices program team acknowledged him, it was Zhang Yi who stood forward to acknowledge him with explanation. He did not care about others' opinions and insisted that Pinkfin be allowed to go through the auditions. Now, he even fully trusted him to be the finale in the first episode's recording and never once doubted him or thought that he wouldn't be able to sing. This trust given made Keon Pinkfin feel very grateful. To Keon Pinkfin, if not for Zhang Yi, he knew that he wouldn't be standing here today. It was Zhang Yi who had given him the first chance of his life to prove himself. Chapter 678, the first episode's recording has ended. The recording ended. The first episode wrapped up with applause from everyone. Many of the audience members still had lingering feelings about what they had just seen and were still noisily discussing as they exited the studio. It was such a great show. This show is too godly. That's right, it's really too godly. Zhang Yi's reputation is goddamn for real. This is the best show I've ever watched, and has the most sincerity among all the singing talent shows. The stage, lighting, opening theme song, host, and contestants are all the best in the industry. Actually, I wasn't expecting much for a program like this, but my friend gave me a free ticket and I didn't want it to go to waste. Who knew I would receive such a huge surprise? I just wonder what the viewership ratings will be like. It shouldn't be bad in any case. When Zhang Yi said that would see other summits dwarfed, and savor the scene, perhaps there might be a possibility that he can really do it. That might not be the case. We still have to wait for the response after broadcasting. It's tough to say anything until the moment it gets broadcast. There's too many factors that affect a program in the variety industry nowadays, and the current demand is not that good either, so anything can happen. Don't expect too much from the viewership ratings. Then it would at least get 0.8% of the viewership ratings, right? Well, it surely can't get lower than the other talent shows. Isn't 0.8% of the viewership ratings considered too little? I can see it will get at least 0.9% of the viewership ratings. For the premiere episode, the viewership ratings will surely be slightly lower. To get 0.8% of the viewership ratings would already very good. If the following episodes can still maintain the quality of the first episode, then the voice surpassing 1% of the viewership ratings is definitely possible. Let's wait for tonight's broadcast and see how it turns out. Right, I'll have to watch it again at night. That was too fun. It was such an oral feast. The audience was chatting excitedly as they left the studio. In the recording studio, most of the people who remained behind were the program team staff. They too were discussing this topic. Little Wang said joyfully, "Do you think our viewership ratings can meet the target of the station's 0.7% that was set for us?" A female editor smiled and said, "I'm sure it will definitely be higher than that. As for how much higher, I do not know. I just have a feeling that our program will become very popular." Hakiki arrived and joined in. "No need for a feeling, it will definitely be popular." Wu Yi was also extremely excited. He stated, "Right, that definitely won't be a problem." A male editor said, "The contestants have performed very well today. Our audio system's quality was also fantastic. Before this, I was still thinking if it was too exaggerated and expensive to spend over 10 million RMB on the equipment setup. But after listening today, it doesn't feel like it was expensive at all. Just from the live studio effects alone, it was all worth it no matter how much we spent." At this moment, Zhang Yi returned. Director Zhang. That was awesome. We were awesome. The live studio effects were seriously awesome. Director Zhang, your planning has really succeeded. It won't go wrong as long as we follow Director Zhang's instructions. From the audience's reactions, the viewership ratings certainly look good. Our hard work for the past few days have not gone to waste. Every night we stayed up late was worth it. Some of the female staff thought about these days when they worked to the bone, feeling so tired that they almost could not take it anymore and felt like their bodies would just give way. A few times, they even wanted to give up, but in the end they managed to persevere. When they saw the results of their hard work, their eyes teared up. In retrospect, those bitter days were nothing much because they had produced a surprisingly good program. Their names would be on the Voice of China's production credits, so they were the makers of this legendary program. Zhang Yi had not said anything yet. Zhang Yuan and Fu Saihong walked over briskly. Zhang Yuan looked extremely excited as he found Zhang Yi. "Little Zhang, can you give us a preview of the viewership ratings of The Voice?" Zhang Yi said helplessly, "It's not possible to give an estimate on that." Zhang Yuan said, "What's your own estimate of the viewership ratings?" Zhang Yi said, "Don't we just need to meet the viewership rating of 0.7% that was set for us?" Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes. 0.7% for the viewership ratings was just the lowest target set by the station for you all. Would you be satisfied with only 0.7% viewership ratings? Right now, I feel that it's not going to be a problem for your program to achieve 0.9% in the viewership ratings. Before, Zhang Yuan and many others in Central TV Department 1 did not feel too optimistic when they heard Zhang Yi's proposal. A majority of them had reservations about it and only a handful of people felt that The Voice was a feasible production. However, at this moment, everyone's attitude did a complete 180. Not only did Zhang Yuan stop regarding The Voice as a cult program, he was getting much more confident about The Voice. He felt that this program was so exciting that it had surpassed his expectations of excitement. That was the reason why he was forcing Zhang Yi to give an estimate of the viewership ratings. However, Zhang Yi could not give an estimate. Back then, when the program was not yet approved, bragging was necessary so that he could show his confidence and the program's strong points to get the station's support. But now that the program was about to be broadcast, Zhang Yi did not wish to say those empty words anymore. It was also difficult to say them. Back in his previous world, there was a compilation of viewership rating statistics for The Voice, but Zhang Yi could only use it as a reference figure and a gauge. He could not directly use those figures in this world, as after all, it was a different world, with different coaches, on a different television station, broadcast on a different day and time, and even the viewership ratings were measured with a different formula. This was no longer comparing apples to apples, so he could only use his world's information, as this world has its own set of rules, market environment, and audience understanding of entertainment and the arts. Everything was unknown. The best Zhang Yi could do was recreating the voice as closely to the original as possible, so that the features and most exciting segments of the show could be presented to the people here. When all was said and done, the viewership ratings would be left up to fate to decide. After engaging in a little more idle talk, Zhang Yuan patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Carry on with your work first. After you guys have finished up, I'll throw a celebratory feast for everyone tonight. This time, all of you have worked hard. All the leaders of Central TV Department 1 had smiles on their faces as they left the recording studio. After today, they had a brand new understanding of Zhang Yi's capability at work. They also thought that their decision to invite Zhang Yi to join them and help turn the situation around while Central TV's variety shows were at its lowest point was the best decision they made. It had to be said that the voice was rushed out for broadcast at the last minute and the program team's production timeline was cut by more than half. Even in that situation, they managed to completely fulfill their tasks. Not only did they manage to complete it, they even did it beautifully and created a great, unprecedented music show. The leaders of Central TV Department 1 were so impressed by Zhang Yi that there was nothing they could criticize him on. This was what you called a talent. This was what you called a capable person. On stage, only after the leaders left did Zhang Yi finally got the chance to speak. He hurriedly said to all the staff, "Everyone, listen to me, don't celebrate yet. We will have plenty of time for celebrations later if we want to, but for now, we've yet to finish the most important task. The post-production work has not started, so there's still plenty of work to do. Now, I want everyone to start their tasks following my instructions from earlier and get into action immediately. Make sure to finish editing the program by 8 p.m. so that we can make it in time for the 9 p.m. broadcast. We must keep our spirits up. It's the final push. Understood? Got it. We'll definitely finish it. We'll finish it even if we die. Director Zhang, don't worry about it." Everyone responded in unison and with determination. From the audience, the upper management of Brain Gold Company had already left, but Wumo had stayed behind. When he saw that Zhang Yi was free, he walked up to him while laughing heartily. "Brother Zhang." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "CEO Wu." Wumo immediately said, "The show is fantastic." Zhang Yi said, "How is it? Asking you to invest 100 million RMB in the title sponsorship wasn't too expensive, right?" "Not expensive at all. It's worth this price." Wumo said, "I knew you wouldn't scam me. I can't go wrong following you. Looks like I have made the right decision again this time." At this point, Zhang Yi instead downplayed, "We still have to see what the viewership rating is at the end. It's difficult to have any opinion of it now. But I hope it can increase the sales of your Brain Gold by another 30%. If the viewership rating is screwed up, I really won't have any face to see you anymore." Wumo said confidently, "The viewership ratings won't be lousy." Zhang Yi laughed. "I'm also looking forward to it." Backstage in the contestants' lounge, the contestants who had appeared in today's episode were called over. The 4 coaches wanted to chat with their team members privately and possibly point out some of their problems to improve on so that they could perform better during the group stages. All of this would help them choose their strongest team member to compete in a sing-off against the other 3 coaches' team members. "Teacher Zhang. Zhao, your performance was not bad today." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." "Director Zhang, I did not perform well today." "It's all right. You were just a little nervous and sang slightly off-key. Next time, relax more." Zhang Yi had praise and words of encouragement for them. As they were talking, the coaches arrived to meet with their respective selected contestants. Zhang Yuanqi had some other matters to deal with, so she did not say much and just smiled and waved. "Little Qian, come with me." Qian Pingfen bid farewell to Zhang Yi and some editors of the program team whom he knew. Then he left with Zhang Yuanqi. For now, Zhang Yuanqi had only Qian Pingfen as her team member, so it seemed like she was going to give him some guidance individually. Zhang Zia found Zhang Yi and asked, "Are there any more good young singers among the contestants in the next episode?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Of course." Zhang Zia nodded. "That's good, I'm looking more and more forward to the next episode. Back then, I joined the program because I couldn't refuse your push and pull tactics. But now, I realize it was right to came to this place. I did not expect that there would be so many good voices in our country. Furthermore, they are all regular folk." Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were quite shocked by Central TV Department 1's new show. Actually, in the past, they'd also participated in other television programs, so they knew the market and had their own judgments. For a program like The Voice, they could only use the word amazing to describe it. They had reasons to believe that once the program got broadcast, it would absolutely cause a national sensation and bring about heated discussions. For such a program, if they knew it would turn out to be this good, even if the program team did not offer them a high joining payout, Chen Guang and Fan Wenli would have joined for free. They were also celebrities and needed exposure and excellent work. For an outstanding program like The Voice, which was broadcast on a large platform, it was no doubt that it would only come along by chance, not by searching for it. It would greatly help to increase their popularity as well, so a great show was definitely a win-win situation for the guests, television station, program team, and advertisers. Chapter 679, I Know Someone in Senior Management. Night. It was nearly 9 p.m. As the broadcast time for The Voice was nearing, the comments from the outside world and on the internet towards Central TV Department 1's new program increased. The majority of voices still inclined to the previous opinion. Looking at the number of votes on the topic in a Weibo poll, the netizens were still negative on The Voice. Most of the people still maintained the same attitude towards the program as per a few days ago, with the majority of them being pessimistic. Interested, 27%; uninterested, 71%. On the line 10 in the subway. In a train compartment, some colleagues who had just left their night shift were chatting. What day is today? It's Thursday. Oh, it's already Thursday? The Voice of China is going to start broadcasting soon? Hey, it really is. Let me check the time. Oh, it's going to start in less than 10 minutes. I have to hurry home and catch it. I think I can still make it in time. You're going to watch a talent show? But it's not interesting at all. Not many people feel too optimistic about The Voice. It will certainly be more or less the same as those that came before. I know, but Zhang Yi's programs are usually full of surprises. I have been following since Lecture Room was broadcast and hope that this time he can produce another miracle. I also saw many comments listing The Voice's various flaws and reasons for failure. Those were very reasonable and explained logically. However, since when we can use logical reasoning on a person like Zhang Yi? Judging from past experiences, sometimes the more others think that Zhang Yi can't do well in certain things, the more likely Zhang Yi will do them well. That's why I still have some expectation for his new program. Hopefully he can succeed like the previous times and not disappoint his fans. I think you're just deifying him. In the past, Zhang Yi's programs were pretty enjoyable to watch, but don't forget, they were mostly pioneering works, such as a lecture program, a never-before-seen talk show idea, or a mass-market variety show like Do You Remember? They have achieved success as original ideas and relied mainly on subverting the current trends. All of these work to Zhang Yi's advantage. But this time, The Voice is entering an already oversaturated talent show industry. I've never doubted Zhang Yi's ability and always think that he has the capability of producing a good show. But I don't know what he's thinking, because instead of choosing another path that he could excel in, he chose to cross a bridge full of countless other singing shows. This program's viewership ratings shouldn't be that low after all. It has Zhang Yi's reputation on it and the names of Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Ziya, and the others holding it together, but the viewership ratings definitely won't be too good either. The market is already too saturated. If they can even get a 0.7% viewership, they should be thanking the gods. At a certain home, a family of 3 was sitting in front of the television. Dad, switch the channel to Central TV Department 1. What for? I'm watching soccer now. The Voice of China is beginning soon. No one thinks that show will be good. Why should we watch it? No matter what, I still have to take a look. If it's not good, then we'll switch to other channels. How many singing shows have you watched in the past 2 years? You might not be sick of them yet, but I'm already disgusted by them. Okay, I'll switch over to it and you'll realize what I mean when you watch it. On a certain discussion forum. In the entertainment page's comment section. The Voice is starting soon, is anyone going to watch it? I'm not going to watch it. It won't be interesting. I also can't be bothered to watch it. I'm just gonna continue gaming. Haha, I just want to take a look, not because I feel that this show will be good, but because I want to see how bad it will turn out. Singing shows these days are all dead on arrival, and with the current market sentiments for such shows, I don't believe that Zhang Yi will be an exception unless he is really superhuman. The same genre, the same kind of show, but if the other satellite channels could not do well with them, with so many program teams before them failing successively when it came to singing shows, then on what basis does Zhang Yi think that he can turn the tide? You're too optimistic. In my opinion, Zhang Yi will be knocked off his perch this time. Even if you put it that way, I cannot help wanting to watch some of it. We'll see. Let's criticize him together later, ha ha ha. On Weibo. Some television industry insiders were also very active. Has anyone made an estimate on the viewership ratings of The Voice yet? Our department's internal analysis shows that it will get no more than 0.7% of the viewership. Our side's analysis results are similar. I want to see how Central TV Department 1 is going to deal with this matter now. After this show has been broadcast, let's see if Zhang Yi still dares to boast. Someday I shall ascend your highest heights to see other summits dwarfed, and savor the scene. When the viewership ratings come out tomorrow, this poem will become a ridiculous joke. This kind of show that maliciously drives up the celebrities' joining fees should be boycotted. A show that uses hype and driving up prices as a draw, what is there to look forward to? This is all just sensationalism. A steep price without basis will only cause the show to end up in a cannot make ends meet situation. The whole of Central TV Department 1 will also be implicated, along with the Brain Gold Company and the four coaches' popularity. All of them will suffer a devastating blow through Zhang Yi's antics in creating such steep prices in the market. The market has its own set of rules too, and just by paying such high joining fees, it does not mean that you're guaranteed to get back the equivalent of what you gave. I can't wait to see Zhang Yi's expression after the show has finished broadcasting. It's a good thing to be confident, but blind arrogance will only mean that you're the frog in the well. Jinshai Television Station. Beihai Provincial Television Station. Liaodong Television Station. Jiangnan Television Station. A famous Shanghai television program production company. The Radio Broadcast and Television Station Association. Everyone who posted on Weibo all had their titles and jobs indicated on their verified accounts. They were all people from the television variety industry, and some were even leaders or famous analysts within the industry. Because of the overly steep prices of the title sponsorship and joining fees created by Zhang Yi's new show, the entire industry had been seriously affected. At the same time, The Voice was also facing a boycott and announcement from all the peers in the domestic television industry. In the end, just before the program was about to be broadcast, many advertisers also joined in. They're selling the advertising rights for a few million each. That's a really unreasonable demand. You all were also quoted that kind of a price? It's the same for us. I'm just wondering now if there was any company who actually dared to buy their advertisements. If they did, then they really must not lack for money. Especially that Brain Gold Company. A title sponsorship fee of 100 million RMB? I can only laugh. I'm afraid the Brain Gold Company will suffer heavy loss this year. Just this 100 million RMB will be enough to make them suffer. Don't even mention recouping their advertising costs. I think it would even be difficult to recoup a fifth of it. That's right, our company has worked with many television programs before. For those programs using Korean copyrights and 1.2% viewership, their title sponsorship fees only asked for 50 million. What right does The Voice have to demand 100 million? Don't tell me that your viewership ratings can surpass 1%. This Zhang Yi is way too amusing. Yeah, I don't understand where his confidence coming from. The people making the snide remarks were mainly those company bosses or department heads who had come in contact with Zhang Yi for talks regarding the advertising rights before the broadcast of The Voice. In the end, the deals were called off because the price was too high. Furthermore, the price that both sides were willing to accept were highly disparate. This made many of the advertisers very unhappy. They felt that for such a show, which many people were pessimistic about, it was already goodwill on their part that they were still willing to purchase The Voice's advertising rights. But never did they expect the seller to still be unsatisfied and even asked for a few million for the advertising rights, which was only for the price for a single advertisement. During the negotiations, some friction sparked between them, and as a result, their emotions were naturally incited. If we have the money, we would rather go and buy the already popular imported variety shows, don't you think? Why would we spend 3 million RMB to buy the advertising rights for a domestic show in this market downturn? Everyone knows what the situation is like with domestic variety shows. You want us to buy your advertising rights? Do you think we're crazy? These comments were mostly one-sided. There was even some fake news incriminating The Voice appearing. I just heard from a friend that a big problem occurred at the recording of The Voice's first episode due to them not having enough time. The situation at the studio is all gloomy, so I advise everyone not to watch it. I have a friend in the SARFT and he said that the SARFT is going to take action soon. Yes, I've also heard about it. Zhang Yi was previously banned before and a severely punished target as well. Although his ban has now been lifted, the SARFT is always keeping their eyes on him. This time he has caused a disruption in the market prices, so the SARFT will certainly crack down seriously on him. Everyone, take note, whether The Voice will be able to be broadcast today is still something we don't know. It might be ordered to halt its broadcast at the very last minute as SARFT is already taking action now. Is that true? Holy shit, that can't be. It's real. This is insider news. The Voice is going to be cancelled? Shit, Zhang Yi is finished again this time. An industry insider also posted, the authorities should take serious action on such programs. I fully support the SARFT with banning The Voice. This rumor even appeared in the online news. The Voice faced with being taken off the air? The unlucky Zhang Yi and his The Voice of China. Voices of doubts and rumors were flying everywhere. At Central TV, the program team staff of The Voice had just finished with the post-production after much crunching. The first episode of the program was finally completed. But when they saw the news on the internet, the exhausted staff suddenly panicked again. Even Central TV Department 1's Deputy Director Zhang Yuan also felt a little panicky about this rumor, so he immediately made some calls to the station head to check out the situation. Since there's no smoke without fire, he was really afraid that there would be some sudden changes. Inside the office, Zhang Zuo said nervously, "Director Zhang, what should we do?" Hakiki was also quite afraid. The program we spent so much effort into making, could it just be banned like this? The SARFT is really making a move? They are too much of a bully. Little Wang, Wu Yi, and the rest were extremely furious. Based on what can they ban our program? Faced with so many rumors and the news online, many of their hearts were quivering. Only Zhang Yi was the calmest in the whole of Central TV. He said calmly, "Don't believe those rumors. They're whatever." A female editor said, "But there is plenty of news spreading around now." Moreover, there was already some news stating that the SARFT was already kept their eyes on singing shows because there are too many television stations doing these kinds of talent shows and creating disorder in the market. I heard that the SARFT are going to limit the approval of such singing talent shows. Zhang Yi said firmly, "Let me tell you this, the SARFT might ban any other programs, but it will definitely not ban ours." Zhang Zuo said, "Is that true?" Hakiki exclaimed, "Why?" Zhang Yi said, "Get back to work and don't listen to all that nonsense." Everyone was skeptical. "What do you mean by why? What do you mean by if it's true?" Zhang Yi thought to himself, "My girlfriend is the SARFT's deputy chief, in charge of all television programs, movies, and dramas approval and punishments. If The Voice really got targeted, would I not know? Besides, even if it really got targeted, with old Wu there, could they even ban my program? Bullshit. This bro knows someone in senior management." Chapter 680, Shocking the World with Speed Reading. 9 p.m. After the commercial break on Central TV Department 1, the logo of The Voice of China appeared at once on TV. With the accompanying background music, the introduction clip ran. The 4 coaches each made an appearance in it and a voiceover and captions introduced the coaches one by one, followed by the introduction of the blind audition rules. The Voice has started. The first episode was officially broadcast. At the same time, many people were waiting in front of their televisions. These included Zhang Yi's parents, his cousins, uncles, aunts, his friends like Yao Jiankei, Suna, Tianbin, his fans, Zhang Yuanqi's fans, Chen Guang's fans, etc. Most important of all, many of the people who were not optimistic about The Voice were also at this moment waiting in front of their televisions and tuned into Central TV Department 1, curious to see what was in store. It was the same for those television industry insiders as well. Given, they were denouncing Zhang Yi's new show, but it was also because of this that they wanted to know firsthand what it was like, to see how flawed and how big of a failure it would be, so that they could attack Zhang Yi with everything they had gathered. Those from Central TV, Beijing Television Station, Shanghai Satellite TV, all of them were currently focused on this program together. Countless pairs of eyes were watching. Countless people were doubting as well. It's starting, it's starting. Didn't they say it was going to get cancelled? Yeah, why did it still get broadcast then? A rumor? Let's watch first. I'm afraid the show's quality is more or less done for. I'm so looking forward to it. Let's see what kind of show teacher John can come up with this time. It would be strange if it's good. The Voice is a total joke. With this flurry of activity, the first episode of The Voice finally appeared. At Beijing Television Station. In a certain program team's office from the Variety Channel. The television was turned on in the office premises. Seeing that the leaders were not around, the night shift staff switched the channel to Central TV Department 1 as everyone prepared to watch the hotly discussed show, The Voice of China. It's coming. The introduction has ended. What are we watching this for? Central TV Department 1's Thursday night host had a scandal and The Voice was brought on to fill the slot. With just slightly more than half a month's preparation, they want to produce a large-scale variety talent show? That's a total joke. Just ask anyone in the industry if they could do it. Yeah, even if you gave it 2 months of preparations, it wouldn't be enough. For such a large-scale variety show, the minimum preparation time is 3 to 6 months. If the stage could somewhat be set up in time, it should already be good, so let's not even talk about the stage effects. Zhang Yi should have just come back to Beijing television at that time. Just look at it now. He has been tasked to rush the program for broadcast so fast that he couldn't even finish the preparation work in time, so what's there to look forward to? He definitely won't have anything to show. They each had their own opinions of how the program would turn out. As soon as they stopped talking, the scene on the television was showing the performance venue. When the lights were turned on, the entire stage was lit up at once. In the midst of the audience's cheering, the stage lighting changed. I wanna fly to the sky, walk beside the Sunday the world waits for me to change it. Never been afraid of others seeing my dreams. Here, I can make it happen. Laughing loudly, let's walk side by side. Isn't happiness everywhere? Casting off all worry, I stride forward bravely. Now I am taking center stage. Chen Guang. Fan Wenli. Zhang Xia. Zhang Yuanqi. The four coaches appeared on stage glamorously, with a new theme song pumping up the entire audience. I believe I'm me, I trust in tomorrow. I believe youth has no limits. Whether sunset at the beach or the crowded streets, it's the prettiest paradise for me. It fell silent. The program team's office in Beijing television was totally quiet. A woman said, "This." A youth stared at the television screen dumbfounded. Who just said that if they could get the stage up in time, it would already be very good. The girl who said that earlier could not muster up a response. A middle-aged person was astonished. Does that look like they just managed to get it up? That stage, that equipment, those audio effects, those lights, my god. How could that be something they set up in just 20 days? Are Zhang Yi and his team really all superhuman? Finishing up all that in half a month when others could not complete it even with a few months of production time? They even built the stage that magnificently? And it's even superior in quality? Do all the people in their program team have 8 arms? The girl who couldn't say a word finally managed to say, Zhang Yi and his team must have worked very hard or something. I really wonder how they did it. They also worked on shows, so they naturally understand the way things worked when making one. They understood just how impossible of a task this was, so many of the industry insiders were feeling even more pessimistic about this show. But who could have expected that the outcome was totally different from what they had assumed? They asked themselves, if they were Zhang Yi's program team instead, could they do the same if they were given 20 days to create such a big stage and complete the auditions for the contestants? The answer was no. They couldn't. This was an impossible task. In the entire country, no program team would dare thump their chest and claim that they could do it. At the train station, many passengers were seated under a large screen, waiting for their trains. What the fuck? How much money did they spend on that stage setup? This stage, those lights, why does it feel like I'm watching the Spring Festival Gala? Since when did Central TV become so generous? They must have really poured a lot of money into that. How awesome. The stage and audio effects are amazing. Listen to this song. How nice. This song is really great. Listening to it makes me feel really pumped up. Seeing the opening of the voice, it doesn't seem to be as bad as what people were saying. Yeah, keep watching, let's see how it turns out. The opening theme ended. Zhang Yi appeared. Beijing. In a certain restaurant, in a certain private room. There was a mini-gathering here arranged today by Zhang Yi's ex-colleague, famed broadcast host from Beijing radio station, Wang Xiaomai. She was with her university classmates, who all graduated as broadcast majors. Some of them worked in local television stations as hosts and some were radio announcers, while there was also one who was a DJ for live mini events. Wang Xiaomai suddenly called for a waitress. Can you please switch on the television? Sure. The waitress immediately turned on the television and it showed Central TV Department 1's channel, which was usually the default channel that many televisions would switch on to. On screen, Zhang Yi was currently introducing the coaches. A man asked, Xiaomai, you still watch talent shows? Wang Xiaomai laughed. I'm just curious. A woman blinked and asked, what are you curious about? Wang Xiaomai replied, I want to see how exactly Zhang Yi would host a talent show. A bearded man said, how else can he host it? I've also done a similar program before, so don't even talk about it. Being a host in such a program is really torturous. It's like you don't exist at all. Whether you're on stage or off, it's always very awkward. All you do is make announcements and present the advertising messages. What else can you do? Yeah, that's right. It's the same whoever does it. Wang Xiaomai plainly replied, that might not be true. As I've been colleagues with Zhang Yi before, I do know him a little better than most people. If it were any other host doing this show, they really might be just a supporting cast member and do things like only making the announcements. But that doesn't apply to Zhang Yi. He's not the type who would just take a step back and be in a supporting role. But I still don't know how he will do this, because just like you all said, for these talent shows, There really isn't much for a host to show what they can do. The woman said, there's simply nothing to bring to bear. It's just making announcements and reading advertising lines. It can't be that he plans to say those things for the entire show, can he? The bearded man said, Xiaomai, aren't you putting Zhang Yi on too high a pedestal? We're all in the business of hosting and our standards are all about the same. It's just that Zhang Yi has the added advantage of being more talented in literature. That's why he can achieve so much just within a year. If we're just talking about basic hosting skills, then all of us here wouldn't be worse than him. Laughing, another person chimed in, that's true. The man with the short hair, leaning against the door, said, we're all proper graduates of broadcasting, so how much difference can there be between our standards? Central TV went to look for Zhang Yi and not someone else because Zhang Yi has program planning skills. It wasn't because of his hosting abilities. If we're talking about pure hosting abilities, then with so many hosts at Central TV, would they lack his abilities at all? So it's not like a talent show like this would miss his presence either. If you put me there instead of him, I can say the same things too, and I might even do it better than him. Her, who doesn't know how to read advertising messages? The bearded man said. The woman mocked, if you can't even say an advertising message well, then you better not work in this business. On TV, Zhang Yi was standing in the center of the stage. Hello, everyone. I am your host, Zhang Yi. Today, we have 8 people who will be joining us on stage. Who could they be? What kinds of voices will they have? What songs will they choose to perform? Alright, next up, is the segment that is the most anticipated advertisements. At the table, the bearded man who was drinking his water suddenly spewed it all out. PFFT. Why would I be anticipating advertisements? Just before everyone was about to make fun of what Zhang Yi had said on TV, a scene that would shock these professional broadcast majors and the entire world's citizens began. On the television screen, Zhang Yi took a deep breath. I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows this year. The only TV show you need to watch is The Voice, the authentic health product, The Authentic The Voice. Welcome to the broadcast of The Voice of China, brought to you exclusively by our title sponsor, leader in health products, Brain Gold. Drink Mangekyō mineral water to show your support for The Voice. The most favored student of the 4 coaches for this season of The Voice will get a chance to join Mangekyō mineral water's Music Dreams tour. Text to support your favorite singers and you'll get a 50 yuan book voucher from everyread.net. We thank everyread.net for their generous support of our singers of The Voice. For any of our contestants, as long as they get acknowledged by at least 3 coaches, they'll win a 10,000 yuan Music Dreams scholarship sponsored by Brain Gold. We also give our thanks to Beijing Da Hotel for sponsoring the accommodations for the coaches of The Voice of China. Wang Xiaomai was dumbfounded. The bearded man was dumbfounded. The short-haired man who was grabbing some food with his chopsticks was dumbfounded. The waitress who had just entered the private room to refill the drinks for the customers was astounded and looked at the television, also dumbfounded by it. Oh my god. Damn. This. Everyone present were all dumbfounded by this. You're too damn fast at speaking. Were you on fucking stimulants? How many seconds was that? That was even done in a single breath. You actually recited that entire chunk of advertising messages without a cue card or missing a word, and they were even spoken clearly. The waitress couldn't help but say, isn't that amazing? After refilling their drinks, she doubled up and ran out, telling anyone she saw, quick, go and watch The Voice. The host is awesome. Awesome. Was it only just awesome? In the private room, Wang Xiaomai and the others were all speechless. As broadcast hosts themselves, they had all learned these basic skills like off-script speed reading as well as crosstalk speed recital, all to practice their reading skills. But there was surely a limit to people, and this limit was more or less the same for everyone. There shouldn't be too much of a fluctuation in their standards. Even the most able person they met in school could only read a script of 100 words at a rate of 6 words per second, and that already amazed them. It was a speed that would leave them in the dust. But Zhang Yi? This advertising message of Zhang Yi's? He probably managed more than 10 words per second. This was more than twice the speed of the fastest recital they'd ever heard of before today. When this statistic was actually calculated, the difference was obvious. Awesome. This was no longer just awesome. This was crazy. This was a crushing blow to all the hosts in the country, and possibly, even those from overseas. Wang Xiaomai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had guessed the outcome correctly, but not the process. She suddenly said, this reading speed, is there anyone else in the hosting world who can do it? The woman took a deep breath and said, impossible. Another woman agreed, it's definitely impossible. The bearded man, still bitterly smiling, said, other than him, there's definitely no one else who can do it. Fuck. The short-haired man suddenly cursed. Is Zhang Yi still human? Just a while ago, they were still joking around and making fun of him. Anyone could do it? Say the advertising messages for the entire show? Zhang Yi only got the hosting job because of his program planning ability? All of them were proper graduates in broadcasting and there wouldn't be much difference in their standards? Thinking about what they had just said, they all turned red with embarrassment. This was a hosting job that no one else could do. He had actually goddamn created something new out of reciting advertising messages. It was not because of the advantage he had for program planning that he got the job as a host in Central TV. In the field of professional hosting, there were those who were on a similar level, but there were also those who were much better. Just as with Zhang Yi's speaking abilities, no one else could do what he did. This was Zhang Yi's debut program in Central TV and also this first time being the host of such a grand stage. But in this debut performance, he had taught those hosts and industry insiders who doubted him a lesson. Just with this unique ability of his and the resume he had from the time he hosted at the local and online television stations, it was enough to put him among the top hosts in the country. No one could deny that. What a great Zhang Yi. So it was them who were the frogs in the well. At this moment, Wang Xiaomai's university classmates, who a while ago were still disapproving of the talent show Zhang Yi was hosting, felt depressed for the first time about why they were still at the lower echelons of the industry trying to make things work and not able to move up onto the level of hosting at a satellite channel, while Zhang Yi had already planted his feet firmly in Central TV Department 1. The difference was in their talent? No, that was not it. Just comparing the basic skills in broadcasting, they were all far behind Zhang Yi. Chapter 681, Into the Ranks of the Top Hosts. Online. The forums, Weibo, and Taiba were all in an uproar. Oh my god. What's happening? What do you think is happening? Quickly take a look at the voice. That Zhang guy is too godly. Fuck. Zhang Yi has already surpassed the gods. It's too amazing. It's blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes. What sort of reciting speed was that? These are advertisements that we're talking about. My blood was actually boiling with excitement because of advertisements. This is a talent show. But Zhang Yi's hosting quite literally stole the limelight. Who says that the host of The Voice will only be a supporting role? That anyone can do it? That it would be the same whoever becomes the host? Will the person who said that please stand up? I promise I won't beat you to death. I don't know what the later segments are going to be like, but even if it's rubbish or the contestants are all worthless, I think the viewership ratings of The Voice won't be lower than 0.6%. With Zhang Yi's shocking performance, it is as good as saving the world all by himself. It's like I can hear Zhang Yi telling us even if The Voice is a shitty program, he alone would still pull up the viewership ratings using that eloquent mouth of his as usual. The godlike Zhang Yi. The godlike host. Besides the netizens' exclamations, the industry insiders were also collectively shocked. Some of Zhang Yi's friends also posted on Weibo. Peking University Chinese Department's teacher, Suna Yao Jiankai commented on The Voice's promotional channel on Weibo, I don't usually curse, honestly, but after watching my old bro Zhang reciting those advertising messages, I can only say this: holy fuck. The Voice of China? I don't think it would be unsuitable even if the name is changed to the Tongue of China. Central radio station's Tianbin, Zhang Yi used the incredible speed in his speech to defeat all the hosts in the world. Oh. Zhang Yi's former leader, Zhao Guozu, posted on Weibo, I was just dining out with some friends. When we heard Zhang Yi's advertising messages, my friends and I were all shocked. Nobody could say anything for a long time until a friend beside me, who owns a company, asked me, do you think I will still be able to purchase advertising rights on The Voice? Beijing Television's hoof. Today, Zhang Yi has shown us that advertisements can actually be done in such a way. Zhang Yi is incredibly outstanding. Although I'm working at Beijing Television Station, if I had to choose the most outstanding host with the best overall abilities in the country, my vote would definitely go to Zhang Yi. Weibo online television station's Feng Gaikan. If, let's say as of yesterday, Zhang Yi wasn't in the top ranks of the hosting industry because he did not have the experience of hosting on a satellite channel, then today, there is clearly a spot for Zhang Yi in the country's top hosts club. Wang Zhuang, he is a host who keeps on creating miracles. Zhaolu, teacher Zhang, I have knelt because of you. Dayfi, I'm also kneeling. On the keyboard. Huge, it was very lively on the internet. After a lot of people watched The Voice's advertisement segment, they could not help but take out their cell phones or type on their keyboards to post the word fuck to express their astonishment towards Zhang Yi's eloquent mouth. At the same time, everyone's expectations for The Voice suddenly went through the roof. Everyone was exclaiming out loud even before the show had reached its main event. What would happen when the main show started? Many people were informing their family and friends. In an alleyway, a young woman was about to go to the bathroom when she met a neighbor. Zenzi, what are you doing? I was just taking a stroll. What are you still strolling for? Quickly go back home to watch The Voice. Why should I watch that? Didn't everyone say that the program isn't good? You'll understand after you watch it. Zhang Yi is awesome. He has brought advertising to new heights. What? Advertisements? That's right, advertisements. Every time there are advertisements, I change the channel. Why would I want to listen to that? You'll understand when you hear it. I guarantee that you will definitely not change channels. Really? Then I better go have a look. You won't be able to see it anymore now. Just wait for the rerun or check online for the clips later. Or you could play it back on your DVR too. In a district, in a house. A plump boy was making some calls in an excited manner. Hey, Big Liu, quickly switch on the television. The Voice is such a surprise. It's enjoyable to watch. It's so good that I'm crying. Yo, which contestant sang so well? The singing segment hasn't even started yet. Ah. Damn, then how is it so good you're crying? You don't shit. Quickly take a look. Why would I lie to you? Alright, I'll believe you this time. Afterwards, the plump boy started to call up his other friends. He was not a hardcore fan of Zhang Yi and could not even be considered a fan before this, as he had only seen a few of Zhang Yi's works and poetry. But now, after Zhang Yi recited those earth-shaking advertising messages, the plump boy completely became Zhang Yi's hardcore fan. He felt that Zhang Yi's confident composure and presence on stage was damn full of swag. His charm was there for all to see. The same scenes were happening everywhere in the country. If the stage setup and opening theme of The Voice were good but not enough to shock everyone, then Zhang Yi's lines would have surely done the job. The news spread by word of mouth. The people who watched the broadcast were all scrambling to spread the news. Immediately, more and more people gathered in front of their television and switched the channel to Central TV Department 1. It should be the time for the contestants to appear. Hi, I really want to see Zhang Yi recite the advertising messages again. PFFT. I suddenly feel like I'm really cheap. In the past, I couldn't wait to switch channels when the advertisements came on. But now, I actually want to hear it several times more. Haha, it's the same for me. I love you so much, Teacher Zhang Yi. I wonder what the upcoming segments will be like. What kind of contestants could Zhang Yi and his team gather in this short period of time? Besides, everyone has been criticizing The Voice's main feature of not judging looks or occupation. This is definitely a big problem. A talent show full of ugly men and women? Will that really be a feature to look forward to? Will that really be something marketable? Even if the contestants sing well, how good will they be? They can't possibly be better than those people professionally trained in music, right? A slogan which emphasizes not on judging by occupation seems to already indicate that The Voice won't purposely go and search for people trained musically. They also don't require contestants to be professionally trained in singing or have looks or be tall. Is this really not going to be a problem at all? Hi, who knows? I also don't feel optimistic about the contestants segment, although I admit that the opening was very exciting. But that excitement was solely because of Zhang Yi's ability and charm. I believe that Zhang Yi will always bring me surprises. We still have to see how the show will be executed. Hey, it's starting, it's starting. The first contestant's intro clip is playing. Whoa, why is that woman so fat? Fuck, they're really not going to judge by looks? Will she be able to sing well? Her type of singing does not seem like it will be good. Chapter 682, Creating a Sensation. At 9:10 p.m. Chen form teacher, Zhao Mai, was at home watching television together with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend said, Zhang Yi's mouth is quite formidable. Is he really a relative of one of your students? Of course, didn't I tell you before? Zhao Mai said, Zhang Yi has come to our school so many times that our grades class teachers are already very familiar with him. Her boyfriend said, what is he like? Is he a troublemaker as the media reports him to be? Zhao Mai shook her head. No, he's quite a nice person and doesn't put on any airs. The two of them were chatting when suddenly, the intro clip of The Voice's first contestant appeared on screen. My name is Luo Yu and I'm a physical education teacher at a primary school. Since I was young until now, my classmates, friends, and colleagues all call me Raspy Luo. Each time I sing, people around me intentionally or unintentionally avoid me. No one has thought that I know how to sing or feels that my singing is good. Today, I would like to use the stage of The Voice to prove myself. I want to let everyone know that a fat person also has dreams. No matter what people say about me, all I want to do is sing. The intro clip ended. The first contestant held a microphone and stood on stage. However, Zhao Mai was stunned when she saw this on television. Suddenly, she rose and exclaimed, Teacher Luo. It's Teacher Luo. Her boyfriend, who also knew little Luo, said, Isn't this your school's PE teacher, Luo Yu? What the heck? How did she end up on The Voice? Zhao Mai could not believe what she saw. I don't know. At the same time, many of the other Beijing experimental primary school teachers who were also watching The Voice were dumbfounded. They even thought they were mistaken. It's Luo Yu. It's really little Luo. Why did teacher Luo go and join a singing competition? My god. Did they get it wrong? That lousy voice of little Luo, even her normal speaking voice is raspy. How could she sing? Who knows? Little Luo's too brave. Damn, teacher Luo really isn't afraid of losing face. Some of the teachers even called each other when they saw this. Hello, Zhao Mai, quick, go and watch Central TV Department 1. I'm watching it right now, it's teacher Luo. Ayo, what's going on? Do you know? I remember that day at the school field. Teacher Zhang seemed to be looking for teacher Luo, but I don't know what happened after that. I don't know what's going on now either. Teacher Luo's voice. At this moment, many of the students of experimental primary school and their parents were also staring at Central TV Department 1's channel with their eyes and mouths wide open. They all recognized her. The TV now showed the audience. They all appeared very indifferent, like they did not have an interest in what was happening. Then the cameras focused on the four coaches. Zhang Yuanqi, doesn't look too good, does it? Chen Guang, I don't know. The musical introduction started, then the sound of the guitars and drums suddenly exploded. I've always been told I don't understand lyrics, composing, or singing. I've always been told I don't understand comfort, laughter, or living. I've always been told I don't understand passion, women, or romance. I've always been told I don't understand restraint, flexibility, or smarts. Listening up to here, Zhao Mai was already stunned. Zhao Mai's boyfriend was also so astonished that his eyes were like saucers. Including many of Luo Yu's colleagues from the school, all of them were shaken at this moment. This was sung by teacher Luo? Suddenly, Luo Yu's voice erupted. Who told you I can't sing? Who told you I don't understand living? Who told you I can't be cruel? Who told you I don't know glory? That screaming was a punch to everyone's gut. Zhao Mai exclaimed excitedly, so awesome. Little Luo is really awesome. Her boyfriend also exclaimed. They turned. All four coaches have turned. A language teacher who was teaching the same grade as Luo Yu nearly jumped up at this when she was watching the show at home. My god. Holy shit. A little boy from a class Luo Yu taught was stunned as he watched his physical education teacher performing in the glamour of the limelight. His face expressed his shock as if he did not know who the singer was. When the principal and several other school leaders of experimental primary school received this news from some of their school's teachers, they immediately switched on their television to see. The moment they heard Luo Yu singing Who Told You I Don't Understand, they were also left stunned. They knew Luo Yu all too well. She was the odd one out among the teachers, always randomly singing on the playground or the hallways and irritating many people. Doing so. Once, the principal even asked to see her in the office to reprimand her stop singing, telling her that her voice was really terrible to listen to. But then, was it actually terrible to listen to? Thinking about it now, they realized that they had never seriously listened to Luo Yu singing before. Maybe it was because they felt that her appearance did not fit singing, that her raspy voice made her destined not to sing, so whenever she sang any song, they did not bother to truly listen or lay their eyes on her. Until today. Until they sat in front of their TVs and concentrated on listening to Luo Yu perform and paid attention to her voice did they discover that actually teacher Luo really knew how to sing. All of a sudden, Luo Yu's cell phone exploded with calls. Her relatives and friends were all calling to ask. Teacher Luo. Little Luo, what's going on? Little Yu, why were you on television? The internet also exploded with comments from the netizens. Oh my god. This voice is the be-all, and all. This fat woman is awesome. Is she really a PE teacher? Where did Zhang Yi find such a great contestant? Who says that if you're ugly, you won't attract people? Who says that the Voices contestants are all just amateurs? That their singing won't be good? I've always thought that I wouldn't be able to accept non-good-looking people on a talent show, that's why I did not have much anticipation for The Voice. But today I've realized I was wrong, because when a person sings a song with all their heart, the charm they exude is able to cover up everything else. I really like this PE teacher a lot. The coaches are unable to see their faces and can only hear their voice. Such cool design. So this is what The Voice is like. How face-smacking. Yeah, Zhang Yi slapped everyone's faces. Does she have to sing it so breathtakingly? It's only the first contestant to appear and the bar is already set so high? On screen, the fighting for the contestant part had begun. The coaches were all fighting each other for the contestant to join their teams. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli, the ideal couple who had a great battle, made everyone shout excitedly. Ha 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 ha. How funny is that? Fan Wenli was so funny. So they could even take contestants in this way? I've never before seen such a talent show contestant selection. Ah, she chose Chen Guang. Zhang Yi has really brought this program to life with its segments. Some people were already starting to add their friends on Weibo. Quick, watch The Voice. It's exciting. It's totally unlike what all the analysis and rumors said it to be. The second contestant appeared. Wow. He's a train driver? He's singing so emotionally. Oh god, I don't know what to say anymore. It's another great contestant. Then the next contestant. A housewife. Not bad at all. I like her, I like her. How have we never known that there were so many talented people among the common folk? Ah, the coaches have turned. The fourth contestant. The fifth contestant. The seventh contestant. The audience were also watching in anticipation. Soon, it was time for the last contestant to perform. However, this contestant was not introduced like the others. In the intro clip, the contestant could not be seen at all. It was simply a silhouette. Then a voiceover done by one of the staff members said, "Our last contestant for today has a most unique voice. Will the coaches be able to accept this voice? Let us find out together." The contestant went on stage. The cameras switched to the faces of the coaches, with their backs facing the stage which couldn't be seen clearly. On it was a very obscure figure of a person, making it feel very mysterious. What's the meaning of this? What's with this person? I don't know. Let's listen and find out. The melody began and the voice drifted out. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I ask the clear sky. In the heavens on this night, I wonder what season it would be? I'd like to ride the wind to fly home. Yet I fear the crystal and jade mansions are much too high and cold for me. Dancing with my moonlit shadow, it does not seem like the human world. The people in front of their televisions were all engrossed listening. How beautiful, this woman's voice is too beautiful. It has to be the best voice of today. What an elegant sounding voice. I'm getting drunk listening to it. With a voice like that, it must be a beautiful woman. Listen to that magnetic charm and the emotions in the singing. I guess it must be a beautiful woman in her 30s. Why isn't the camera showing her yet? Quick, focus on her. This was a huge tease, as all of the people could not wait any longer to find out the face behind the voice. At this moment, on TV, Chen Guang instantly hit the button and turned around. Along with the coach turning, the camera angles were cut together like they too were from the point of view of the coaches. It cut to the contestant who then appeared on the TVs. With this, when the people watching the program on television saw the contestant, a lot of them screamed with shock. Some of them jumped up from their chairs or sofas like they had touched an electric current. Ah! Oh my god! It's a man! Fuck, it's a man! This song was sung by a man? A man? That outfit, I think he should be a laborer? Without any despising looks or mocking laughter, when faced with this revelation of shockingly great contrast, all the people watching suddenly screamed in front of their TVs. I have goosebumps all over my body. This is so nice to listen to. It's great. Awesome. Too damn awesome. Is there anything more unbelievable than that? I just want to say this now. Zhang Yi, you've won. You've goddamn won. Yes. Zhang Yi has won. He has totally amazed me. I've realized that I've fallen for this program already. Keon Pingfan finished his performance. Whether it was on television or outside of it, none of the audience could maintain their calm. Beijing. A barbecue shop near Lishuikiao. A person pointed at the TV with his eyes wide and mouth agape. I know that person. I know him. He's the one who repairs bicycles in front of the station. The person sitting opposite him said, "Are you serious?" A woman said, "You must have seen wrong." That person said, "Impossible. He has repaired my bicycle twice for me." As it turned out, when the coaches interviewed Keon Pingfan on screen, he revealed his occupation. He's really a bicycle repairman? I have nothing I can say to that. How could a bicycle repairman sing that well? This program is going to get popular. I really take my hats off to Zhang Yi. This is the most surprising program I've watched this year. This is what a real singing talent show should be in my mind. For those who were waiting to see Zhang Yi make a joke of himself, denounce him and the voice of China, I wonder what their expressions are like now? That might not be for sure yet, it will still depend on the viewership ratings. Chapter 683, yet another record-breaking high. In the vicinity of Central TV. At a rather good restaurant. The restaurant's operating hour was actually only up until 9 p.m., or at most extended until 9:30 p.m. for closing down. But now it was already past 10 p.m. and the restaurant was still open. There were even 4 tables of guests being served inside. As the owner of the restaurant and Zhang Yuan knew each other, and with this being the restaurant of choice for Central TV Department 1's events, with many years of business connections, if Zhang Yuan asked, the restaurant would definitely make an exception for them. Everyone, Have a seat. There's no space left over here. There's still a table over there. If that's not enough, we can set up another table. Waiter, please serve the food and alcohol. Beer and wine. Around 30 people were here. Other than Jong Yuan, there were the program team staff of The Voice as well as those staff members who were temporarily transferred from other program teams to help out with the production. Although they did not officially belong to The Voice's team, they had still contributed a lot to it. Since it was a celebratory banquet, then it was only natural that all those involved should attend. There were 2 television sets in the restaurant and both were currently switched on and tuned into The Voice. The show was only halfway through broadcasting when they made their way here for the feast. Since the recording and the post-production was all done, the rest of the broadcast would be handled by the relevant people in Central TV Department 1. The work for Zhang Yi and his team was over for the day, so they could relax a little. Everyone had worked until they were exhausted over the past few days. The food had not yet been served, but the alcohol was. A few interns were fighting to pour the liquor for the others. Zhang Yi raised his glass. I propose that we make a toast to Director Zhang first. Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, and the rest stood up one after another, while a few other women who were not drinkers also symbolically poured themselves a little beer as they all toasted to Director Zhang. Zhang Yuan stood up and held up his hands to try to stop them. The first toast should not be for me. Logically, the first toast should be given to teacher Zhang Yi. If not for him, Central TV would not have this show today. If not for him working day and night, even living in the studio, The Voice could not have possibly made it in time for the broadcast. This is the celebratory feast for your team and you guys are the leads. So I must insist that first toast be given to teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi declined. Director Zhang, that won't do. Come. Zhang Yuan raised his glass and said, a toast to you. Don't. Zhang Yi said, not daring to accept this honor, let me toast you. In the end, everyone just toasted to Zhang Yuan and Zhang Yi together. Then, Zhang Yuan said, Teacher Zhang, why don't you make a short speech? Zhang Yi laughed, then looked at his subordinates. First, let's thank our director for his support. Without Director Jiang's trust and support, we wouldn't be here today. Zhang Yuan waved it off and just smiled. Next, I want to thank all of you, Zhang Yi said sincerely. Other than thank you, it's still thank you. Thank you for trusting in me, sacrificing your sleep and rest for me and our show for the past several days. When other program teams work overtime, it's because they are forced to, but not ours. Everyone did it willingly, so when a few of our colleagues fell sick, I even had to push them to go home to rest, but they still stayed behind to help out, working while sick. I know that every one of you do it for me, because all of you trust me. I understand all of that. So I want to make a toast to all of you. They raised their glasses and clinked them together before drinking. Everyone started talking. Director Zhang, don't be so modest with us. What's the point of saying that? Yeah, that was what we were supposed to do. We'll toast you. Cheers. Zhang Yi's sincere thanks from the bottom of his heart touched everyone. Thinking about those days of endless and tiresome work that couldn't even be described, they felt lucky they managed to pull through. Under Zhang Yi's leadership, they were now about to reap the great harvest they deserved. Following that, everyone ate and drank. The broadcast is almost finishing. It's time for Keon Pinkfin to appear. Haha, I bet everyone will be shocked by little Keon. Look, the comments on the internet have exploded. They're all discussing about our show. Yeah, I just saw it too. Everyone has very good comments for us, especially the reading of the advertising message by Director Zhang at the beginning. That shocked so many people. Fuck, Luoyu has already become famous. Just how long has it been since she appeared in the show? Fans have already created a taiba for her. It even has several hundred members already. It's going to cross 1,000 soon. Look at the Weibo headlines. They're about us too. So fast? Weren't we just in 5th place? We're now first. Ayo, then we have to toast again. Cheers. Beside Zhang Yi, Chen sat there expressionlessly. She slowly took some food with her chopsticks and put it onto her plate. The little one had been with Zhang Yi for the past several days, going to school in the morning and then being brought by Wo Yu back to the television station in the evening. She slept at Central TV together with Zhang Yi and did not get much rest, so she looked very tired right now and was also sullen and upset at Zhang Yi at the moment. Zhang Zuo came over. Director Zhang, I want to toast you for giving us a valuable lesson with your program planning. Let me offer you a toast as well, Hakiki said. When I first read your proposal back then, I did not think that it would work out at all. I believe many others felt the same way, but the results have proven that you were right. You saw further than any one of us, so let me offer you a toast. They clinked their glasses together. Alright, don't stand on ceremony anymore. Chen pouted. Zhang Yi, drink less. I know, Zhang Yi casually replied. A while later, someone else came to toast Zhang Yi again. Zhang Yi did not reject anyone. Come, cheers. Chen said unhappily, Zhang Yi, drink less. Zhang Yi said, how much have I drank? Okay, I will not drink so much. Hakiki was very envious. Look at Chen. She's so sensible, knowing to tell you to have less to drink. If I had a daughter like that, how great would it be? Zhang Yi said, then you better be prepared for tough days ahead. Chen glared at Zhang Yi. Her. At this moment, the broadcast of the voice ended. Zhang Yuan's cell phone rang. When he saw the number, he went outside immediately to answer it. About 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuan walked in with a smile on his face. I have some good news for everyone. I've just received an update. 3 major online video hosting services have already contacted our station, hoping to get the exclusive rights to the Voice of China's online broadcast. Among them, one offered a sky-high price to secure the contract. Can you all guess how much it is? Zhang Yi's contract with Central TV Department 1 was a little special. Other than Zhang Yi, Zhang Yuan and a few other people, most did not know the details. Before he signed with Central TV Department 1, Zhang Yi had a condition that he would get to keep the copyright to the voice. This applied more on any foreign exports of his show's format and the 2nd or 3rd seasons of The Voice, which meant that Zhang Yi could, on principle, move to another station with the right to reproduce his show there. It also meant that Central TV could not use the name and logo of The Voice of their own accord, though the first season of all such copyrights were provided to Central TV for free. For example, the television broadcast, the title sponsorship fee, the rights to stream the show via an online video hosting service, all of these deals would not be given to Zhang Yi at all and belonged fully to Central TV. This was the reason why Central TV Department 1 had agreed to the terms after a long round of discussions, as it had saved them a big chunk of their budget. Hakiki blinked. 30 million? Zhang Zuo guessed, 45 million? Little Wang said, could it be 50 million? You've all guessed wrong, Zhang Yuan said elatedly. There's an online video hosting service that is offering us an 80 million RMB price to secure exclusive rights. 80 million? I'm gonna faint, this. Everyone was surprised at this news. It had to be said that they were unable to sell the online exclusive rights all this time, not because no one would buy it but because all the offers so far did not satisfy Zhang Yi's estimates. Some offered 20 million, some 10 million, and the highest offer was only 25 million RMB. But like for those advertising rights quotes, Zhang Yi did not step back on the prices and maintained a minimum base cost. Zhang Yi would rather hold them in hand than to take a lower price, and because of this matter, the station had also talked to Zhang Yi on several occasions, though he did not waver at all. However, looking at it now, Zhang Yi had once again proven the brilliance of his strategy. Zhang Yuan was also celebrating in his mind, thinking how lucky it was that the station did not overwrite Zhang Yi and sell off the online exclusive rights and advertising rights fee for cheap, otherwise, they would have suffered an enormous loss. It was a good thing that they listened to Zhang Yi. 80 million RMB. The Voice's production fees were only over 100 million, which was more or less covered by the title sponsorship already. So that meant they didn't make any losses or profit from there. Thereafter, once the remaining advertising rights fees and exclusive rights were sold, this would all become pure profit for Central TV Department 1. What kind of a concept was a net gain of 80 million? Even if Central TV Department 1 were to combine a full 24 hours of shows on a Thursday, a total of more than a dozen programs such as drama series and interview programs, they wouldn't be able to earn 80 million per season. But with just one show from Zhang Yi, he managed to do it. He made The Voice earn more than the total combined output of more than a dozen programs added together, and this did not even include the unsold advertising rights fees yet. Just calculating it like that, it would be enough to scare anyone. Besides, getting an 80 million RMB copyright sold for an exclusive online broadcast was the highest amount in the industry. Not only was it the most for the current ongoing programs, but it's also the most in the history of all programs. No other variety show had ever gotten an exclusive online broadcast fee of more than 60 million. But now Zhang Yi had rewritten the records for China's variety world and increased it by 20 million. This was crazy. Central TV was crazy. The Voice's program team was crazy. The entire television industry was crazy. After the records of the title sponsorship and the production budget, The Voice of China had once again broken and set a new record for a variety show. Chapter 684, The Night That Belonged to The Voice. Online. This news was exposed. It wasn't leaked news, but the information was announced by the online video hosting service themselves. Their vice president had directly announced this on Weibo to say that they were investing 80 million to purchase the exclusive online broadcast rights to The Voice of China, thus creating a gigantic wave. How exciting! That much money. Is the voice really worth that amount? Only one episode has been shown so far and they're already spending so much money to buy the rights? Am I crazy or has the world gone crazy? Isn't that too risky? Yeah, they should at least wait for the viewership ratings to be released first. If the viewership ratings released tomorrow show that it performed very well, then the might would be worth it. But if it's not as high as expected, then their money will have gone to waste. Was there a need to rush like that? Couldn't they have waited another day? Did they have to buy it today no matter what? That may not be it. If the viewership for the voice goes through the roof and performs beyond expectations, then by tomorrow, 80 million would not even be able to secure the rights. There might even be more competition and they would not stand a chance to get it anymore. They probably tabled an irresistible offer to Central TV Department 1 that they could no resist, hoping to gain an advantage in betting on Zhang Yi and the voice. Fuck, this is no longer a world I can understand. Yeah, I don't understand it either. This is way too crazy. Right now, no matter how the viewership ratings turn out, Zhang Yi has already come through with flying colors. He used his abilities to help Central TV Department 1 earn over 100 million. On top of that, it looks like the voice does not only have those income streams, so it will definitely only get higher. He's raking in a profit too quickly. Even a gust of wind is not this quick. I can only say comparison always ends up torturing people, comparison always ends up trashing products. The other variety shows are all finding it difficult to meet their targets and have always been struggling just to keep things moving along. As long as they don't lose money and be slightly in the black, they are satisfied. But what about the voice? Zhang Yi had only just set up some stage, but he can still get people to throw their money at the show with his eyes closed. It's the same type of singing show, but why is there such a gulf in the gap? Looking at those other, pitiful singing variety shows, I don't have the heart to watch them anymore. What's more, they were rushed to finish it to fill the slot. Right, on top of that, Thursday night's slot isn't exactly a good time either. Is that what Zhang Yi's true capabilities are like? The citizens were shocked. The industry was in an uproar. At the restaurant, only Zhang Yi did not seem that surprised. Zhang Yuan looked at him and said, "Little Zhang, what do you think of the offer?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "It's okay. Should we sell it?" Zhang Yuan wanted to hear his opinion. Zhang Yi knew when he had to take a step back. "I will leave that to you and the leaders. Whatever the decision is, I will respect it, so anything is fine." The offered amount was somewhat similar to Zhang Yi's expectations. Back in his previous world, The Voice's initial exclusive online broadcast rights were worth around 100 million, so this new offer here wasn't that far off and not a big matter. Besides, he had to consider the market demand of this new world as well. Zhang Yuan laughed, "Then we will sell it. You all can carry on eating, I will go back to handle this matter and find someone of the other party we can talk to regarding the contract." Zhang Yi said, "But we've only just started eating, you haven't had much yet." Zhang Yuan said, "Previously, you were the one doing all the work. Now it's my turn." Before he left, Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Yi and said, "Little Zhang, you've really helped Central TV Department 1 win back some vindication this time." Zhang Yi smiled blissfully. "Since Central TV has recruited me to join them, I definitely must do my best." Zhang Yuan nodded and then left. Central TV Department 1 had always been somewhat average when it came to variety shows, and could even be said that it was already falling behind. Compared to many of the provincial satellite channels, they couldn't even compare anymore. But now, Zhang Yi's arrival had single-handedly helped them turn things around. In an instant, Central TV Department 1 had jumped into the lead from someplace in the middle pack. It was evident that Zhang Yi's capabilities were there, just like what some people had said of him before. This was truly a person who could work miracles. The only thing missing now was the finalized viewership ratings figure. Just how much would it be? Just how much could they get? Zhang Yuan did not want to even venture a guess. At this moment, Zhang Zuo's cell phone rang and he went outside to answer it. When he came back, he immediately reported to Zhang Yi about the situation. "Director Zhang, one of the advertisers contacted me about their interest to purchase the rights to a first-year advertisement." Zhang Yi asked, "How much are they offering?" Zhang Zuo said, "I don't know, I haven't gotten a quote from them yet." "How much do you think we should ask for?" Zhang Yi said, "Was it one of those companies we were in discussions with before?" "Yeah, it's the executive of He Dairy Industry, the one who met you in your office before." Zhang Zuo said, "They've come back after all." Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Give them a quote of 4 million. The universal price for the first-tier advertising rights will be 4 million. Zhang Zuo asked, "Wasn't it 3 million before? Surely they won't agree if we ask for 4 million, right? Besides, we've already broadcast one episode, so that's an episode less for their advertisements." Zhang Yi explained, You can't look at it that way. In the past, our show was not broadcast yet and not many people were optimistic about it. But now that it's been so well received, the show will get popular because of that. The only question left is how popular it will get. Now that they've approached us again, the price will definitely have to be set by us. Even if it's an episode fewer, the price will not remain the same as previously stated. Otherwise, if we keep it at 3 million and sell it to them, it would be unfair to the two companies who bought the first-tier advertising rights. They had risked uncertainty and spent 3 million on our program, but now that it has gotten popular, the other advertisers no longer face that risk, so how could the entry point for them still be 3 million? The difference is only an episode fewer of promotions? Do you think those who signed with us at the beginning would be happy? Would it be fair to them? Zhang Zuo nodded his head firmly. That's true. Zhang Yi said, we will stick to this new pricing, so for the second and third tiers of advertising rights, raise them by 1/3 too. You don't have to worry that nobody will buy them. Alright. Zhang Zuo understood. At this time, Hakiki also remembered the day the advertisers came to Zhang Yi's office to discuss the advertisements but did not come to an agreement. After they had left, Zhang Yi told Hakiki and the others that those companies would come to rue their decisions that day. As it turned out, Zhang Yi's words really came true. The celebratory banquet finished rather quickly. In the end, during the second half of the dinner and after some 7 or 8 calls, the unsellable advertisements for the voice had all been bought at a 30 to 40% higher price than previously, even when the contractual terms remained the same. All sold out in 20 minutes. That demand was too explosive. The feeling was like they were all snapped up as if they didn't cost money. After the contracts were verbally agreed upon over the phone, some of the advertisers who were still not feeling assured immediately sent over their lawyers and representatives to Central TV with the contracts to get them signed. They were afraid that The Voice would be recording its second episode very soon, and if they did not get the contract settled early, they might get delayed in the involvement of the second episode and miss out on another chance at publicity. Additionally, they knew that there were limited advertising spots, so if anyone came ahead of them, then they might miss out on the entire opportunity altogether. In just the blink of an eye, another 20 million RMB had entered Central TV's accounts. Along with these advertisers, there were many other companies that approached them. Some wanted to get the rights to exclusive interviews and some entertainment companies expressed their interest to sign certain contestants. Zhang Yi did not need to deal with all these himself and just left them for Hakiki and Zhang Zuo to handle, while some decisions they couldn't make on the program team level were redirected straight to Central TV Department 1. Le Shuiqiao. At a certain rented apartment. Qian Pingfan's master, who taught him how to repair bicycles, held him by his shoulders tightly. Good kid, you were really great. Qian Pingfan scratched his head and said, Master, I don't wish to repair bicycles in the future any longer, is that okay? You're still thinking of repairing bicycles? His master laughed. Just continue singing your songs well. Don't embarrass me. Unknowingly, Qian Pingfan's eyes turned teary. Master. Luoyu's home. After Luoyu answered a call, she made several calls. Suddenly, she cried out wildly, Dad. Mom. What's the matter? Her parents came running to her. Luoyu was almost unable to speak. There's a management agency that wants to sign me. They want to sign me as a singer. Mother Luo was surprised. What? Father Luo couldn't hide his happiness. Really? Is that true? Luoyu was tearing up. It's true. It was Teacher Chen Guang's agency that wanted to sign me. I've already verified it with Teacher Chen Guang. It was he who recommended me to his company. Then when I called Teacher Zhang Yi, he told me to wait a little longer and not rush to sign. He said that if I signed now, the terms of the contract would only be so-so. Teacher Zhang offered to help me speak to Teacher Chen's agency after the competition is halfway through so that he can fight for the best contract terms for me. Sign a contract? Mother Luo hugged her daughter tightly when she heard that. My God. My daughter is going to be a singer. Tears streamed down Luoyu's face as she cried, Dad. Mom. I didn't let you all down after all. I didn't embarrass the two of you. A lot of people's destinies were changed because of The Voice. A lot of people's hearts were thumping for The Voice. On this Thursday evening, the night belonged to The Voice of China. Countless people were screaming for The Voice. Countless people were going crazy for The Voice. Chapter 685, The End. The next day. At 8 a.m. in the morning, a cool wind was blowing on the streets. After a good night's sleep, the first thing Zhang Yi did when he woke up was bring Chenchen to Keishaku. He drove into the district where his parents' home was and randomly parked his car in the not-too-large open space below their apartment. Let's go. Zhang Yi unbuckled his seatbelt. Okay. Chenchen was still playing on Zhang Yi's cell phone, tapping here and there on it in a game. Zhang Yi urged her, come on, we're already here. Only then did Chen slowly get out of the car. Don't keep playing on my phone until there's no battery. I still have to take calls, Zhang Yi said. Zhang Yi had taken the day off today, or rather, more than half of the Voices program team had been given the day off. This was specially approved by the station. After having been kept tremendously busy for 2 weeks without rest, now that the first episode had been successfully completed, they definitely had to have some time off to recharge and rest. After all, there had to be a balance between work and relaxation. If they actually had to work continuously for 3 months without a single day of rest, who could take it? That would end up affecting their work negatively instead. In the district, a few elderly neighbors were already up and going to their morning exercises. Grandma Kui waved from afar. Little Yi, you're back? Zhang Yi smiled and said, Grandma Kui, how have you been? Rather good, rather good. Grandma Kui said excitedly, our whole family was watching your show last night. It was very enjoyable to watch, the show was great. Zhang Yi said happily, oh, you have my gratitude. Grandpa Li, who was just stretching his arm warming up, said kindly, everyone is talking about your show now. Are the viewership ratings out yet? Zhang Yi said, not yet. Andy Chen asked, when will it be released? Zhang Yi replied, it's not definite. I'm also waiting for it. Grandma Kui said, all the best then. Our neighbors are all supporting you. We even switched on both TVs at home yesterday and tuned them to Central TV Department 1's channel, her. I did that at my place too. We must support Little Yi's shows. Zhang Yi immediately thanked all his elders before finally bringing Chen into the building. On the way up, Zhang Yi reminded, Chen, when you see them later, remember to greet them as Grandpa and Grandma, understand? As Chen climbed up the stairs while playing on the cell phone, she said, okay, that's enough. Stop playing and return my phone to me. Zhang Yi snatched it back from her. Chen was not having any of that. Zhang Yi, give it back to me. Give it back. Zhang Yi put it back into his pocket. You've already played for the whole morning, rest your eyes. Chen said, Zhang Yi, I want to play a while more. No. Zhang Yi avoided her just as they came to the house. Before he could even knock, the door opened and his mother appeared behind the security door. I could hear you talking to Grandma Kui from up here. Is this your landlord's kid? Zhang Yi pulled Chen into the house. Yes, she's Rao Chen. He saw his father and waved to him. Dad. His father nodded back and then also came over to look at Chen. Whoa, such a beautiful child. When Chen saw Zhang Yi's parents, she greeted them, Grandpa, Grandma. His mother was already smiling widely. This child is really cute, she looks just like a porcelain doll. But her nature is like a chihuahua. Zhang Yi added, the two of you better not take her to be like any other child. She's shrewd like an adult. His mother did not like him saying that. Hey, what chihuahua? How can you say that? What a good child. Come here, Chen. Have you eaten breakfast? No. Let Grandma prepare something for you. Chen said in her childish voice, thank you, Grandma. No need to thank me at all. His mother liked her greatly and kept looking at her. What a pretty child. Little Yi, you better hurry up and find a partner so that your father and I can have a grandson, well, a granddaughter would be good too. Zhang Yi slumped onto the sofa listlessly. Okay. Chen suddenly asked, Grandma, do you have a cell phone? His mother asked curiously, yes, why? Chen said, I want to play on it. Zhang Yi's eyes widened. Don't give it to her. She has been secretly playing on my phone for 2 hours since I woke up. But his mother said, kids this age always play, it's fine. Come here, Grandma will give you her phone. Chen took it from here and immediately found a chair to sit on and started playing. Zhang Yi said in a speechless manner, you'll spoil her. His mother said, it's just for a while, what are you scared of? His father asked, how have you been? Your mom and I were watching The Voice last night. I don't really get it, but your mom keeps saying it's great. When this topic was brought up, his mother's attention was perked. With that intelligence of yours, what will you understand? How can this program not be nice to watch? It's so good that even I want to go and join the competition. Those contestants were each singing better than the other, especially that Keon Pingfen. His voice was be all and all. Zhang Yi laughed. My show isn't too bad, right? It's too good. How are the viewership ratings? His mother asked. It's not out yet, I'm guessing they will announce it in the afternoon, Zhang Yi said. His mother joyfully said, alright, let me prepare breakfast for you and Chen. We'll talk about it again after eating. Zhang Yi said, quickly please. I'm so hungry I could faint. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was a call from Dong Shanshan. Hello, Shanshan, Zhang Yi answered. Dong Shanshan immediately asked when the call connected, "Tell me about the viewership ratings." Zhang Yi said, "It's not even out yet." Dong Shanshan said, "What about the preview report?" "I didn't see it either." "There's no preview report this time. We'll have to wait for the direct report in the afternoon," Zhang Yi said. "You're already the fifth person to call me and ask about the viewership ratings today. At least you're calling me in the morning. That old Yao called me at 3 a.m., what the heck?" Dong Shanshan laughed, "That's true. How many industry insiders are not concerned about the situation regarding the viewership for The Voice now? All of the TV stations and industry insiders are paying their full attention to it." Zhang Yi said, "Surely not?" Dong Shanshan said, "What do you mean by surely not? Do you know how many TV stations have done concise research and analysis on The Voice internally? Your new program has not only shocked the audience, even the industry is in an uproar because of it. As executive producer Huff put it this morning, it is a phenomenal variety show that should be thought of as a textbook example. Didn't you go on the internet? There are many people and media outlets online who are predicting the viewership ratings of The Voice." After hanging up, Zhang Yi lowered his head and spotted 7 or 8 sets of newspapers lying on the coffee table. They were all this morning's newspapers. It didn't even warrant a question. It must have been his mother who bought them. Zhang Yi immediately picked one up and started browsing through them. Every newspaper's entertainment page had news of The Voice in it. Central TV Department 1's ultimate comeback. All-around praise for The Voice of China. Zhang Yi versus industry peers, comes away with another victory. Just what will viewership of The Voice be? Can Zhang Yi get last laugh? The Voice of China, grand gathering of music. Carnival created by Zhang Yi and Central TV Department 1. The Voice's shocking launch. New model for variety shows may be born. The Voice creates 100 million RMB wealth for Central TV Department 1. Zhang Yi once again creates legend. Traditional Big Brother Central TV working hand in hand with Zhang Yi to redeem throne as variety Big Brother? Zhang Yi adjusted the newspaper a little. "Whoa, all the articles are praising me?" His father said, "Your mom didn't buy those that didn't." Zhang Yi. Checking online, there was also all kinds of news about The Voice being published. There was an article that was written like this. It read as follows: "I've never hidden my admiration for Zhang Yi, just like how Zhang Yi has never hidden his ambition for the arts. We're seeing Zhang Yi's new work once again, and also seeing Zhang Yi fighting with his peers once more. How many times has it been? I don't believe that it's only me, but many others who probably have already lost count as well." Before the broadcast of The Voice, there were many people from the television industry who joined in the boycott and denouncement of Zhang Yi. Even after the program has been broadcast, after they have witnessed such an exciting show, there are still those who are harboring hopes that The Voice's viewership ratings will not meet expectations somehow, wanting to call The Voice a show that's good but has no appeal. I have to say this, but do people like this think they can surpass Zhang Yi? Do they think they can also produce a world-class program like that? Dream on. This is the reason why China's variety shows are all going downhill. I'm sure I will get critics regarding this article, that I will be scolded or insulted. But I'm not afraid. All I want to ask is, which of our own Chinese variety shows have the potential to move out of the domestic market? Just tell me, which one? In all these decades, none has been able to do so. All we have are foreign, imported shows that we spend large sums of money to purchase licensing and spend all our energy on trying to promote them. But now, Zhang Yi's appearance has changed the entire situation. There are already people overseas who have seen Zhang Yi's talk show, and at least 2 foreign teams are already discussing importing the talk show to their shores. I've received news that foreign television stations are already prepared to make an offer to buy Zhang Yi's copyrights, our Chinese copyrights, to the show. There's even a possibility of Zhang Yi becoming their consultant to the show. When all these will be confirmed is just a matter of time. What no one has been able to achieve in decades of our domestic variety world has been achieved by Zhang Yi. Only he has been able to do it. So isn't it worth it for us to support a person like that? Is it not worth our effort to go and love and protect him? But what is the truth of all that is happening? They are saying that Zhang Yi has stolen all the limelight for himself and wrecked people's careers. The industry and many of his peers are all boycotting him. It's all a huge mess. I really want to laugh at this. But at the same time, I feel like crying. Is The Voice not worthy of its title sponsorship and joining fees? Based on what reason is it not worthy of it? Please do not compare it to those shows and standards of yours. You all think that The Voice's viewership ratings will not be good because the variety show market is in a downturn? The market is too small? The market is too saturated? That's basically a pack of bull. If your viewership ratings are not good, that only goes to show that your shows are not crafted well enough. It only shows that your standards are not good enough. Those are all excuses that you all are using to cover up your failures. But what I believe in, or am willing to believe in, is that The Voice will definitely give us fully satisfactory viewership ratings. If you don't believe so, let's just wait and see. I have every confidence in The Voice and even more so in Zhang Yi. The end. After reading it, Zhang Yi was elated. Well said. Very well said. Just look at those words, just look at those paragraphs, it's all extremely professional. Chapter 686, The Viewership Ratings That Shocked the Whole Country. Online. Starting from last night, the talks surrounding The Voice did not stop being discussed at all. Even at 3-4 a.m. in the morning, there were still netizens who were discussing the show, contestants, as well as Zhang Yi's amazing recital speed. There were all kinds of discussions about the show but weren't too focused on one subject. However, since this morning, the netizens and industry insiders were only talking about one thing. The most repeated topic was just how high viewership ratings The Voice would get. It's still not out yet. How slow. I've already watched The Voice 3 times over since last night. I've been waiting since nighttime, but there wasn't even a preview report released. It's almost 9 a.m., is the staff not awake yet? Hurry up and quickly compile all the information. The entire nation is waiting for it. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Fuck, this is not a matter of waking up or whatever. The collection of the viewership ratings is very complex and requires a compilation of many figures and statistics before they can give us the most accurate viewership figures. I'm looking forward to it. I'm so anxious. Me too, I really want to know how high they were. I wonder if The Voice can beat those shows imported from Korea. Don't you know Zhang Yi's nickname? This dude is the leader of professional Korean insulters. Somehow, I get the feeling that he made this show to attack those Korean shows. I know Zhang Yi too well. Everyone, prepare yourselves a little first. Most shows do not fare too well in their first episodes, unless they are those foreign imported shows that have already been well known for a while. Either that or they are phenomenal shows which are already in their second or third seasons and already have an audience base. Those are the ones who have the possibility to hit 1% in the viewership ratings. Otherwise, even our domestic variety shows which are very popular only get 0.7% to 0.8% for their premiere episodes. Even those with an average viewership rating of 1.1% needed to slowly gain and accumulate popularity. So, my guess is that The Voice will get 0.9% for its premiere episode, or about 0.85%, thereabouts. And that's on the conservative side. The person above has analyzed well. Agreed, don't have too high expectations, otherwise, if the viewership ratings don't turn out so well, I really wouldn't be able to accept it. Premiere episode getting 0.9%. That's already defying all logic. I don't think that will be all. This show is very enjoyable to watch, so we cannot use our usual standards to judge it, nor should we analyze it that way. The Voice's premiere episode will get 1% at the very least no matter what. For sure. Is there a chance for 1%? What suspense? Even if it's unlikely, anything is possible. I also think The Voice will do well. Zhang Yi's really awesome. I love Zhang Yi so much. I love The Voice too. This is what a real singing show should be like. This is what you call the most sincere form of art. A like for Teacher Zhang. Many of those who worked in the television industry also gave their stand on things and did their own analysis and viewership rating estimates of the show. Like Beijing Television's Hofi predicted 1.2%, which was very high. And Beijing Television's host, Dong Shanshan, who also posted on Weibo, predicted The Voice to hit 1.1% in the viewership ratings. That was very high as well. Weibo online television station's Wang Zhuang gave a prediction of 1.0%. Central radio station's Tianbin predicted 0.95%. Just before 10 a.m., a Weibo poll was created by the official Weibo site. It was a poll to let all the netizens predict the viewership ratings of The Voice. There were 5 options to vote for. 1. Viewership rating of 0.5% and below. 2. Viewership rating between 0.5 to 0.8%. 3. Viewership rating between 0.8 to 1.0%. 4. Viewership rating between 1.0 to 1.2%. 5. Viewership rating between 1.2 to 1.5%. The netizens all rushed to vote at once. Choose option 4. Fuck, option 4? Isn't that too high? Yeah, option 3 seems to be the most likely result. I'll choose option 5. Damn, that option is definitely impossible. Option 5. That's way too high. Ahem, calm down, calm down. I like The Voice too, but the 5th option is really kinda outrageous. Much less The Voice's premiere episode, even those popular variety shows still airing now or those Korean, American, Japanese licensed programs would at most get an average of 1.3% or so. Like that recent Korean licensed reality TV show, its viewership rating now is at 1.4%, right? The best it got did not even pass 1.5%, am I right? That is already the peak of variety shows these days for the nationwide, simultaneous daily time slot top spot, nationwide weekly top spot, and nationwide monthly top spot. A reality TV show licensed from Japan shown on Sundays has a viewership rating of 1.35%, and that's already the top for Sunday's nationwide simultaneous time slot. It only got second overall for the nationwide monthly viewership ratings, behind that Korean licensed show. As you can see, this is the overall situation for the state of variety shows these days, with the other average variety shows struggling to get around 0.5%. The Voice wants to achieve 1.2 to 1.5% viewership ratings in just its first episode. Thinking of challenging those extremely popular foreign licensed shows immediately after broadcasting the premiere episode? That's definitely too unbelievable. Why would that be impossible? There's no limit to my confidence in Zhang Yi. Supporting. We will choose option 5 without explanation. I also hope that The Voice will contend on behalf of our domestically produced variety shows. I too hope that The Voice can outperform those foreign licensed shows, but this still isn't likely. After all, it's only the first episode. We can wait until later, when The Voice grows more popular and gathers more viewers. When The Voice goes to the finals of the competition, we can fight it out with all those other shows for first place. To compete and find out who is better. We still have to wait for that many episodes? We must settle this once and for all with the first episode. Right, kill them. Who cares? Wasn't The Voice viewed with pessimism back then? Didn't everyone think that those words "to see other summits dwarfed, and savor the scene" uttered by teacher Zhang were pure nonsense? Then let's show them the people who don't know the immensity of the universe. I shall choose option 5 as well. Fuck them. When it came to foreigners or foreign-related things, some of those people did not even look or ask any questions. They were definitely Zhang Yi's fans, as only he would have so many nationalistic fans like himself. Whenever they saw something foreign, it was like they were on stimulants, cursing and swearing without control. 5. I choose 5 too. Yes, we can't lose on momentum alone. Voting for option 5. Supporting Zhang Yi. Supporting our domestic variety shows. Right. Let's fight it out with those foreign imported shows in the viewership ratings. The resolute Zhang Yi fans moved many people as they also went along and voted for the impossible option, 1.2 to 1.5%. Finally, after 2 hours, the poll results were finalized. A total of 35,000 people voted. Option 1, 6%. Option 2, 9%. Option 3, 18%. Option 4, 42%. Option 5, 25%. The majority of the netizens still voted for option 4, 1.01.2%, as this was the most likely and hopeful outcome, or because it was a result they wanted to see. When a few leaders of Central TV Department 1 saw the online poll results, they lightly nodded their heads in agreement. This poll reflected the predictions they had in mind as well. They were hoping that The Voice would be able to get off to a winning start and get 1% in the viewership ratings to help them get the top spot for the nationwide simultaneous time slot for Thursday. As for the weekly or monthly nationwide viewership ratings, they did not think that far. After all, there were so many 1.3 to 1.4% Japanese and Korean licensed programs blocking their way to get the result. Hakiki was very surprised at the results of the poll, because her own predictions were not even that high. She had not expected the netizens to think so highly of them and trust in them. Zhang Zuo did not even see this poll. He was at home, unable to stay settled, feeling very nervous and full of anticipation. He kept checking his phone to see if there were any updates of the viewership ratings. Other than Central TV, the other television station were also fully focused. Liaodong television station. Is it out yet? Not yet. Did you see the voting by the netizens? I saw it, they're all just lay people. Yeah, indeed, their thinking is too amateurish. There were even people who chose option 5? Do they really believe that The Voice will get 1.2 to 1.5% of the viewership ratings? They're just blindly voting, but it doesn't matter whichever one they vote for. Shanghai television station. How much do you guys think it will be? 0.9%, I guess. That's more like it. Looking at the votes from the netizens, they're really being too optimistic. That's because they don't understand the situation in the industry. Yes, although I don't wish to admit this, there really aren't any domestically produced shows that can beat the viewership ratings of a foreign licensed program. At Beijing television station. I hope that The Voice will give us something to cheer about. Though it's not likely that it will surpass 1% in the viewership ratings, right? It's all up to Teacher Zhang. We definitely need to support it. After all, Teacher Zhang was a host who walked through the doors of Beijing television station. Hopefully it can hit 1%. There were even more negative responses at the television station where the variety show licensed from Japan was shown at, especially within that program's team itself. They won't be able to do it. Trying to compete with us in viewership is definitely impossible. Yeah, how can they compete with 1.35%? The netizens are such teases, why are they even voting for option 5? The Voice's viewership rating might not even pass 0.9%. It's just the first episode after all. Back then, Zhang Yi even dared to spout nonsense of overtaking all the variety shows, claiming that all the variety shows in the country won't be better than his. I would like to see just how high the viewership of The Voice will get. He's truly too arrogant. Everyone's predictions were different. Every television station's prediction was also different. But the common thing among them was that everyone was paying crazy attention to the viewership ratings of The Voice. Suddenly, at noon, just past 12 p.m., the nationwide viewership ratings for Thursday's variety shows were released under the focus of numerous people. Ah! It's here, it's here. Let me take a look. Damn it, it's finally released. What's the situation like? How high was The Voice? Countless netizens had gathered at once. Countless industry insiders were observing. However, when they saw the statistics for the viewership ratings, everyone was shocked. In their minds, they could only say something along the lines of "what the fuck to your second granny? How's that possible? Heavens. I've been blinded. Fuck your grandfather. Was this compiled erroneously? The figure on the statistics report was totally shocking to look at. The Voice of China's first episode of viewership 2.01%. Chapter 687, number 1 in the nation. Jiangnan television station. The staff were all quiet. Some just stayed silent. Some were shocked and at a loss for words. Liaodong television station. In a certain program team's office. A leader held the viewership ratings report and came out of his office. Someone tell me that these viewership statistics are wrong. How could it goddamn break the 2-point barrier? No one spoke. No one could answer the leader on this question. It was not wrong, and couldn't possibly be wrong. The viewership ratings were real. It was indeed a 2-point rating. 2.01%. A certain program team behind the show using Korean copyrights. The office was in an uproar, everyone confused. What's going on? Just what is going on? Our viewership ratings were surpassed by The Voice? Oh my god. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. How did it turn out like that? Fuck. How could The Voice get such a high viewership rating? Why online television station? The ex-colleagues of Zhang Yi were all shocked with their mouths agape. Every one of them was more excited than the other. He's done it. Teacher Zhang really did it. Fuck yeah. Our country has finally produced a local copyrighted variety show that has put great pressure on those foreign copyrighted shows. How godly. Zhang Yi's is too damn godly. This is so unbelievable. How is that possible? How's that possible? Are Zhang Yi and The Voice both on steroids? Question mark. Does it have to get such a high viewership rating? Yeah, I guess that The Voice would get a very high viewership rating, but I didn't expect it to be this high. In the current market of variety programs, how could there be a show that broke the 2-point barrier? At Beijing television station. Who held the viewership ratings report for Thursday's variety shows that was disseminated by the management and stared at it dumbfounded for a long time. Then he quietly took a cigarette from the table beside him and lighted it. He had already quit smoking for a long time, so when he took a puff from it, he violently coughed and then went on to aggressively curse. What the fuck? Hearing the loud shout from Hoof's office, the program team staff of Do You Remember also cried out. No one could hold it in any longer. Zhaolu, someone, please pinch me. Is this for real? Hooge, your third uncle's grandma. Hootie, this defies all common sense. This totally defies all common sense. Defy, The Voice is crazy. Teacher Zhang is a crazy man. Dong Shanshan was shocked into silence. At Central TV. The Central TV leaders were all dumbfounded. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded. Hakiki was dumbfounded. Zhang Zuo was dumbfounded. All of The Voice's program team staff were dumbfounded. How much? Can someone repeat it to me again? Fuck, we got a viewership rating of 2.01%. I'm getting dizzy, someone support me a little. I can't stand straight either anymore. The industry was in an uproar. The entire population was also in an uproar. The Voice's viewership ratings had topped the entire variety world. Number 1 for the same time slot. Number 1 for the entire week. Number 1 for the entire month. Number 1 for the entire year. And this was only for the premiere episode's viewership. And this was even for a program that was scheduled in a Thursday evening broadcast slot. Countless citizens did not know how else they could express their current mood. Countless industry insiders also did not know how they could express their amazement at this. They only felt that a million lines of what the fuck were flashing in front of their eyes over and over and over again. At this point, many people suddenly remembered the poll that was started on Weibo regarding the viewership ratings of The Voice. It now looked to be a total joke. What were the given options? 0.5% and below. 0.5 to 0.8%. 0.8 to 1.0%. 1.0 to 1.2%. 1.2 to 1.5%. In the end, none of the votes that the netizens made were correct. Not a single person guessed right about The Voice's viewership ratings, because The Voice's finalized viewership ratings weren't even included in the options of this poll. The option for a result that exceeded 1.5% did not even fucking appear. Why was there no such option made available? Why was there no option given for 1.5% and above? It wasn't because the official Weibo account was careless, but because no one had ever expected that a premiere episode of a variety show would exceed 1.5%. They did not even expect it to hit 1.5%, let alone exceed it. That was the reason why the poll starter did not create such an option nor consider the possibility of including one. The trend of the variety show market in recent years and the many years of experience in the television industry told them that this was not a possible outcome. However, today, The Voice did it. In the market of TV variety where it was common to get a 0-point viewership rating, Zhang Yi had achieved a 2-point rating. Today, at this moment, Zhang Yi along with his new show had scored a victory over those doubters who mocked them. A title sponsorship record. An exclusive online broadcast fee record. A production budget record. A production timeline record. And a viewership rating record. It was a chain of records. The Voice of China had broken the records one by one, and with each feat, sent a shockwave across the country. The daughters were all left speechless from anger. Those who mocked the program fell silent. For the first time, they seemingly remembered what sort of person Zhang Yi was. For the first time, they seemingly remembered all the things that happened with Zhang Yi. The media reports were overwhelmingly flooding in. The media was going in overdrive. 562 Citizen Journalism, Zhang Yi, Miracle Maker. Phoenix Sun Daily, The Voice's viewership shatters the ceiling. The light of local variety. Entertainment blast, The Voice climbs to top of Variety World. Taking nationwide #1 spot. On the front page of Taiba, The Voice's viewership ratings break 2 points. How did this miracle occur? Youth Spirit discussion forums, The Voice leads local copyrighted shows into battle against foreign copyrighted shows. News headlines on Weibo's front page, the attack of domestically produced shows. Zhang Yi sounds the bugle for retaliation. Putting pressure on all foreign copyrighted shows. People's Daily Online News, miracle? No, this was a divine act of God. Beijing Times, a day that belongs to Zhang Yi and his The Voice. Nationwide Morning News, a hero of the television industry, a legend of the variety world, please put your hands together for The Voice and Zhang Yi. Suddenly, a poem reappeared once more on Weibo. Everyone was surprised for a bit, but started to forward it like crazy. Zhang Yi's fans forwarded it. Yao Jiankai forwarded it. Zhang Ziya forwarded it. The married couple, Chen Guang and Fan Wenli, forwarded it. Hakiki forwarded it. Zhang Zuo forwarded it. Suna forwarded it. The Voice's official Weibo account forwarded it. Central TV Department 1's official Weibo forwarded it. 10,000. 30,000. 50,000. 100,000. The number of times it was forwarded kept rising as the poem climbed up Weibo's trending topics in just a short time with an unstoppable force that would kill any gods or Buddhas in order to claim the top headline. How to describe the revered peak? Towering over all Shandong with endless green. Heavenly beautiful splendor nature gathered, the shaded north side cut off from the south side's sheen. Clustering clouds cleanse the cracks in the heart, eyes strain watching homebound birds fly through the ravine. Someday I shall ascend your highest heights to see other summits dwarfed, and savor the scene. Chapter 688, highly sought after. At Zhang Yi's parents' house. Zhang Yi was having lunch with his parents and Chen in the living room when he received a call regarding the viewership ratings. Upon hearing the news, he was slightly stunned and then said, "Oh, thanks for telling me." The person who called him was Little Wang from the program team. After hearing Zhang Yi's calm reply, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry, then said agitatedly, "Director Zhang, the viewership rating is 2.01%. It's 2.01%. Zhang Yi said, "I got it." Little Wang said, "You're not satisfied with that?" Zhang Yi said, "No, I am very satisfied." "Isn't his quite good?" Little Wang said, "Only quite good?" This is already defying all common sense. You're really too awesome. It wasn't that Zhang Yi did not feel excited, but that this viewership rating was already within Zhang Yi's expectations when they started on the production of the voice. The people from this world had not seen the charm and power of the voice before and were unfamiliar with it since it was not within the market norms. Thus, many people did not have any expectations for the voice from the very beginning or only had very low expectations for it. They felt that it would be pretty good if they could achieve 0.7% in the viewership ratings. If the viewership ratings hit 1%, it would be a surprise. But Zhang Yi was different, he knew the popularity of the voice in his previous world. Hence, when the result of the viewership ratings achieve a score just over 2%, although Zhang Yi was surprised and felt very happy, his reaction was definitely not as great as others. After hanging up, his mother immediately asked, "Are the viewership ratings out yet?" Zhang Yi acknowledged while smiling, "The viewership ratings are 2.01%, still passable." Upon hearing that, his mother said with a slightly hoarse voice, "My goodness. It broke 2%. His father did not quite understand, so he asked, "Is that very high or very low?" "Of course it's very high." His mother knew more about viewership ratings and continued, "Right now, the most popular variety show, which uses Korean copyrights, has only slightly more than 1% of the viewership ratings." His father nodded and said, "Then that's pretty good." His mother could not sit still any longer. She put down her chopsticks and said, "I'm not eating anymore. I'm going to our neighbor's house for a while to tell them about the viewership ratings." His father said, "Are you going to brag and act cool again?" His mother rolled her eyes and said, "It's none of your business." "Mom." Zhang Yi gave a wry smile and said, "Please eat your lunch first. I'm already full." His mother dressed up a little formally and went out immediately with a smile on her face. Zhang Yi shook his head, then picked up his chopsticks and hurriedly grabbed some food. "I also have to eat quickly. There's probably going to be many calls coming and I'll have to answer them all." Indeed, just after Zhang Yi took his last bite and put down his chopsticks, the phone calls came in wave after wave. "Zanger, you're awesome. It's not too bad. When will you be treating me?" "Whoa, we'll have to wait until I have finished with my work this quarter. Then we have reached an agreement. You definitely can't escape from treating me." "Zhang Yi, you're getting even more popular now. Think about what you're saying. I've always been very popular. The viewership ratings have broken 2%, you're two-face smacking. Some people's faces are all swollen now." "Ha. Teacher Zhang, I'm from the Beijing Times. Can we ask you for an interview? Which day? Is today okay?" "Oh, these next 2 days will be difficult as I'm very busy." "It's fine. Then we will interview you on another day based on your schedule." "Oh right, I have to congratulate you first." "Thank you. I finally got through." "Teacher Zhang, your cell phone is even more difficult to get through to than a president's phone?" "Hi, it's only today that I'm getting so many calls. Usually, no one will contact me at all. Your new program is too awesome. You have made it so godly. It's not bad, right? You're really not being modest at all." "Why should I be modest? It was within my calculations." "Brother Zhang. CEO Wu. I just want to update you on something. I've just received news from various retail chains and sales channels that our Brain Gold product sales volume has been soaring off the charts. The exact data is not out yet and we'll have to wait until the end of this month or beginning of next month to find out, but the trend is already very obvious. Especially in these major cities and districts like Beijing and Shanghai, there was an exceptionally obvious increase in sales volume. It's even higher than what we estimated yesterday." "That's good. Thank you, Teacher Zhang." "Don't say that, I should be the one thanking you instead. If not for your investment on the title sponsorship, we would not have the money to make the voice into what it is now. It's because of your good planning that it worked. In the future, if there are such good opportunities again, you must not forget us." "That's for sure." In the blink of an eye, he had already received more than a dozen calls. Some of the calls were from people at Central TV. Some were from his relatives. Some were from the newspaper reporters. And many were from Zhang Yi's friends. The calls lasted from 12 p.m. until 2 p.m. This was already the usual for Zhang Yi. He had already gotten used to it. As his circle continued growing with his rise in popularity, Zhang Yi got to know more and more people. Naturally, with such a big commotion, everyone would be guaranteed to call him up to congratulate him. After the calls were done, his father went to take his afternoon nap. Chenchen kept holding on to Zhang Yi's mother's cell phone and playing games on the sofa. Zhang Yi shouted at her, "Don't play too long." Then, he went back into his room and switched on his computer to browse the internet. The internet was in an uproar. The industry was in an uproar. The media was in an uproar. The entire country was discussing the voice. In the past, Zhang Yi had also created many big issues and released numerous works like the lecture on Dream of the Red Chamber at Peking University, Zhang Yi's talk show, Lecture Room, and his crosstalk. Among them, there were a few that hit the headlines while some others also received great response and created heated discussions. But now, when compared to The Voice, all of those issues were nothing. Zhang Yi had never gotten on the headlines so easily before. It was safe to say that this was the work that most people were paying attention to, and the response to it was really too explosive. You couldn't begin to imagine it when 4 of the top 10 topics on Weibo were related to The Voice. You couldn't even imagine it just by randomly checking the entertainment section of any forum. There, 1 out of every 3 posts wrote about The Voice. Zhang Yi's name was also brought up numerous times by the netizens and media. An unprecedented amount of discussions. An unprecedented level of popularity. For some programs to be considered phenomenal, they would have to be assessed first on the show's influence, and second on its viewership ratings. For many variety shows, after broadcasting its first episode, it would take some time to gather data on whether or not it had the makings to become a phenomenon, because viewership ratings needed to stabilize step by step while its popularity would have to increase bit by bit. Until the viewership ratings reached a certain level and the attention that the citizens paid to the show reached a certain point would the program be confirmed by the industry as a phenomenal variety show. This would then be the highest honor that a variety show could receive that would confirm its status. However, this was unnecessary for The Voice. The Voice no longer needed time to slowly build up or to depend upon its future performances. After only the first episode, The Voice had already reached the level of a phenomenal variety show. Whether it was someone who had biased views against Zhang Yi or the industry insiders who did not like The Voice, none of them could deny this reality. They had to accept the truth as it was. If the viewership ratings of a premiere episode could annihilate all the variety shows in the country and not be proclaimed as a phenomenal variety show, then what program would still dare to be crowned with this title? The netizens were coming up with all sorts of theories. Zhang Yi is invincible. In the variety world, who can stop The Voice? Zhang Yi has once again proven his ability to everyone. He's really unbeatable. Those television stations and industry insiders who doubted him are such jokes. I wonder where they disappeared to now. They haven't shown up since the viewership ratings were released. They definitely won't show themselves. Who would still dare to come out? Their faces have already turned green from the face smacking. 2.01% of the viewership ratings. And only turning green? This is more like being face smacked until they vomit blood. Even now, I am still in disbelief of the viewership ratings. How could it be so high? That's right. Just look at everyone forwarding that poem, admiring the mountains. It's already been forwarded tens of thousands of times and commented on hundreds of thousands of times. A few days ago, who would have thought that The Voice of China could get such a viewership rating? Who could expect that Zhang Yi actually managed to achieve his lofty claims of someday I shall ascend your highest heights to see other summits dwarfed, and savor the scene? To be honest, I can understand what those industry insiders are feeling. It's not that they are unprofessional, but just that Zhang Yi is too ridiculous. Meanwhile, in a meeting room at a certain television station, there were about a dozen people attending the meeting room. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone was staring at the Thursday's variety show's viewership ratings ranking dazed. During the boycott of Zhang Yi, their television station had been the one who pushed for the most support. From the leaders to the program team heads, many of them were involved in the boycott of The Voice. They had condemned Zhang Yi for breaking the industry rules and disrupting the market prices, as their television station had 2 programs that were affected by this when a few celebrities rejected and broke their contracts to record the programs because they felt that the joining payment was too low. But now, those people who boycotted Zhang Yi could no longer muster up a word anymore. There was no way to boycott him at all. The Voice had used its viewership ratings to tell those doubters that their joining payment was definitely worth its price. That it was worth the amount of the title sponsorship fee. Rather than 100 million RMB for its title sponsorship fee, with the viewership ratings that they had, even if Zhang Yi asked for 150 million now, there would still be companies willing to purchase it. After a while, the silence was broken. A person said, "Everyone, let's discuss it." Everyone stayed silent. After a few moments, that person suddenly said, "Go and check Zhang Yi's contract with Central TV Department 1. How long is his contract duration? Is it a yearly contract or a program-based contract?" A woman said in surprise, "What do you mean?" That leader said, "If it is a program-based contract, then when Zhang Yi's contract with Central TV expires, see if we can get Zhang Yi to join us." A man smiled bitterly and said, "It should be a yearly contract." Another staff member said, "I heard from my friend working in Central TV saying that Zhang Yi has signed a 1-year contract with Central TV." That leader said, "There's no other way then." After saying that, he sighed and shook his head continuously. At that time, when Zhang Yi was suspended by Peking University because of the scolding incident, he was also featured on the news. Someone from the station had previously suggested that they should invite Zhang Yi to join them, but after some discussion by the station, it was not approved. But now, even if they wanted to poach Zhang Yi, they did not have a chance to do so. The other television stations also began to check out Zhang Yi's contract terms with Central TV, toying with the idea of poaching him. The birth of the voice had tempted many of them. But after they found out that Zhang Yi's contract with Central TV was a yearly one, those television stations basically gave up on the idea of poaching him at all. They knew for sure that Central TV Department 1 would definitely not release him even if they paid the breach of contract fees for Zhang Yi. For a person who could produce a program that received over 2% of the viewership ratings so effortlessly, who would not want him? Besides, he was very different from the other famous program planners. You could poach many famous program planners, but would still have to fully fit all the aspects of the program team and setup. There might be a chance that some segments or staff members who did not fit properly or gel well would cause some problems to occur in the end. But Zhang Yi was different. If they managed to poach Zhang Yi, it was equivalent to poaching an entire team of the program planner, executive director, and host. Just him alone would be equivalent to a whole team. Hence, who would not want him? Who would not feel tempted? From being the reason of a boycott in the industry to becoming highly sought after, this change in attitudes could not be any greater. Chapter 689, The Country's Citizens Imitate? That night, The Voice of China's online video was officially uploaded. As Central TV Department 1 had already agreed on a contract with an online video hosting service, the project was initiated very quickly as they wanted to ride the momentum of the show's popularity. The online video hosting service website's team had finally gotten everything in working order overnight. At 7:30 p.m., The Voice's first episode had appeared on the website's main page at a prominent location together with an ad banner. This was also covertly a publicity campaign for The Voice to have an online channel of distribution. 1 million. 5 million. 10 million. Once the video was uploaded, the number of views kept increasing. Many of the northern drifters who stayed in rented apartments did not own a television set. Having found out about The Voice from short online video clips, they wanted to catch the full episode, which was the reason why the views on the video were increasing so quickly. Many of these younger people were savvy at using the internet. At this time, the popularity of The Voice continued on strongly. With every second that passed by, The Voice was creating history in the recent years of variety programs. This program had been pushed to the very top and Zhang Yi was also riding on the crest of this wave. However, there were also some side events occurring at the same time. At 8 p.m., Zhang Yi received a call from the program team's assistant director Hakiki. Hakiki, hello, Director Zhang. Zhang Yi, Sister Chi, what's the matter? Hakiki said, about that, an advertiser just contacted me, it's the executive from the hotel. He was requesting that you slow your reciting during the advertising messages segment from the second episode of The Voice on. Just a slight pause where you can clearly pronounce their hotel's name syllable by syllable. This doesn't apply to any of the other advertisers, they just hope that the words Jingdiehua Hotel can be slowed down a little. Zhang Yi asked, why didn't he contact me directly? I don't know why either, perhaps he wasn't too comfortable speaking with you and just contacted me directly instead. I think he also contacted Central TV Department 1 and the station was thinking that you might really have spoken too fast, and that it wouldn't do justice to the advertisers. After all, they did spend money to purchase the advertising rights, so... Hakiki sounded a little hesitant. Zhang Yi said, did the station approve this already? Hakiki answered, not really, they did not say so directly. Zhang Yi determinedly responded, tell the executive at the hotel that I won't be slowing my speed. The future style of hosting in The Voice also won't change. If they feel uncomfortable about it, they can come and look for me directly and talk about it. If that still doesn't work out, then we will refund them the advertising costs. Refund? Hakiki said with a hint of surprise, not expecting Zhang Yi to be so persistent. Zhang Yi confirmed that. Hakiki probed a little, but if the station says. Zhang Yi interrupted, it doesn't matter who says what. Sure then, I understand. Hakiki knew what had to be done from here. Zhang Yi was very stubborn and headstrong in his position on this matter. In the field of artistic performances, he'd always had his own principles to follow. To put it in Beijing jargon, he was very stiff. No matter what anyone said, he would not listen or change his mind. In his previous world's version of The Voice, Hueco had been pressured by the program team leader and advertisers to slow down his reciting of the advertising messages several times to adhere to the requirements of the advertisers. That made The Voice have one less interesting point to look forward to. However, Zhang Yi was not ready to cave in on such matters, nor was there a need to do so. Hueco was only a host on the program team of The Voice, and therefore did not have much authority in the decision-making process. He also did not have much fame as a celebrity before becoming the host of The Voice. But it was different for Zhang Yi, as he had come on board to The Voice as a B-list celebrity. His fame and reputation were already known by everyone. The key factor was that he was also the executive director and executive program planner, while also informally the executive producer of the program. He was in charge of The Voice's overall planning and spending, so that would make him the highest up on the program team. Even the executive producer, Old Fu, had to step aside for him. Zhang Yi had no need to listen to anyone trying to give him instruction or making thoughtless comments. Past 8. After he got off the phone, a heated discussion about Zhang Yi's eloquent reciting skills suddenly began online. The topic had slowly shifted from talking about the program and the contestants to focusing on Zhang Yi. That reciting speed, how godly. Yeah, I was totally dumbfounded the first time I heard it. I get shocked every time I listen to it. How could he be so fast? Was it put together with the help of a computer? You're thinking too much. Why don't you make one for us to listen to? Are those professional hosts all crazy like that? Is that something that all broadcasting hosts can do? I don't know. Right, I've never ever heard someone speak that fast before. Suddenly, the host of Beijing Television's Do You Remember, Dong Shenshan posted an audio clip. It turned out to be her trying to imitate Zhang Yi's advertising messages. I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. I will not expect. There's no need to watch any TV shows this year. The only TV show you need to watch is The Voice, the authentic health product, the attacking, the authentic The Voice. Welcome to the broadcast of The Voice of China, brought to you exclusively by our title sponsor, the Health Brain Products. In Health Products. Leader in Health Products. Brain Gold. The audio clip ended there, and accompanying this was a message at the end of the post. I tried to recite a segment of it, but realized just how crazy that mouth of Zhang Yi's was. I couldn't do it. I totally couldn't copy it. Below were the comments from the netizens. PFFT. Our goddess is so funny. Teacher Shanshan, you've already done well. Yeah, you said it very quickly too. Dong Shanshan replied with a smiley face, even if I said it fast, it's not as fast as Zhang Yi. The accuracy of my pronunciation is not good either. I've already tried it more than a dozen times, but I just can't get it right. My mind can keep up but not my mouth. At this time, Yao Jiankai also appeared. Old Yao came out and immediately announced, let me try, let me. After around 2 minutes, Yao Jiankai posted a video of himself, the background showing that he was at some hotel, probably with a film crew at some place for filming. The video was recorded in a hotel room and Yao Jiankai could be heard clearing his throat before he quickly recited, I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows this year. The only TV show you need to watch is The Voice, the authentic health product, the authentic The Voice. Welcome to the broadcast of The Voice of China, brought to you exclusively by our title sponsor, Ladder.Leader. He managed to spew the lines of the advertising messages carelessly and did it a little faster than Dong Shanshan, but also recited many wrong words. Many of old Yao's fans came to laugh at him. Haha. Teacher Yao, you really think you could do it? That was such an inferior version. Teacher Yao, give it some more effort. You were a professional crosstalk actor in the past after all. Don't all crosstalk actors learn speed recital? Yao Mi also teased her father by replying, Dad, you're the worst. Hee. A depressed Yao Jiankai replied, I'm just a supporting character and don't depend on my wits and mouth, but that kid, Zhang Yi, is a main character, so don't compare us like that. Suddenly, even Chen Guang partook in the imitation game. Ah, old Chen is here too. Whoa, dude, you shouldn't be disgracing yourself here, old Chen. Yeah, even a professional host and a crosstalk actor couldn't do it, so why do you think you can? Chen Guang's imitation was indeed a miserable one. His reciting speed was already slower than Zhang Yi's by 2 to 3 times, yet he still stuttered and made a lot of mistakes with the words. On top of that, he was even using a script to read from but could not recite it successfully even at his own speed. After he posted the audio clip, Chen Guang left emoticon below it. When everyone heard Zhang Yi's recital of the advertising messages, they might have thought it would be difficult, but it was only after they tried for themselves that they realized this was not even about difficulty, this was already a speed that had exceeded mortals. Let me try too. I won't believe it, I'll give it a try too. Haha, count me in. Interesting. I feel like I could do it. It shouldn't be a problem for me either. Wait a bit for me, everyone. No one knew when or where it started, but everyone was already trying to copy Zhang Yi's advertising message online. I will not accept any gifts this year. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. As long as they get Akakno.ledged by at least 3 coaches, they'll win a 10,000 yuan Music Dreams scholarship sponsored by Brain. We also give our thanks to Beijing De Hotel for sponsoring the accommodations for the Code.takes of the Voice of China. No one could say it as fluently as Zhang Yi. While there were those who could recite it fluently, they did it with a much slower speed, carefully reading out each and every word, and none of these were done in a single breath. Then there were those who committed many mistakes when they increased their speed of reciting. Many of them thought they could do it, so they kept trying and trying until they nearly went crazy. Rather than reaching Zhang Yi's speed, most of them could not even hit half of his reciting speed. The person who did the best was a third-year student from Media College's broadcast major, a class junior to Zhang Yi. He managed to read the entire advertising message of about 200 words in 22.3 seconds, taking a single breath in between. As for Zhang Yi did it in 14.7 seconds with a single breath. The difference was nearly 8 seconds. 8 seconds might seem to pass in the blink of an eye, but only an industry insider would know what this really meant. They were worlds apart. For there to be a difference of 8 seconds for 200 words, it could already be said that this was forever going to be an insurmountable divide. For such speed, even a difference of half a second would be a very large gap, let alone 8 seconds. Who else? No one will stand a chance anymore. It's impossible. Fuck, it's too difficult. What kind of a mouth does that Zhang Yi have? I don't think anyone in the country, no, anyone in the world will be able to surpass that mouth of his, right? Yeah, even if it's those famous hosts overseas, they can't possibly read with that kind of speed. This is a technique that truly belongs to Zhang Yi alone. Within the industry, many hosts did not feel convinced. Unlike Dong Shanshan, who posted an audio clip to imitate the advertising messages, they couldn't do the same. This was because Dong Shanshan and Zhang Yi were old classmates and had a good relationship. Even if she tried to rub some attention from off Zhang Yi to herself, it wasn't a big deal. But for them, as professionals and people who were not close to Zhang Yi, they needed to refrain from getting too close. They couldn't use him as an excuse to get some attention for themselves, so they could only secretly time themselves at home while attempting to recite the advertising messages. But just as expected, no one could achieve the level Zhang Yi had set. They couldn't even reach half of the level he had set. This was a result many did not expect. Perhaps they knew that their recital speeds could not possibly match up to Zhang Yi, but they couldn't have expected that they were off by so much. Having tested themselves, these hosts gradually gasped in amazement upon realizing the difference. This was really a show that could not be replicated whatsoever. Just based on the hosting style alone, whether at home or abroad, only Zhang Yi could do it. Chapter 690, the show's second episode. The next day, Zhang Yi left Chenshin behind for his parents to take care of. He woke up, brushed his teeth and washed up, then had a light breakfast before leaving for work. At Central TV. When he reached the office, a lot of people greeted him. Director Zhang. You're here? Good morning, Teacher Zhang. Your new show is really defying all common sense. When is the second episode going to start? Record. It's a great joy to watch. Director Zhang, when it's time for the recording of the second episode, remember to leave some seats for our program team, alright? We would like to attend to and hopefully learn something from your team. Director Zhang, the voice has become extremely popular now. The entire country is talking about you. Our program team will be starting a new program soon. Do you think it would be possible to help us cross-promote it on your show during the commercial break in the middle for 10 seconds? The commercial breaks in between your show are being sold by Central TV Department 1 for such a high price now that we can't even afford it if we wanted to. Do you think you could put in a word for us? 7 or 8 seconds is fine too. A bunch of people were greeting him, but Zhang Yi did not know most of them. Zhang Yi just smiled along. If anyone asked him for help, he would agree as long as it was a small matter. He finally got into the elevator and went upstairs to his program team office. When he entered the office, he could immediately hear the gathered staff chattering loudly. Little Wang laughed happily. How explosive, we're going to be famous. A female editor laughed. Director Zhang's really too awesome. A viewership rating of 2.01%. You didn't see it, but I was working overtime in the office yesterday when the viewership ratings were released, and everyone in Central TV Department 1 was dumbfounded. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost. I don't even need to mention how satisfying that felt. A male editor said, a show no one was optimistic about had somehow leaped right to the top of the variety world. All of this still feels unreal to me. At this moment, everyone finally heard the footsteps. Ah, Director Zhang. Director Zhang is here. Everyone went over and congregated. Most of the staff had the day off yesterday, so even if they knew about the viewership immediately after it was released, they did not have the chance to discuss it since they were not at work together. Today, The first thing they did when they arrived was discuss this issue. There were far too much they needed to get off their chests, as they were very astonished by the results. Now that they saw Zhang Yi, they had even more things that they wanted to say that would last 3 days and nights. It was impossible to express their excitement and emotions in any language at this moment, or perhaps, only the pet phrase which Chen Guang always used would be able to describe it. This was truly unbelievable. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Did you all rest well yesterday?" Wu Yi answered, "I did not rest at all." Yup. Little Wang said, "After we heard about the viewership ratings, I was all perked up for the rest of the day. I couldn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. The entire day felt like a dream to me." Zhang Yi was tickled at this. "Then there's no choice, even if you guys did not rest well. Because the preparation work beforehand still wasn't enough due to being pressed for time, we still have to record the other contestants' intro clips. We'll have to jump back in with our engines running and get those intro clips done first. Then, depending on the time, we will record the blind auditions for episodes 2 and 3. As for how it will be arranged, that will depend on today's progress. It's best that we work fast so that we can record more episodes tomorrow." "Yes. Got it. Understood, Director Zhang. The mission will definitely be completed." Everyone's response was very loud and pumped full with energy. If the viewership ratings and viewer response were not good, their spirits would have taken a blow and they would not have the passion to work anymore. After all, people needed acknowledgement from society to feel a sense of self-worth, and now that the voice had leapt right to the top of the variety world, claiming the #1 spot in recent years, they as members of the Voices program team were full of spirit. They were now the top program team in the variety show industry, so their drive was also different. Without the need for Zhang Yi to say anything, everyone was even more enthusiastic than Zhang Yi, the executive director. All of them just wanted the voice to do well. #1 in the industry. They had never had such glory in their lives before. Hakiki, who arrived a little later and had just walked in, greeted, Director Zhang, good morning." Zhang Yi turned around. "Oh, you're here? How's the issue with the hotel? Do we have to refund them the cost? If they want, I will send someone to negotiate with them." Hakiki smiled and said, "They won't ask for a refund?" "Oh?" Zhang Yi said. Hakiki said, "The executive of the hotel came to look for me again yesterday. It was already quite late and I was worried that you might be sleeping already, so I didn't update you. When they saw that there were many people imitating your advertising messages online, they realized that many of those people were trying very hard to get the lines memorized. The name of the hotel was plastered all over the internet and helped them get the maximum publicity they could receive. The executive told me that this was a very good advertising effect, and as of yesterday, the main branch, along with 5 other branches of their hotels, were fully booked till the next weekend. From that, I think they could even be thinking of adding more advertising lines and surely won't be asking for a refund." Zhang Yi nodded. "Then that's good. It would be quite troublesome to handle if they really wanted a refund. We would still have to write the contracts and sign another advertiser. As long as the advertisements are effective and we do not let them down for supporting us since the beginning, it's good enough." As long as it did not require Zhang Yi to bend his artistic principles, it was for the best that all this turned out to be a win-win situation. If due to Zhang Yi reading the advertising messages too fast and thus contributing to a weaker effect of the ads, then Zhang Yi would definitely feel a little bad about it. Suddenly, the office telephone rang. Little Wang went to pick it up. "Hello, this is the Voices program team office." It was Zhang Yuan's voice on the line. "I'm Zhang Yuan. Is your director Zhang there yet?" Little Wang quickly said, "Director Zhang is already here." "Okay, let him know that I want to see him in my office for a while." Zhang Yuan's tone carried a smile in it. She could hear that he was in a rather good mood. Little Wang hung up the phone and informed Zhang Yi, "Director Zhang wants to see you." Zhang Yi nodded and went out to take the elevator up to Zhang Yuan's office. Dong dong. He knocked on the door. "Please come in." When he walked in, Zhang Yuan was currently drinking tea. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "You were looking for me, leader?" Zhang Yuan stood up and said, "Come, take a seat." Having said this, he took a paper cup and asked, "What would you like to drink?" He was actually intending to personally pour a drink for Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi hurriedly went over to him to stop him. "Don't, leader. I will help myself." Zhang Yuan did not insist. He said, "You've really helped Central TV Department 1 save face this time. After watching the recording of The Voice that day, I'd already felt that the viewership ratings would not be poor, but who could have thought that it would be this high? No one in the entire industry could have predicted such an outcome. Little Zhang, the credit is yours. Well done. You've done really well." Zhang Yi spoke a few humble words. Zhang Yuan said, "What do you all intend to do from here?" Zhang Yi responded, "We will be recording the 2nd and 3rd episodes tomorrow." Jong Yuan thought about this for a moment, then said, I only have one worry right now. The response to the first episode was too good and the effects of the show were great as well, which are both good and bad things for the show. The good thing is that it loudly announced the branding of our show to everyone and helped the show quickly gain a market share. But the bad part is that it's likely the later episodes won't be able to do as well as the first one. After all, there aren't really that many good contestants and it will become harder to record a good episode later on. We're just afraid that the show will run out of steam and the episodes won't be shot as well as the first one, making the audience feel disappointed, thus making the viewership rating slide accordingly. If this slide is too great, the branding created won't be guaranteed anymore and might just be a flash in the pan. Zhang Yi laughed, I've already considered that. We will definitely work hard to gain the satisfaction of the audience. Zhang Yuan asked, are you confident? Zhang Yi replied, more or less. Alright then, I'll leave this to you. Hearing him say that, Zhang Yuan knew that Zhang Yi definitely had it all planned out already. I will be waiting to see the viewership ratings report about your second episode. Chapter 691, Controversy over the second episode's viewership. 2 days later. The next morning. The recording studio was ready for the start of the second episode's recording of the voice. Zhang Yi took some time and gathered all the staff backstage for a short and simple meeting. Today, we will record 2 episodes in a row, but if the conditions are good, we might add another episode in for recording to get the 4th episode out as well. The station's request of our program team has already been made clear to us. They don't request that our program get another record-breaking viewership rating but just hope for stability. As long as it is not lower than the first episode's viewership ratings, it is good enough. That is also my basic requirement I'm asking of all of you, so I hope that everyone can raise their spirits. Put your full concentration on working on the show today. Yes. No problem. Don't worry. For sure. Everyone agreed in unison. Zhang Yi gave the order. Alright, let's go. Amidst all the hubbub, everyone got into their positions and went on standby. Today's workload was very heavy. Zhang Yi had already done the necessary preparations. Not only did he communicate in private with the 4 coaches for a long time beforehand, he also talked to the contestants who were going to appear today. He had to constantly shape the fundamentals and presentation of the show to get it ever closer to the one he had envisioned in his mind. As the executive director, all these factors needed to be considered and he also had to be in full control of the entire program. Nothing could deviate from the plans. To be honest, Zhang Yi had rather heavy stress on him too. After getting off to a winning start and creating a viewership ratings legend, their starting point was pushed even higher now. The road from here was indeed going to be much more difficult, and as a result, Zhang Yi needed to spend more energy and effort to ensure that the show would not go downhill from here. As for whether they would still be able to set another record-high viewership rating, this was not something Zhang Yi could predict anymore. He would leave this to fate. As long as he did his best to make sure the show was good, then everything else should be decided by the market and the audience. Online. After the broadcast of The Voice's premiere episode a few days ago, the talks surrounding The Voice had been discussed less and less. This was a normal trend since no TV show had ever been discussed forever. There was always a peak and a cooling period. Besides, with so many entertainment activities and works in the entire country, such as that newly screened movie that had earned 500 million RMB in the box office, a certain celebrity's divorce, all of that news was not missing from the entertainment circle. It wasn't possible that everyone would pay attention to you on a daily basis. In the face of so much entertainment news, the audience would surely be more attracted to something else each time. As a result, on Monday and Tuesday, any news of The Voice went by quietly and peacefully as many people were discussing a certain celebrity divorcing for the second time. When Wednesday came, the talks surrounding The Voice once again gathered momentum as everyone gradually picked up the discussions of the program once more. Why? Because the second episode of The Voice was going to be broadcast soon. On Hueco. I'm so looking forward to it. It's almost time for the second episode of The Voice. It has been so long. I've been waiting for almost a whole week already, thinking about it every day. It's finally going to be shown again. Me too. In the past, I didn't usually watch variety shows. Even if I did, I watched those subbed ones from Korea or America online. After all, their standards and quality are truly better, but The Voice has pulled me back to sitting in front of my TV and instilled confidence back in me regarding our domestically produced variety shows. In the future, I would dare to thump my chest with pride and say that we also have good domestic variety shows. I can't wait either. Come quickly, episode 2. Do you guys think it will create another viewership ratings record? How suspenseful. Yeah, after all, the first episode was totally logic-defying, so it's not going to be easy for the second episode to do it. For some programs that began without getting much attention due to the promotions not reaching the market, they would be able to slowly increase their viewership ratings and do better with each episode as long as they maintain the program's quality. Do You Remember is an example of such a program, but The Voice has already penetrated too deeply into the market and has 2.01% of the viewership ratings with its premiere episode. Usually, for these kinds of shows, the later episodes don't usually perform too well. It's likely to fall below 2%. But no matter how far it falls, The Voice still won't get too low a viewership rating. That's for sure. Zhang Yi is already a veteran of program planning in the television industry. With him around, even if the show is dropping, it won't be that bad. I don't feel that The Voice's viewership ratings will necessarily drop. The key now is whether there will still be any exciting contestants for the blind auditions segment. If they can still get contestants like Luoyu and Keon Pingfen, then the viewership ratings definitely won't drop. There aren't many contestants like them out there. Not many. More like they're totally rare, don't you think? It all boils down to the quality of the second episode's contestants now. Yes. For a lot of the talent shows out there, their premiere episodes usually do well in the viewership ratings but will always drop in the later episodes. This sort of show is too commonly seen, so I'm just afraid that The Voice will also follow in their footsteps. I actually do like this show a lot and is the only variety show I'm following right now, so it better stay strong. If the quality of the show drops too much, then I will have no variety shows to watch anymore. The netizens were all discussing fervently, talking about all kinds of things. Similarly, peers from the industry had also turned their focus on this subject. Central TV Department 1 was the most anxious and pressured party. They had invited Zhang Yi to join them because they wanted to regain their leading status within the variety show industry. Now that Zhang Yi, along with The Voice's first episode, had blinded the entire country with a glowing reception, it had made many of the leaders at Central TV Department 1 very excited, while simultaneously worried that they would lose what they had gained. They knew that what they had so far was still not enough to cement their return to the top of the variety world, as no variety show would be judged on just one of its episodes. What they needed was the average viewership rating to be good, so even if the first episode's ratings had defied all logic, if the later episodes did not do well, it still wouldn't mean that Central TV had made a comeback. It all still hinged on the performance of the show's entire season, so with huge expectations of The Voice, they naturally had more worries as well. Everything depended on if Zhang Yi could keep the viewership rating stable. As for the other television stations, they had the same thoughts. Some of industry insiders were taking a more objective view on The Voice. Taking the lead was easy, but holding on to it will prove difficult. Yes, it's going to be a real test of Zhang Yi's ability now. The first big problem has arrived for The Voice. Let's see if Zhang Yi is able to get past this. I don't have much hope in this case. Let's see how it goes in the second episode. Along with many peers from the television industry, their views were more pessimistic, or rather some of these people were simply waiting for Zhang Yi and The Voice to become the joke. A few of them posted their views on Weibo. The first episode's viewership ratings were too much of a fluke. I think so too. It might have happened for the first episode, but that doesn't mean the second and third episodes will be the same. The Voice's first episode has seriously overpenetrated into the market, so what comes after will only weaken for sure. I advise everyone not to have too high an expectation that the second episode of The Voice will be like what you all might think it might be. My prediction for the second episode's viewership ratings is only 1.3% or so. This figure is much closer to the norm of a popular program in the variety industry. The 2-point rating it received for the first episode was way too out of the norm. When Zhang Yi claimed he wanted to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene, that was only applicable to the first episode. It's impossible that every episode will have similar viewership ratings, so don't enshrine Zhang Yi as legendary. Legends don't last a lifetime. Those who had made these claims were mainly the same industry insiders who had previously boycotted Zhang Yi. After the viewership ratings of the first episode were released, they were all left speechless and dumbfounded. At that point in time, none of them stepped forward to say a word. But now that the attention on the first episode of The Voice had passed and with the second episode coming up soon, they timed the opportunity to make their stand known. All of this was for nothing more than to try to regain their face. After all, they didn't want to lose too badly. Moreover, they were honestly convinced that Zhang Yi and The Voice would not be able to stay that strong forever. Chapter 692, Broadcast. Thursday night. Around 8:55 p.m. At Zhang Yi's parents' house, his mother was in the kitchen preparing supper. She was frying some sausages and chopping the garlic, occasionally coming out to the living room to ask, "Has it started yet?" Zhang Yi answered, "Not yet, there's still 5 minutes." His mother asked, "It's still the commercials? They're taking too long with that." His father urged, Just get the sausages onto the dining table first, Chenchin is getting hungry waiting for you. Right away, right away. Not a moment later, his mother brought out the dish and put it onto the dining table. Chenchin, come and eat, try the sausages that Grandma fried. Chenchin went to the dining table and picked up a pair of chopsticks immediately. Zhang Yi stopped her. Have you thanked Grandma for cooking this for you yet? Chenchin raised her head. Thank you, Grandma. His mother smiled happily. No need to thank me, just eat. Only then did Zhang Yi let Chenchin start eating. He himself also started eating, but he used his hands instead of chopsticks. The sausages were still very hot and he even let out a yell because of that. Then he dipped it into the garlic sauce and threw it directly into his mouth. Then Chenchin did not take the sausages from her plate but insisted on snatching them from Zhang Yi's hands. Give me, Zhang Yi, give me. No, dip it in the sauce yourself. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. His mother sat down. Why are you fighting with a child? Come, Chenchin, let Grandma dip it in some sauce for you. Do you want vinegar? His father turned the volume of the TV up. On screen, the second episode of The Voice was starting. Simultaneously, the same event was also occurring in many households across the country. In a household. Honey, get me a cold beer. Drinking again? The Voice is starting, I've already been waiting for a week. In an alley. Brother son, you're leaving so early. Why don't we play another 2 rounds? I'm not playing anymore, you guys continue. I have to go back to catch The Voice. Whoa, you're already past 40 and still watching talent shows? What do you all know? The Voice is different, it's really fun to watch. At some kebab restaurant. Waiter. Coming. Please switch the television to The Voice. Sure, sir. Give me another 50 kebab skewers and 5 bottles of beer, cold ones. They'll be here soon. Millions of viewers were already waiting in front of their televisions, their eyes focused on Central TV Department 1's channel. Everyone wanted to know if the second episode of The Voice would be able to continue its miraculous run and if Zhang Yi's viewership ratings legend was really just a flash in the pan. In the past 2 days, a few online comments were rather spot on. The real test of Zhang Yi's standard and The Voice was starting just today. Whether they were a mule or a horse all depended on this second episode. The introduction music played. The logo of The Voice appeared. During the first episode, there was a lot more fanfare, such as the opening theme song and coach's introduction. A lot of the viewing audience thought that it would be the same for the second episode, but what surprised them was that The Voice did not follow the templates of other talent shows. Instead, there wasn't even an opening introduction. In place of it was the fan-favorite advertising segment. When the show started, the focus was immediately on the stage. Zhang Yi had already walked up to the hanging microphone. He recited speedily while looking into the camera, I will not accept any gifts this year, the only gift I will accept is brain gold. There's no need to watch any TV shows this year, the only TV show you need to watch is The Voice. A string of advertising messages seemingly flew out from his mouth. The loud applause from the audience thundered through the entire studio. Online, many people who heard this again could only come up with forced smiles. Just how did Zhang Yi do it so quickly? Was he aiming to break the speed of sound there? Each time I listen to it, I get more surprised. That mouth of his is really too godly. Damn, Zhang Yi has gotten faster again. I timed it just now and Zhang Yi's recital of the advertising message today was faster than the first episode's recital by 0.5 seconds. Fuck, he could even go faster than before? He did not even hit his limit yet in the first episode, still increasing his recital speed? I'm gonna faint. Are you sure? I timed it too. Indeed, he did it faster than before. My timing shows that he was faster by 0.4 seconds. Heavens. Teacher Zhang's taking this godly speed to the next level. He's just so godlike. With a godly mouth too. Teacher Zhang, you're too awesome. The opening advertising messages had already made many of the audience members erupt into excitement. Many of the industry insiders who saw this all felt that Zhang Yi and The Voice were being too violent. Why violent? Because whenever all the other variety shows wish to pull up their viewership ratings by attracting viewers, they would have to try many tricks and strategies, like finding a better pool of contestants, inviting a well-known coach, or giving more thought when creating new ideas for the program, and even by relying on the humor of the host. However, The Voice's advertising segment that pulled in the viewers only needed to depend on Zhang Yi's amazingly fast recital speed, which would crush all of his fellow peers. It violently relied on Zhang Yi's individual ability to pull in all the viewers' interest, and this seemingly non-technical ability actually required the most technique to execute. Right now, everyone knew that if they delivered the advertising messages in such a manner, it would definitely raise the viewership ratings by attracting enormous attention and hype to the topic. But even if they knew, there was no host in the industry who could do the same thing. So looking at Zhang Yi continuing to use his unique skill in the second episode of the program, many of the satellite channel industry insiders could only watch and sigh. Unless they could somehow poach Zhang Yi over from Central TV Department 1, they could only watch with envy. Excitement rose in the air. The next moment, Zhang Yi started to introduce the first contestant who would come up on stage. The show's pacing was very fast. There were no slow moments as it headed straight for the main event. The contestant's intro clip started playing. It was a woman's voice. Since childhood, my family's living conditions have always been good. My parents are rather strict with me, so I can't do many things. When I went to work, it was also at my parents' company. I know that they wish to nurture me so I can take over the company in the future and have achievements in the business world, but to be honest, that's not what I like. I don't like doing business where people are always scheming against each other. I like to sing, and I want to sing. That's why I've come to the stage of The Voice. I hope to tell my parents that I will choose my own path. The female contestant carried the microphone and stepped on stage. The moment she appeared up on stage, whether it was the live audience or the viewers in front of their TVs, everyone showed slightly shocked expressions. Why? Because of this contestant's appearance. How beautiful. Damn, a beauty. This person is too beautiful, too beautiful. She carries herself really well. Fuck, I've always thought that The Voice would only have ugly men and women as contestants. Where did a person with such stunning looks come out from? I thought that The Voice doesn't care about looks. Yeah, I am also quite disappointed. Could it be that The Voice has already conceded to the traditional format from the second episode? They are going to become just like any other talent show that uses good-looking people as their contestants? And I still thought that The Voice was something new and refreshing. If this contestant only performs averagely, I will not be watching The Voice anymore. Listen to the performance first. Many netizens were commenting online while watching the program. As the contestants from the first episode had left a very deep impression on them, many of them already formed preconceived notions of the contestants. Now that such a beautiful-looking female contestant had appeared on stage, they felt a little unused to it. The female contestant's name was Yuan Tong and had moved Zhang Yi with the song Blooming during the preliminary auditions, allowing her to qualify for the next round. However, as another female contestant had performed the same song in the first episode, to avoid repetition, the music arrangement teacher and music director had chosen another song for her after consulting Zhang Yi. It wasn't a love song nor an upbeat song. It was a song that carried some risk if performed in a singing competition as it didn't fit too well to the theme. However, Zhang Yi and his team all believed that Yuan Tong could make it sound good. The song was for my future son or daughter. I want a child. I'll teach him how write and speak. I want a child. I'll teach him to be thoughtful and free. I want a child. I'll teach him forgiveness and mercy. I want a child. I'll teach him to be selfless and true. After this female contestant opened her mouth to sing, everyone immediately stopped what they were saying. An uproar broke out again online. What the fuck? That's friggin' nice to listen to. This singing is too good. Fuck, who says that if you look good, you won't be able to sing? I was nearly misled by you guys. She can also sing very well even if she's beautiful. Ahem, I take back my words from earlier. It was because of the first episode that I assumed the wrong things. I did not think that there would be any good-looking people appearing on this stage. This person sings as well as Luo Yu. She must also be a key contestant. And she's even very pretty. The Voice did great. How did they manage to find so many awesome people? At this moment, on the TV screens, Chen Guang and Fan Wenli both pressed a button simultaneously as they both turned around with excitement. They've turned. There's still 2 more coaches to go. Ha ha ha, how wonderful. Wow, look at old Chen's eyes. They're gleaming at the sight of a pretty lady. Hey. Zhang Zia looks like she's hesitating. I think she'll turn around soon. Yuan Tong was still singing. There was no high notes to hit nor any showy techniques. She simply used a very emotional style of singing to perform this song, or rather she was just singing her feelings. Through this song's beseeching of one's future child, she was actually reflecting on her own experiences for the past 20 years of her life. It was performed very well and full of charm. My daughter. My son. I don't want you to be like me, bad with words. I don't want you to be like me, selfish, harsh, and untoward. I don't want you to be like me, showing off your vanity. I don't want you to be like me. Zhang Yuanqi turned. Zhang Zia glanced sideways and also determinedly hit the button. All of them had turned. It was another rare occasion where a contestant earned the approval of the 4 coaches. The audience also exploded as everyone started cheering for Yuan Tong, for her beauty and for her singing. Backstage at the second recording studio site, Zhang Yi was accompanied by Yuan Tong's parents who did not look like they were too interested, appearing quite obviously unsupportive of their daughter. But when they saw their daughter's eyes had teared up at the most emotional part of the song, then saw how the four coaches were reacting excited due to her singing, as well as the studio audience's cheers, Yuan Tong's mother's eyes reddened. She quietly wiped away some tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at her husband, who had raised his arms high in encouragement of their daughter. Yuan Tong was crying. When she reached the final verse of the song, as her vibrato ended along with the music, she saw that the four coaches had all turned around. Suddenly, at that moment, she could not hold her emotions in anymore and covered her mouth and cried. Having held it in for so long, with so many people watching her at the venue, she would naturally be a little more sensitive, and so her tears started falling. Seeing this, Zhang's eye also teared up a little. Perhaps she was also reminded of some memories since she looked to be in a rather complex state. Chen Guang still stuck to his old pet phrase as he raised both his arms. This is truly unbelievable. A stunning face. An experienced singing technique. A touching voice. With Yuan Tong's appearance, the entire stage was lit up again. The netizens all shouted in succession. The singing was too wonderful. I nearly cried listening to that. Me too. I'm already a fan. Yuan Tong is awesome. Supporting you in wanting to walk your own path. Right, don't go into business. You must carry on singing. It's your life, so you must make your own choice. The several industry insiders suddenly went quiet. One of them was the executive director of a talent show that was on another satellite channel in the same broadcast time slot. He could only silently sigh, knowing that he and many others had been totally underestimating Zhang Yi. When the voice was not yet broadcast, they already been denouncing it and calling it bad. Many of them were not actually trying to badmouth it because it was a competitor, they wouldn't stoop that low. The main reason they had done so was because they truly did not believe that a talent show without any good-looking people could get popular. They felt that this was going against the market trends, but the first episode of The Voice had utterly schooled them regarding this concern. Zhang Yi had made a show that did not have any good-looking people in it and created a viewership rating miracle, shocking all his industry peers and shutting up all those doubters. And today, Zhang Yi had once again schooled these industry peers with another lesson. Who said that The Voice would not have any good-looking people on it? Who had set such a rule? No one did. Zhang Yi did not mention this explicitly before either. He only said that the contestants could join regardless of looks. If they could sing very well and also have a very good-looking appearance, then that would be all the better. Just like how Yuan Tong was a contestant you wouldn't just find anywhere even if you looked hard. The future development path of Yuan Tong was probably going to be much smoother than Luo Yu or Qian Pingfen, since her foundation was almost perfect and she also had the necessary good qualities. When there was a misconception that The Voice would only have ugly people joining as contestants, it was all because the audience had wanted to believe it that way. They had a wrong understanding of The Voice, and today's first contestant Zhang Yi sent on stage was clearly set up for this. Zhang Yi had his own considerations, and as expected, Yuan Tong had amazed the entire venue and put across a message of truth to everyone: don't ever use your understanding to measure The Voice. At Zhang Yi's parents' place, his mother's eyes lit up. This person is really beautiful and she sings very well too. Zhang Yi laughed. Yes, Yuan Tong was one of my designated trump cards from the preliminary auditions. I had planned for her to appear in the second episode to shock everyone. His mother said, what is she like? Alright, I suppose. Do you mean her personality? Zhang Yi asked. His mother asked with concern, yes, is her personality good? Zhang Yi threw up his hands. We've only talked a little about music and didn't have much contact after that, so I don't really know. But I guess she's alright, she seems to be quite filial. Why are you asking about this? His father had already sensed it. Your mom is just worrying about finding you a partner. His mother immediately said, yes. This girl is very beautiful and can even sing well. Her family is rather well off too, and although she might not be famous yet, she can slowly work her way up. I think she would match you well. Zhang Yi nearly fainted. Mom, didn't I tell you not to worry about this matter? His mother pouted. If you don't want me to worry, then you should find someone. I know that many people in the entertainment circle wed late in their lives. Some are even still single in their 40s, so you better make sure you don't learn from them. Just don't worry so much. Yuan Tong is just considered as an average beauty. Zhang Yi said, my future wife will definitely be much more beautiful than her. Chen Chen, who was sitting next to them on the sofa, glanced at him for a moment. Her. His mother doubtfully said, is that so? Zhang Yi laughed. Of course, just wait and see. He was actually speaking the truth, since Wu Zeking was indeed much more beautiful than Yuan Tong. Perhaps, since Zhang Yi had seen Wu Zeking so many times, he did not even take much notice of Yuan Tong from the beginning. He basically did not have any interest in her, and it was just his mother who had brought it up and incoherently connected them together, thinking that her son was still unable to find someone. His father interrupted, "Don't talk anymore, it's the next contestant's turn." His father was never interested in watching such shows in the first place, neither could he really understand them, but maybe due to his son, he enjoyed it quite a bit. If anyone spoke loudly, he would say that they bothered his watching of the show. His mother turned her attention back to the television and did not raise the subject of Zhang Yi finding a partner anymore. She asked anxiously, "Who's next? Is it a man or a woman? Is the performance good?" Zhang Yi smiled and kept them guessing. "The next contestant will surely give both of you a great fright. Just watch, I won't spoil it for you." Chapter 693, Grandpa, could you cut it out? At 9:15 p.m., the next contestant was about to appear. Having been enticed by Zhang Yi with his description of the contestant, his parents kept their eyes on the TV screen and anticipated who would come next. They wanted to know just how frightening this next contestant would be. Even Chen, who was still eating the sausages, glanced curiously at the screen. But at this moment, Zhang Yi stood up from his chair. After filling his stomach, he took a napkin and wiped the garlic sauce and oil from his hand. He then went back into his room. He took out his phone and hesitated for a long while, but still decided to call the number that was written on a note he had kept in his pocket. He had gotten this from the program team. It was an emergency contact number one of the contestants had put on their application form. He dialed the number. "Doo." The call went through. Zhang Yi greeted, "Hello." It was a middle-aged man who answered the phone. "Hello, who is this? Is this Mr. Zhou?" Zhang Yi asked. "That's he, you are?" The middle-aged man asked, wondering what was going on. Zhang Yi said, "Are you and your mother together at the moment? I would like to look for Grandma Wang. I'm not sure if it's convenient for her to answer the phone right now." The middle-aged man said, "Looking for my mother? Are you a comrade from the Residents Committee? Or the Retirees Association?" Maybe it was because of Zhang Yi speaking very formally, the middle-aged man did not make much of it and wasn't too suspecting. "Okay, please wait, I'll get her." Then a voice could be heard, Mother, a call for you." About 5 or so seconds later, someone answered. It was a little old granny's voice. "Hello, is this little Li from the committee?" Zhang Yi said, "No, Grandma Wang, my name is Zhang Yi." "Zhang Yi?" Grandma Wang said while shaking her head. "Did you get the wrong number?" Zhang Yi said, "I didn't get the wrong number. I understand that you might not know me, but I'm calling you with a rather presumptuous request. Could I get you to tune into Central TV Department 1's channel on TV?" Grandma Wang did not understand. "Eh?" Zhang Yi said, "You'll understand when you see it." After saying that, Zhang Yi hung up because he did not know what else to say. He also didn't know if he should be the one to say it, so he just hurriedly and briefly said a few words. On the other end, Grandma Wang was feeling very confused. Who was that? Her son, Mr. Zhu, said in surprise, "You don't know that person?" "I don't know him. He only asked me to take a look at Central TV Department 1's channel now," and then hung up after saying that. Grandma Wang's television was on at the moment, but she was currently watching opera. She very much so enjoyed listening to opera. Mr. Zhu was quite speechless at that. What did he mean by that? Was it a sales call? A phone scam? Grandma Wang said, "I don't know. What's there on Central TV Department 1? Oh, it's Thursday today, isn't it? I think it's the Voice of China at this time. Many of my colleagues have been telling me how good it is." Wait. Mr. Zhu suddenly said, "What was the name of the person who called just now?" Grandma Wang thought for a moment. He said he was Zhang Yi? Mr. Zhu was stunned. Isn't Zhang Yi that host? I think he joined Central TV Department 1 and the voice seems to be produced by him. Host? Grandma Wang thought, but she did not know any celebrities in person. Mr. Zhu was feeling very curious, so he switched over to Central TV Department 1. Look, it's really the voice. I think it just started not too long ago. Could it really be Zhang Yi who called? That's not possible, he's such a superstar, why would he call our house? Just thinking about that seems impossible already. This is really weird. Grandma Wang said, "If it's a scam, then just ignore it. I want to continue watching my opera. Can you watch the opera in a while? Let me take a look first." Mr. Zhu wondered about what kind of program the voice actually was. This show is very popular right now. Everyone in the country is talking about it. The viewership ratings have won hands down against all other variety shows in the same period. They also say that the contestants are all very good performers too. My colleagues told me that there was a bicycle repairman in the first episode who sang with an even more womanly voice than a woman could. That voice was really the best. Then there was another contestant. As he related to this part, he suddenly cried out in surprise. The words that were coming out from his mouth became stuck in his throat. Grandma Wang asked, "What's the matter?" Mr. Zhu was shocked as he pointed at the television screen. His hand was trembling. Father. It's my father." "What?" Grandma Wang's expression also turned to shock. She turned her focus to the television and stared hard at it. Her eyes swirled with a complex mix of emotions. Mr. Zhu, who seemingly had seen a ghost, said, "What's my father doing on TV?" Grandma Wang was silent for a moment, then uttered, "Change the channel." "Mother." Mr. Zhu said. "Change the channel." Grandma Wang said firmly. Mr. Zhu said, "Why do you want to change it? Just watch it. You've already divorced my father for 7 or 8 years already. Each time he calls, you always hang up on him. Every time he comes to look for you, you don't even want to open the door for him. Whenever any of our neighbors mention my father's name, you will give them an angry look. Just what are you trying to do? It's not like my father has done something wrong. All he likes is singing, so why can't you get over that after all these years?" Grandma Wang said angrily, "Is that what he calls liking singing? He treats singing like it's his life. When we were still young, your father would carry that guitar of his around every day and form whatever band or groups with his coworkers. If you say that he was young at that time, I'll let it pass, but as we got older, he still did not change. After working at the factory for 20, 30 years, just because he wanted to pursue that dream of his, he took the golden handshake at work and left his job. All the golden handshake payment was good for was a few years of insurance payments, and he was left with no other income. It's not like you don't know how much our family suffered during those years." Mr. Zhu said, "That still didn't warrant getting a divorce from my father, did it?" Grandma Wang resolutely said, "When he sang during his younger days, it was fine. But he's already so old, yet he still keeps on thinking about that dream. Everyone has their destiny, and his is a worker. Why does he still not give up at his age? Does he not understand? Only young people go on talent shows. What is he thinking stepping in and joining in on the fun? That singing of his is so terrible, who would like it?" Mr. Zhu seethed, "If you don't want to watch, I will. I have never really heard my father singing a song before. Every time he tried to sing in the past, you would always pick a quarrel with him." Grandma Wang scolded very harshly, but did not actually move from her seat. She remained on the sofa and her gaze was still on the TV set. Online, many of the viewers were also raising a ruckus. "I'm gonna faint. I'm gonna faint +1. This. Fuck me, why is there even an old man? I'm blind. Your sister." The composition of the contestants in The Voice is way too complicated. There's a train driver, a PE teacher, a bicycle repairman, and now even a retiree? Teacher Zhang, I bow to you. PFFT. Does it need to be this funny? At that age, he still wants to join a talent show? This grandpa is really courageous, he can still sing at that age? Surely this must just be meeting the requirement of the number of contestants, right? Could he be intending to perform a square dance? The viewers in front of their TV sets found it both laughable and pitiful. They'd seen strange things, but never had they seen something this strange. A 60-year-old still coming to take part in a talent show competition? And it's even a singing competition? In all the other singing shows, even a 40-year-old would be rare and would be considered an overaged contestant. They were all basically just contestants who would end up having that one appearance in the competition before getting eliminated. After all, people at that age really weren't in the condition for singing, not to mention what it would be like for a 60-year-old grandpa. Would you cut it out? Grandpa, could you please cut it out? Chapter 694, Judanian. Judanian. The contestant's intro clip played, a 60-year-old grandpa appeared on screen. "My name is Judanian, everyone just calls me Old Ju. About my life, I've really been a failure. When I was young, my dream was to be a singer. Even after many decades, my dream never changed. Many of my friends say that I must be mad, criticizing that I'm not mature, and even my spouse, who had been part of my life for many years, filed for a divorce 7, 8 years ago over my pursuit of my dream. She said that I couldn't recognize what was real and what was a dream. She said that people our age shouldn't be qualified to dream anymore. But I will never believe that. Why is it that only young people have the right to pursue their dreams? Why can't we old people also have a lifetime dream that we've been working with determination towards? I came to this stage today in hopes that my ex-wife and son can see me, that my ex-bandmates whom I had been playing music together with for so many years but given up now can see me, that those who tell me that I should not have such dreams can see me. I want to tell them that even though I might not turn out to be a capable singer, and I may have been wrong all my life, but I, Judanian, have never given up. From my 20s to my 60s, I've been pushing forward for 40 years, working hard for 40 years, but I have never given up. The audience was taken by surprise. 60 years old? He's really that old? Fuck, I just thought this man looked old. This is making me dizzy. He is already 60? Even the industry insiders who were watching The Voice were feeling a genuine sense of powerlessness. They could not understand what Zhang Yi was trying to do. How did he even manage to get an old man like this from the preliminary auditions? The four coaches appeared on screen looking a little lost, unsure of why the audience was so surprised. As only the four of them had their backs facing to the stage, they couldn't see the contestants or know if they were a man or a woman, how tall they were, their looks, or age. They were totally clueless. At Grandma Wang's house, Mr. Zhu drew a deep breath. Mother, my father, he. Grandma Wang stayed silent. In the past, Mr. Zhu also could not understand his father. He felt that the reason why his family had came to this point was due to his parents' unrealistic dreams and aspirations. His parents argued very often and even ended up divorcing. Although he did not say it explicitly, he had always blamed his father for this, thinking that it was because his father had handled everything wrongly. But now, after listening to his father's intro clip, Mr. Zhu was suddenly at a loss for words. On screen, under the gaze of the countless TV viewers, Zhu Danian stepped up onto the stage. He held the microphone in his hand and walked up in a slow manner. He even had to climb the stairs one step at a time, unable to go 2 steps at once. From this, it could be seen that Zhu Danian was really getting old and no longer as strong as a younger person. Can this grandpa really do it? This old man could really sing? Everyone had the same question on their mind. The lights dimmed. 3, 2, 1. The music blared. It was the strumming of guitars. Even though the melody sounded a little different, it was still very familiar. Those who heard it immediately knew that this was the tune of an early rock song by Zhang Yuanqi that was very popular. A lot of people had sung it before, but never had they heard an old man singing it. It's I Don't Believe? Rock? Heavens. The grandpa is going to sing a rock song? What is this? Just what is going on here? I was expecting a song from the 70s, how did it turn out to be a rock song? A person that age can also sing such a mainstream pop song? Will that work? It's definitely not going to be good on the ears. I have no clue what to say. It can't possibly be good, can it? He even got divorced because of this. That's really not worth it. If he sang an old song, it would be fine. But a rock song? You were already on the wrong path in the first place, yet you persisted for 40 years? What's the point of that? Rock essentially belongs to the younger people. On screen, Zhu Danian was faced with the doubtful looks of the audience but did not seem to care. He had already long since gotten used to it, as he had been through all this countless times. Under the gaze of all these doubtful looks, he raised the microphone to his mouth and expressed all his experiences and emotions into the singing of the song. This was a song that he wanted to sing for himself. He opened his mouth. His voice came out. After all the effort, all I could do was return in failure. After all the fighting, all I could do was cry wishing for my dreams. After all the thinking, why is my life so lowly? After all the lamenting, why is my voice turning haggard? 1 year. After another. Yet another year. Year by year, he grew older. Year by year, he became more bleary-eyed. Zhu Danian was just like how the lyrics were written. He has never had any success in his lifetime before. The television audience suddenly fell silent. At the live venue of The Voice, it also suddenly became quiet. Many people were so surprised that their mouths could not stay closed. They were all shocked by that mature and gravelly bass voice. They simply could not believe their hearing, that this voice was coming out from the mouth of a 60-year-old man. Likewise, Zhu Danian's son was also shocked at this. Both his eyes were staring wide at the television and he could not even speak coherently anymore. This, my father. This. Grandma Wang was looking at her ex-husband on TV, as memories flashed in front of her eyes. How old are you already? I don't want to just give up like that. What's wrong with you? Can't you just accept your fate? I won't give in. Even if you don't accept, you still have to accept. Just spend our days peacefully and stop harping about your dreams. I've only had this one dream in my lifetime, can't you just support me for once? I've had enough. We're going to get a divorce. Xiaoyun. Let me try again. Let me try it for the last time. I can do it for sure. Don't say any more. It doesn't matter how many times you try it. That is not the life you were meant for. Suddenly, right after Zhu Danian's bassy voice took a breath, he screamed in a high-pitched voice, with the power of a bomb exploding. I don't believe that my life is worse than others. I don't believe that my luck is worse than others. I don't believe that my path is always tough. I don't believe that my dreams will never come true. The screaming got higher and higher pitched, inflaming every household that was tuned in on their televisions. It was too explosive. I don't believe that my life is worse than others. I don't believe that I have no talent. I don't believe that I'm destined to be a lowly person. I don't believe that my songs will be left unanswered forever. The coaches could not longer hold themselves back anymore. Zhang Yuanqi turned. Zhang Ziya turned. Chen Guang turned. Fan Wenli turned. The four coaches all hit their buttons and turned around within 1 second of each other. If a voice like that could not earn their approval, then nothing would. However, when they saw the contestant, the four coaches all broke down. Fan Wenli screamed, "Ah!" Zhang Zai also had a fright. "Oh, my God!" Zhang Yuanqi said, "It's a grandpa." Chen Guang held his head in his hands, looking like he couldn't accept it. Holy shit. When they were listening to this voice with the backs facing the stage, they could hear that the contestant had some age and life experience from the way he sang with his mature and gravelly voice. But even so, it only sounded like a 40-year-old or so, not 60 or above. Who would have thought that it would be an old man? What they saw had truly given the four coaches a shock. This was really just too surprising. This person sang so well. If anyone told them that they were listening to a 60-year-old grandpa perform when their backs were turned, they would never have believed it. Besides, this was a rock song. The power required in a rock song, the soul and emotions, all of these were expressed fully by the old man. Everyone who heard it could feel their blood boiling with excitement. Heavens! 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 Holy shit! How awesome! That was such a strong performance. This grandpa is so damn cool. I've got goosebumps all over my body. How cool! This grandpa is really too awesome. Fuck me, how did he sing it so well? Hai's vocals seem to be even more aggressive than a young man. Is he really a 60-year-old grandpa? Now it feels more like he's just 16. Awesome. The voice is awesome. This stage is too attractive. This is what music is about. This is what you call singing. The audience cheered. Everyone was shouting excitedly. On screen, many of the audience members could be seen standing up and holding up their hands, waving them around crazily, feeling very pumped up from the performance. At this moment, the music slowed down as the drum kicks faded away. When the audience was thinking that Zhu Danian would repeat the chorus and let the rhythm pump up the audience again, the music began to slow instead.